You ready? Good evening, everyone. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. I'll say, guess we have to call roll first. But welcome to the Boulder City Council business meeting for May 7th, 2019. Lynette, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Carlisle. Here. Jones.
Here.
Morzell.
Here.
Nagel.
Here.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Happy to be here.
Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Excellent. Just a couple of housekeeping measures. We're not allowed by the fire marshal to let people stand in the aisles, so if you got an empty seat next to you, can you raise your hand? Folks need to find seats. Excellent. Two announcements. I'll just note that we have two information packets on the webs. These are sort of updates and background information. One of them has to do with an update on our climate commitment initiatives, and the other is the new Colorado self-sufficiency standard. So look for that on the web. We are still recruiting for two boards, and that is the Design Advisory Board and the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission. So if you're interested and you've lived in Boulder for, you just have to live within the Boulder city limits and be at least 18, go on our website to apply.
Live here for a year.
What?
Live here for a year.
Yeah, it doesn't say that. That's what I thought. Do you have to have lived here for a year? It doesn't say that. Okay, you have to have lived in Boulder inside the city limits for a year. Okay, with that, we are going to start off with two announcements, or two special presentations. The first one I want to turn over to Lisa Morzell.
Good evening. Hello, is it on? Okay.
Okay, well, thanks for having us this evening. This is Historic Preservation or Heritage Preservation Month in Boulder County, and the City Council is annually kind enough to make a declaration to that effect. So what we have in Boulder County are a lot of historic preservation activities. There's lectures. One that's pretty interesting, I think, is a tour of the NIST facility that's taking place next week. There's a brochure that's on the city's website that has all the events that are going on, not just in the city of Boulder, but all around Boulder County. And so with that, I guess I'll pass it over to Lisa Morzell. Thanks.
Thank you, James. And I'm very happy to be able to read the Boulder Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month for May 2019. Historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character. It is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. It is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping preserve the tangible aspects of our heritage that have shaped us as people. Ethnobotany is the theme for Archaeology and Historic Preservation Month in Colorado for 2019. It is sponsored by the Boulder County Heritage Roundtable. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares that May of 2019 is Historic Preservation Month and call upon the people of the City of Boulder to join their fellow residents across Colorado in recognizing and participating in this special observance. I want to just say a couple things why I'm so glad James asked me to read this proclamation and why I so support historic preservation is because it gives us our history and reflects where we come from and where the people who have been here before us come from. And also, it quits putting stuff that doesn't need to be in landfills and stops demolitions. So I encourage every one of you who have a home that might be suitable for historic preservation to seriously consider it, and consider the state and federal support you can get for landmarking your home or building, and considering stop putting waste in our landfills. No more demolitions. Thank you.
Next up, we have a special treat. We're going to hear about our Climate Justice Leaders Program as part of our Just Transition collaboration, and here to kick that off is Brett Concarin.
Good evening, members of council. I'm Brett Concarin, Climate Initiative staff. I am delighted and grateful this evening to be able to introduce to you the Climate Justice Leaders Program. Some of you might remember it in 2016 when we were finishing up our climate commitment plan. We were out in the community. We were very proud. We'd done a lot of work. We thought we had really created a cutting-edge plan, got a lot of good feedback, but there were a few people who pointed out that we had missed something. And so, in fact, I remember the seat and the table I was sitting at Alfalfa's when Mary Young and Manuel Cifuentes said, "This is a great plan, but you've forgotten something. You've forgotten major parts of our community. What about equity and social justice? They have to be a part of the foundation of our plan." And so I want to call out a number of the people who are in the audience tonight: Michelle Gabriela Parrish, CU professors Phaedra Pizzulo and David Siplet, and our own colleague at Boulder Housing Partners, Tim Beal, who worked together to form the Just Transition Collaborative and helped us write the fourth element of our climate action plan, which addresses equity and just transition. And I would note it's one of the few plans in the country that actually has that. So we continue to work with this group. The Climate Justice Leaders Program that you're going to hear from tonight is one part of that. I would note, by the way, that we're going to be seeing you again in July around the discussion of how we might need to accelerate our climate action plan because of the new science around climate change. Working with our community in terms of justice and equity is going to be a critical part of that. And so I'm delighted now to introduce the remarkable woman that Just Transition Collaborative has actually brought to help do this work, Magnolia Landesposas.
Thank you, Brett. And I think as part of my speech, I would like all the climate justice leaders to come behind me and kind of make a line so we all see your beautiful faces. Cool. So I'll get started. So good evening. My name is Magnolia Landa Posas, and I work as a community engagement manager for the Just Transition Collaborative, JTC. I want to thank the city and the county of Boulder for the financial contributions that have been made in the past to support our work and for your time tonight. The JTC is a collaborative of staff and faculty at CU Boulder that came together to help the city integrate equity into the Climate Action Plan. Our team has also provided expertise to the city on the Bloomberg Challenge and most recently in regards to the climate vehicle fee. With all of our work, we strive to not only add equity, but to also center it in all of the work that we do. Our mission is to engage local governments in developing inclusive participation, projects, and policies that advance environmental justice in the transition to a sustainable economy. The Climate Justice Leaders, which is one of our initiatives that worked with underrepresented communities to demonstrate that when we recognize their knowledge and their leadership, and we also invest time and resources, we generate more inclusive participation in events such as these. The city knows that in order to create change, we need all hands on deck. I propose that if we are willing to work with those who in the past have contributed the most to climate change and environmental injustice, then we must and we should certainly be able and willing to work with those that have contributed the least to the degradation of our climate and who are impacted the most. So I have with me today a couple of copies of an intensive report that is more intensive than the one that you all received in the informational packet, and it has details on case studies and examples of how to do this work. Now I'd like to present three of our climate justice leaders that will share their own recommendations compiled by the JTC and that has their input in it. Please look to the attachment G on page 59 to see our work.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. My name is Andrea Nawaji, a Boulder City resident, a single mother of two children with special needs, an active member in my native community, and participant in FLOWS. I am here as a climate justice leader that is concerned with both climate change and social justice. I am a resilient and strong woman that has gone back to school to pursue environmental studies, despite the many obstacles that I have faced in the past, such as domestic violence, addiction, generational trauma, and lack of access of resources due to my previous migratory status. All this has encouraged me to become an advocate for living in harmony with Earth through sustainable and traditional native practices. In addition, I am passionate about creating systems that are equally applied to all communities. Personally, I have been blessed to receive many benefits from the City of Boulder through efforts that support marginalized communities. However, I still see a lot of deficits with those same efforts. Tonight, I ask that City of Boulder Council please consider the recommendation to support efforts that build the leadership and capacity of communities like mine through resources, funds, and partnerships. Please relate to the page 62 of the manual that Magnolia just referred to as well. My request it is to develop programs which would recognize the experience, expertise, and knowledge that we have to offer, would lower obstacles to our participation, would remember that in many ways, because of our low carbon footprints, we are already leaders in this community, that would realize that my community is a solution-oriented because of all we have survived before. This said, this is an invitation for all of you City Council members, for residents, and for this audience to perceive people like me with my growth mindset, well, with a growth mindset, actually, approach from you to us, in order to create a community where equity and the environment goes hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Boulder City Council. My name is Foster Goodwill, and I'm a 68-year-old Boulder City resident. I live in a manufactured home community where I also work as a handyman. And through my work, I've witnessed the ingenuity that my community and I have. We make ends meet when resources are scarce. We make the most out of what we have. I'm passionate about advocating for low-income communities because I've witnessed how we are often underrepresented in conversations about how to address climate change. It's important for me that we include people of all ages and all backgrounds to find solutions that are just and inclusive and effective in helping to create a better tomorrow. It is important that the city listen to all communities. If you look at page 61 of the information packet, we recommend that templates and protocols are developed to ensure that equity is not only mentioned, but also integrated into city plans, policies, and assessments. One way in which I see this effectively happening is by increasing the partnerships and communication between staff and partners that work on sustainability and those that work on equity. Ultimately, I hope that through dedication and kindness, we are able to create changes that make tomorrow better for the earth and for all the communities that live on it. Thank you for your consideration of these matters. May we all continue to work towards a more just and sustainable world.
Good evening. My name is Angela Maria Ortiz Roa. I am proud to be a climate justice leader with everybody standing behind me. I live and work here in Boulder. I moved here to the United States 18 years ago in hopes of having more opportunities. I did not know the amount of hardship and obstacles I would have to experience as a low-income immigrant. Over the years, I have learned to survive. I have learned to make ends meet for my family here, while also continuing to support my aging parents back in Colombia. I went back to school, finished an interpretation program, and now I'm finishing a bachelor's on multiculturalism and advocacy for diverse identities. I hope to become a certified trilingual interpreter in Spanish, English, and American Sign Language. I am a permaculturist. I have worked in organizations such as the Grow House and the Foundations for Leaders Organizing for Water and Sustainability, known as FLOWS. These organizations work with the communities and to strengthen them by exchanging knowledge, having authentic conversations, and by sharing resources. I am here today to share my thoughts so that we can work together, not only to saving our world, but also to treat our communities with more dignity. Please refer to pages 62 and 64. My recommendation is simple, and that is that we see communities in need as whole people. As a low-income resident of Boulder, I have witnessed the processes of obtaining transportation, housing, and childcare, and the requirement that they have of time, money, and effort from us residents. The regulations make it so that each entry point is very repetitive. I propose that we make reforms that streamline the application processes to meet and address all the needs at once. It will also integrate the work that is required from us residents and from you as a city. In order to do this the right way, it is important that the city continues to invest and enforce effective interpretation and translation for linguistic minorities, as well as training for staffs around equity, inclusion, and cultural competency. Ultimately, it is my hope that the City of Boulder is known not only for being a leader in sustainability efforts, but that it is a leader in sustainability efforts that are deeply rooted in social justice. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you so much to all of you for coming to speak to us tonight, and we will look into your recommendations. If people wanted to find those online, or if we wanted to find them online,
It was in an IP somewhere.
it was in an IP?
Yeah, I think it's an informational packet. I think May 2nd informational
2nd.
packet.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, page 59 is the attachment.
Page 59. All right, excellent, thank you. We appreciate your time. Okay, with that, we are going to turn to open comments. A reminder to everyone that you're free to speak to us about any topic except for the one that we have a public hearing on later this evening, and that public hearing is on concept review for 1750 15th Street and 1580 Canyon Boulevard for an apartment complex. So you're free to speak to us about anything else. I'll just remind the audience, in case you don't remember, once we turn to open comment, we're going to refrain from making noises, whether we agree or disagree with the speaker. If you want to agree, you can do this, but otherwise, in order to create a safe space, we won't do any more clapping. All right, with that, each person has 2 minutes. If they can start with their name and address, that would be great. And we're going to start off with Amy Ackerman. And again, I guess, I hate to say this, but folks aren't allowed to stand in the aisles. So there's TVs on downstairs. I'm not sure what to do, but anyhow, I'm obligated to say that. Amy.
Hi. Good evening, council members. Mayor Jones, I wanted to ask if I could allow this group of students who did not get selected tonight, even though they signed up, they came to speak, and I would like to give up my spot to let them speak, if that's possible.
Sure. You can just pull that right down. There you go.
My name is Charlie, and I am in favor of trying to manage prairie dogs without killing them.
My name is Torlis, and 9 species depend on prairie dog colonies for survival, and I hope we can figure out how to save them.
My name is Lucy, and I'm here to ask the prairie dogs. I'm here to help the prairie dogs tonight and give them a working group and the recommendations and the chance first. My name is Ronan, and I'm here to ask you to help the prairie dogs tonight and give the working group recommendations a chance first. My name is Nora, and I really like seeing the prairie dogs on the open space and know that they are being protected. My name is Lola, and I really appreciate the prairie dog ecosystem and all of the other animals that depend on them. I hope we can figure out how to manage them and using smart and non-lethal decisions.
Great, thank you to all of you for coming down tonight. Up, Linda Perks. And if, after Linda, if Cody Orrick could be ready to go, that would be great. So we're going to have a late night tonight, we think. Just a hunch of mine.
It's hard to follow. Thank you for being here tonight. My name is Linda Parks. I live at 2207 Mapleton Avenue. Several years ago, when City Council enacted prairie dog protection, they may not have foreseen how this would affect the health of our fragmented open space grasslands and agricultural properties. Our ag community is vital to our OSMP management plan. Farmers and ranchers not only maintain the lands, but provide vegetable crops for farmers markets, hay and grazing land for cattle, sheep, goats, and horses. As the stewards of these lands, our goal should be to maintain a biodiverse ecosystem for all species, not protect just one. We simply do not have enough OSMP lands to support the growing numbers of prairie dogs and sustain healthy colonies. This is leading to the consumption of all the dominant plant species in the system and destroying our lands. Section 176 of the City Charter on Open Space has key points, but I only have time for one. D, preservation of agricultural uses in the land suitable for ag production. We are directed to our charter, and we should be committed to protecting agriculture as a tool for urban shaping. This also means we are to protect the farmers and ranchers that lease and care for our open space properties that are agricultural, and we also need to respect the concerns adjoining private property owners to OSMP lands. Keystone species seems a very popular buzzword these days and used rather loosely. A keystone species is defined as a species which has extremely high impact on a particular ecosystem relative to its population. The potential existence of one strongly interacting species can have major consequences, and that's what we're seeing today. Here in Boulder County, our lands are dying, our soils are becoming sterilized, our diverse grasslands are disappearing, and topsoil is blowing away. We value life, we have difficult decisions to make, but managers need to be allowed to add lethal and humane control practices to the plan in order to sustain healthy numbers on our fragmented lands. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Cody.
My name is Cody Orrick, 203 Morningside Park, Boulder. I'm here to support you, my city council members, in the complex choice of considering the use of lethal control of prairie dogs on irrigated agricultural lands. I attended the Prairie Dog Management Tour and one session of the Prairie Dog Working Group. Please allow me to assure you that I understand and appreciate the myriad issues surrounding the current problem. I'd like to say that I was and am deeply impressed by our city staff and Open Space Board of Trustees in their efforts to take a holistic management view of the whole of our open space lands. Their intimate knowledge of the flora and fauna, including prairie dogs, necessary to a healthy balance for all, was wonderfully evident in their caring and their expertise. I believe that taking their recommendations on where and when to use lethal control is our wisest way forward. I'm also passionate about supporting our local food system and the farmers who put their entire livelihoods on the line, working with the vagaries of weather, disease, the price of real estate and water on the Front Range every single day. These folks must be at the heart of any discussion of community resilience in a carbon-constrained future. In a master plan of several years ago, Boulder designated about 6,000 acres for irrigated agriculture, partly because of access to millions of dollars worth of water rights. 1/4, fully 1,500 acres of that land has been rendered useless for food production of any kind due to prairie dog population explosion. With the West's use it or lose it water policy, it does not make sense to allow these lands to degrade any further due to prairie dog overcrowding, particularly at a time when building healthy soil for carbon sequestration is a real possibility. I feel that OSBT's recommendation to consider lethal control on irrigated agricultural lands is the most responsible management decision possible. And I thank you and our staff for your hard work for all of us.
Thank you. Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street, and this is Eric Skokin of Black Cat Farm.
Hi there. My wife and I have Black Cat Farm. We're open space leasees. We grow food for this community, vegetables, grains, eggs, wool, and meat as well. We're severely, chronically impacted by prairie dogs, and we're losing hope. I have been told by open space staff, due to ordinance, Eric, don't irrigate that field over there, because when you do, you'll push the prairie dogs off, and we don't want to deal with the complaints from the neighbors. So we stop irrigating. I have been told from open space staff, Eric, don't graze your sheep over there. We run our sheep with dogs to protect them with coyotes, because there's a chance that the dogs might chase the prairie dogs, and that would be a problem. We would potentially lose our lease. So we stop grazing sheep in those affected areas. I have been told by open space staff, when we have prairie dogs in an agricultural field where we're growing food crops, Eric, you can't touch a prairie dog hole with any of your equipment. Tractors are big, and cultivators are big, and planters are big, and anytime any of those pieces of equipment touch a prairie dog hole, we're in violation of our lease. And when I've said, well, what if it's a mistake and I just bump into it? And they say, it doesn't matter, we'll cancel your lease. So it makes sense for me to just stop growing food in areas where there are prairie dogs. So we've been backing up and backing up and backing up. When you put the ordinance together, the two pieces, no lethal control and don't touch any holes, there are no management tools for us anymore, and we're losing hope.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Anna Rivas. And after Anna, Jake Matlick.
Okay, my name's Anna Rivas, and I actually live in Longmont. I'm here to talk about the prairie dogs, but I want to frame it in the context of a major global news story from the last few days. It's a report released by a United Nations-backed panel and is based on a 3-year study compiled by nearly 500 scientists who analyzed around 15,000 academic studies. The report concluded that ecosystems and wild populations are shrinking or vanishing completely, and up to 1 million species could be made extinct by humans by human actions if present trends continue. Agriculture, including for beef production, currently uses more than 33% of Earth's land surface and is among the top 3 reasons for habitat loss, leading to biodiversity loss on land-based ecosystems. Eating lower on the food chain is one way to address this. Last week, Beyond Meat, a company that makes vegan meat substitutes, went public and had the best performing first-day IPO in nearly 2 decades. Recently, Impossible Foods, their main competitor, reported that demand is so high, it's causing a shortage. Burger King, McDonald's, Nestle, and Tyson Foods, one of the world's largest producers of poultry, beef, and pork, all sell or will start selling vegan meat substitutes. The plant-based protein trend is growing rapidly as consumers look for ways to eat healthier and reduce their environmental footprint. This all ties in into the prairie dog issue because the land in question is being used as grazing land for cattle. Killing native species for the sake of producing beef is not the way of the future, it's the way of the past. In April, leaders shaping the world of politics, science, business, and culture attended the Time 100 Summit. Jane Goodall was among them, and she said, "We have to get together now and take action now when hundreds, thousands, millions, and hopefully billions of us make ethical choices. Then we start moving toward a better world." She received a standing ovation. Here in Boulder, we can start one parcel at a time.
Thank you. Jake.
Good evening. I was asked to first announce that Just Transitions Collaborative will send the PDF of the full report when this is finished. My name is Jake Matlack, 111 Alaska Road. I am the Director of Programs at the Philanthropies Foundation. We are a local nonprofit that works in Colorado, as well as in Mexico and Guatemala. Our mission is to build deep and authentic relationships so we can collaborate with changemakers around the world to co-create resilient communities. We began conversations with the Just Transition Collaborative in 2016 and quickly understood the great potential of this particular initiative and also the immediate urgency of the movement JTC pertains to. The science clearly demonstrates that we are in a climate crisis. But intricately entwined with this challenge is the fact that the social and economic systems that led us to the brink of collapse are the same systems that continue to exclude our best hope of survival. We were thrilled to enter into a partnership with the JTC, the City of Boulder, and Partners for Places in 2017 and 18 that led to the creation of the Climate Justice Leaders, whom you just met. Their initial success highlights the importance of collaboration. Governments, public institutions, businesses, philanthropic organizations, and most importantly, people all have a role to play. The Climate Justice Leaders started the long overdue process of incorporating the voices of those most affected by climate change into the search for solutions. We must not be afraid to confront the oppressive systems that have led us to this point. The progress we have created together only demonstrates the value of allocating resources and attention to equity. Thank you to the Just Transition Collaborative and the City of Boulder, and special thanks to the Climate Justice Leaders. On behalf of the Philanthropies Foundation, I strongly encourage the city to adopt JTC's recommendations and to keep equity at the center of our climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay. And after Lindsay, we have Kristen Nelson.
Hi, Council. Thanks for having me. Lindsay Sterling Crank, 210 Brook Road in Boulder. I'm an environmental scientist with the Prairie Dog Coalition, and I'm here tonight on behalf of Keep Boulder Wild, which is a group of organizations, scientists, and residents in favor of wildlife protection in our town. The Prairie Dog Working Group, which I am a member of, has been discussing prairie dog management for the city with stakeholders for nearly 2 years. I believe our recommendations begin to address the conflicts today while also looking at ways the prairie dogs, while also analyzing additional impacts, including the very positive impacts that the prairie dog ecosystem has on our grasslands. Right now, if we choose to remove the prairie dog to improve overall ecosystem health, we would be the epitome of single species management we all say we don't want. I'm going to repeat that. Right now, if we choose to remove prairie dogs to improve overall ecosystem health, it would be the epitome of single species management. Entering into leases with lessees to benefit wildlife and agriculture by working together to restore grasslands and offsetting costs for tenants for managing wildlife habitat too? Yes, yes, yes. These are the type of non-lethal, innovative solutions we do want. Martinez et al. In 2013 stated from a site comparable to our grasslands. In summary, our results indicate that black-tailed prairie dogs played an important role in providing ecosystem services. Grasslands with populations of prairie dogs showed a higher supply of all the ecosystem services assessed here relative to areas devoid of prairie dogs that are now dominated by grasses or shrublands. Prairie dogs had a very strong positive effect on the apply of groundwater recharge, regulation of soil erosion, regulation of soil productive potential, soil carbon storage, and forage. We are not ready for a conversation on non-lethal management. Please give the working group recommendations a chance, a timeline of 24 to 36 months to see results, and ask stakeholders to reconvene with a conservation conflict transformation process. Please say no to OSBT's recommendation. We can continue to curb the pressure to give way to institutionalized lethal wildlife management and public lands. Keep Boulder wild.
Thank you. Kristen, and then Sam Fuqua.
Thank you, City Council, for the chance to speak to you today. I live in Fort Collins, and I'm also with the Prairie Dog Coalition and Keep Boulder Wild. I want to take this opportunity to reiterate prairie dogs' importance to the citizens and constituents of this community. The proposed lethal management practices are at odds with primary principles and ideals here in Boulder. This is evident through the sport that is seen here tonight, as well as through a soon-to-be published study by myself and Human Dimensions of Wildlife researchers at Colorado State University. The 2016 study indicates overwhelming opposition to prairie dog lethal control on public lands, with 55% disapproving and only 35% in favor. Conversely, support for non-lethal approaches on public lands were shown to have 67% approval, with 24% disapproving in the same study. A public poll in 2006 also showed that 65% of Colorado voters oppose poisoning prairie dogs on public lands. The research and poll demonstrates that non-lethal management is the most supported option on public lands and that lethal control is not backed by the majority of your constituents. Overall, the research and poll results narrate the importance of your support for non-lethal options. I strongly urge you to follow protocols outlined by the Prairie Dog Working Group's recommendations, which uphold the wildlife management standards supported by the largest proportion of this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kristen. Sam? And after Sam, we have Susan Summers.
Hello, everybody. Sam Fuqua. I live at 4661 18th Street. I know you're talking about the polling specifically relative to libraries tonight, but I'm here to represent Boulder Library Champions, which is a newly formed advocacy group advocating for our public libraries in Boulder, and specifically for a ballot question that seeks the creation of a library district. And I'm urging you to let the voters decide on that question and support putting it on the ballot. It's a proven funding model. Many library systems across the state and across the country work off the district model. It provides sustainable and consistent funding. It's a proven governance model as well that will still give Boulder residents a strong voice in their public libraries. And we've collected enough signatures. It's going to the ballot. I encourage you to support giving the voters a chance to decide on it. You know, libraries are a fundamental institution in our society for equity, for democracy, for knowledge, for innovation. We have a good system in this city. We can make it even better by creating a library district, and I just urge you to support letting the voters decide on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Susan, and then Nicole Huntley.
Hi, Susan Summers, 4636 North 55th Street. Tonight you have been asked to consider exploring what lethal control of prairie dogs on publicly owned lands in the city of Boulder would look like. We already know what lethal control looks like. It looks like removing a keystone species that is already down to its last remnants and removing the biodiversity that this species brings to one of the most critically endangered ecosystems on the planet, the shortgrass prairie. Prairie dogs are fundamental in maintaining these grasslands, and their decline has strong negative impacts on human well-being through the loss of ecosystem services. Prairie dogs are associated with higher water infiltration and greater carbon storage, and they support over 150 other grassland species. If we are going to preserve the world's biodiversity, you must realize that this is not a single species issue. It is a shortgrass prairie ecosystem issue. What will remain of this ecosystem for future generations if we continue to eradicate the species that call it home? As you consider your choices tonight, please remember that the United States is ranked second on the International Innovation Index. Killing is not an innovation. It is a tried and true way to drive a species to extinction. We've done that. Now let's try and do something actually innovative and explore all of the other options and allow the innovative work done by the Prairie Dog Working Group a chance to take shape. I sent all you guys today a copy of the article from The Guardian, which I hope you had a chance to read. I want to quote something from that. Meat and dairy production uses 83% of farmland and accounts for 58% of agricultural greenhouse gas emissions, but only 18% of food calories. I hate to say it, but you know, we're at a critical point here, and the decisions that you guys make tonight will impact us in the future. It's not just you now, it's for the future and the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Nicole, and then Mark Fitch.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Huntley. While I no longer live in Boulder, I still work here in Boulder and spend a lot of time and money in the city. Today, I'm here to speak up for our prairie ecosystem and our native wildlife, and my opposition to use taxpayer dollars to kill an already declining keystone species on city-owned open space land. We all know that prairie dog numbers overall continue to decline. While some colonies are doing fairly well, now natural cycles within wildlife populations seldom continue to increase, but will eventually fluctuate. To consider lethal methods for the declining keystone species is short-sighted at best. Alternative options to killing may not be the cheapest or the most convenient. However, we all must be better stewards of our environment, and I hope Boulder will continue with non-lethal wildlife management, which needs to include the declining prairie dog species. This does not have to be an either killing or the conflict continues for lease holders. I ask you to follow the recommendation of the Prairie Dog Working Group. Please don't respect the people that have put hundreds of hours into drafting recommendations by allowing lethal control of an already diminishing keystone species. Humans have come up with solutions to much more complex issues, and Boulder can as well. Keep Boulder wild. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark. And then we have Kars plus Miller.
My name is Mark.
Got a presentation? So push that button to advance them. The one on the right.
My name is Mark Fitch. My address is 3451 North 95th Street. I've lived in the Boulder area since 1976. I'm an equine veterinarian and came to talk to you tonight about the risk of horses in the prairie dog holes. Horses do step in these holes, and when they do, they can break a leg. And when they have a fracture like that, that bone is broken in multiple pieces, and the bone's ends stick out through the skin. The devastation in that type of an injury causes the horse to be put down. We have a client who was riding their horse on the Boulder open space, and the footing dropped out from under his front feet, and the horse went down. The rider came off, broke his arm between his elbow and his shoulder. 8 months later and 4 surgeries later, he still has about 50% of the use of that arm. So the risk is to the horse and the rider both. I'm sure the information that you're getting tonight from the speakers is nothing new, that you've heard it over and over again. And you have some hard decisions to make. But the indisputable facts are that, number one, there's too many prairie dogs. The policies that open space has used for the last 30 years has failed. The land is being devastated. The grass is being replaced by noxious weeds, especially bindweed and thistle. The topsoil is blowing away. When the land is no longer productive, you'll not have farmers and ranchers willing to lease the land. And when that happens, then open space will have to manage it on their own. That will take an enormous amount of finances, personnel, machinery, and experience. There's a lot to talk. Thank you.
Thank you. I think maybe we have a question. Sir?
Do you have any stats that you could either email us or share right now of how many horses are injured every year by prairie dog holes?
Sure, I can get that for you.
Great, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Of course. And then John Gustafson.
Hi. Kars Mueller, 383 Jasper Drive, Lyons, Colorado. I'm an animal ecologist who has over 40 years of a career of conserving habitat for wild animals. I am a member of the working group, and I support its recommendations. I also oppose the recommendation by OSBT to analyze a lethal program. And I think their other recommendation about prioritizing colonies for relocation needs more discussion before anything is decided on that. Only 2 of the 36 leased irrigated egg lands are currently experiencing significant conflicts. This is not a crisis solution situation. We do not need to remove 14 to 20,000 prairie dogs costing $4.8 to $7.3 million over 20 to 30 years. This is an unrealistic figure, and it has created a crisis mentality, and it's being used to justify the need for a lethal program, unfortunately. So please continue your investment and give the working group's recommendations a chance. Implementation of the recommendations that will most help resolve conflicts on these 2 egg leases, including some of the modifications and deferments that I think should be expedited, and including creative win-win lease options, they should all be expedited. Money and staff saved from not considering a lethal program would be best spent on implementing the recommendations so that we can see if they will work. This is not a single species management issue. Fundamental scientific facts show that removing the prairie dog does not address healing our endangered shortgrass prairie ecosystems, because we can't have healthy shortgrass prairie ecosystems with its diverse species without having prairie dogs. The Colorado Wildlife Action Plan designates the prairie dog as a species of greatest conservation need.
Thank you, Carson. John. And then Spencer.
My name is John Gustafson, 4636 North 55th. With the council's permission, I'd like to give my minutes to Deb Jones to speak.
Okay.
I'm Deb Jones. My address is 11307 Cuevas Way, Westminster, Colorado. I am the president of Prairie Dog Action. I've got over 20-plus years working hands-on with prairie dogs and prairie ecosystem conservation. As a member of the Prairie Dog Working Group, the current recommendation by the Open Space Board of Trustees to explore lethal control completely disregards our 2 years of detailed study and hard work by the Prairie Dog Working Group in exploring all management tools and creating a full toolbox of non-lethal tools. We use scientific data and outside experts in conservation and biodiversity for input to develop our recommendations. The current UN report today states that continued loss of biodiversity will impact human society negatively. The report shows a planet in which the human footprint is so large it leaves little space for anything else. Agriculture and fishing are the primary causes of the deterioration. It is beyond time for us to reassess the way we deal with conflicts, and that includes our native wildlife, ag, and development. We cannot continue with business as usual, and that includes killing native wildlife for the benefit of the human species at the detriment of the larger ecosystem. We as a species often tend to see things in ways that benefit our personal needs instead of the needs of the whole. There is evidence that our soil issues are nothing new and are tied to our use of the lands. We should have heeded these warnings, and we would not be in the situation we are today. In 1939, C.B. Manifold, chief of the Soil Conservation Services Division of Conservation Operations, wrote that it often happens that a ranchman, when asked to cut his livestock numbers in the interest of soil conservation, blames the rodents for the condition of his range and demands rodent control. In fact, emphasis on damage of rodents has consistently hindered the progress of our range program. I have a ton more of these, so of quotes, that was just part of that one. So,
just send that to us. Yeah, just forward it. Just send it to council@bouldercolorado.gov.
Spencer. Is Spencer Pagic here? Okay. Chris Brown. And after Chris, we have Suzanne Weeble.
I'm Christopher Brown. I live at 4340 North 13th Street in Boulder. Soil is the foundation of all life. Not just any soil, but the topsoil, the top 12 or so inches, where a complex web of microbial life ensures that living plants thrive. Once that topsoil is gone, we are doomed. We have seen lots of photos of our denuded, degraded open space agricultural lands. You've seen dust storms eroding tons of topsoil from prairie dog colonies. You've seen formerly lush pastures and beautiful hay fields now filled with invasive weeds and prairie dogs. Formerly productive irrigated land, which is now dry because the prairie dog burrows make irrigation impossible. I hope you all have been paying attention to these changes. I like to eat local food, and you do too. We must protect our precious irrigated farmland in order to produce and eat local food. I'm fighting climate change, and you are too. We both know that soil carbon sequestration is one of the few hopeful strategies for fighting climate change. To sequester carbon in our soils, we need two things: topsoil and water. Our irrigated agricultural lands can sequester far more carbon far more quickly than dryland prairie. We need to protect and preserve our irrigated agricultural lands and precious water rights so that we can continue to sequester the maximum amount of carbon that we possibly can in our soils. Uncontrolled prairie dogs on our agricultural lands are destroying our topsoil and jeopardizing our water rights. The Open Space Board of Trustees has recognized this concept. I encourage you to please support all 4 of the Open Space Board of Trustees recommendations in regard to prairie dogs. You'll notice there are a number of farmers in this audience, and the decisions you make will affect their livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne, and then Marianne Martin.
Suzanne Webble, 5735 Prospect Road, unincorporated Boulder County. I'm a neighbor of OSMP. The problem isn't prairie dogs, it's too many prairie dogs. I emailed you this afternoon supporting OSPT's recommendations using the seriously degraded Bennett property as the poster child for why OSMP needs to use all possible means of controlling prairie dogs immediately before the situation gets even more out of control. It is a crisis. I wanted to address you personally to assure you that I am, like most other Boulder County farmers, deeply and passionately connected to the land, its wildlife, cultural heritage, productivity, and sustainability. I treat my farm the way OSMP should be treating all of its land, creating and maintaining a sustainable balance among competing priorities. The city charter sets out 8 purposes for open space, and all 8 are of equal priority. Wildlife preservation is equal to preservation of agriculture, and it's equal to recreational opportunities as well. My farm is a healthy microcosm of open space. I have places to keep horses and trails for them. Through hard work over 25 years, I have places to live. I have places to create sustainable, productive agriculture. And I have places where I encourage prairie dogs and other wildlife, as well as places where I need to declare them unwelcome. I need to use all the tools available to do so, and I have. OSMP needs to be able to do the same. It must be able to use all the tools at its disposal to keep the ecosystem in balance. This may make some people uncomfortable, including lethal control, but that doesn't make them less necessary. Please support the Open Space Board of Trustees' recommendation to allow all methods of controlling prairie dogs on open space for the health of the ecosystem, as well as for improving neighbor relations. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne, and then Lynn Siegel.
This forwards them. They may not be in the order that you want. Oh, that's great, thanks. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm Marianne Martin. I live at 2328 Bluff Street. And I brought a couple slides to show what healthy fields look like and what it's looking like right now out at Boulder Valley Ranch. I don't know if these are in order, but this is a beautiful field. Whoops, this is up.
Upside down.
It's upside down, but this is what Mark was talking about, that it's getting, all the soil's getting replaced with bindweed. The grasses are gone. I don't even know the name of that weed, but it's the green that you see out in some of the valleys it's just these weeds. And right now it's the lush time of the year. It's when all the new growth is starting. But so many of these fields are just, there's dirt and there's weeds and was it just those 3? Oh. I guess that's all that came through. But yeah, let's think about this. In the last couple of years, I've watched the prairie dog population explode there, and the green and the grasslands just totally go away. And nobody wants to kill prairie dogs. I mean, I have guinea pigs. It's not that we want to get rid of the prairie dogs. We're not talking about instinct, but right now I really feel we are at a crisis situation. Things are going away so fast, and even with the floods, it didn't destroy the population of the prairie dogs. So when we talk about lethal control, we're trying to get things back in balance. That's what we want, is things back in balance. And if we think about moving them, okay, so we move them, and we move them, and we move them, and then what? Then we have exploding populations here, and then here, and then here, and then what? So good luck with your decision.
Thank you. I think we'll need it. Lynn? And then Deg Kirtan Singh.
Hi, Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. Sorry I'm tired because I was up till 3 writing a thing about deconstruction, and I sent it to you all. The one thing I think that is really critical here is that you do not even go there thinking about Rocky Flats with relocating prairie dogs. Bad enough to even think of fracking out there, which was not popular at all. As usual, I support a no-kill policy. My dad lived back in Maryland, and there's the Assateague and the Chickateague, and these are wild horses, and they just run out free. And I try to be empathetic to the people that ride horses, but I'm sorry. I turned off my TV, and I didn't miss it. You can get off of your horse, and you won't miss it. The prairie dogs will miss it. They will be dead. Not okay. The food without meat is much better for our carbon footprint. So, although I'm a hypocrite, I eat meat, but I don't eat very much, and I would support trading off the prairie dog for not eating meat at all. I wouldn't kill my own meat, and I just think we have to think about the natural space we have with animals. Nature causes plagues. Humans get their property tax. 725,000, now it's 988.
Thanks, Lynn.
It's like the plague for humans.
Deg.
Hi, my name is Deg Kirtan Singh. Thank you for having me. I wanted to just briefly mention about single-use plastics. I'm not sure if we have a plan on that, but just wanted to speak my mind and say to end single-use plastics. 10 cents is for a bag at a grocery store, something that a minimum wage person wouldn't even pick back up. I've seen it, drop 10 cents, it's done. So maybe raising that price and just having a plan to end all single-use plastics. The next thing is more so bringing a conversation, beginning a conversation, that starts on a federal level and comes back down to our local level. 4% of Americans have trust in our Congress, and if there's a bill for Congress to pass, there is, whether it's 100% of the people or 0% of the people, there's a 30% chance that it'll get passed. So what's going on? As we all know, there are lobbyists and politicians. A lot of politicians spend 70% of their time getting their money. 0.05% of the population donate $10,000. They need $450,000 a day to get voted back in. So it's obviously being tailored to the lobbyist. And the problem stands with the lobbyists writing the laws and paying the politicians to pass them. So how do we fix this problem? It goes all the way down to the local level. The U.S. Constitution has given the state the ability to control the elections. And so I just wanted to bring a few things. Oh, I have 10 seconds. Okay, so one of the things to do is to end gerrymandering with an independent redistricting committee. I hope to talk more about it and continue this conversation, but I just wanted to begin it. Thank you for the time. Bless.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to close open comment. Let me first turn to staff. All right, pause. So most of these issues we're going to be talking about later tonight. So if that's okay with council, we'll move forward. We really appreciate the input, and it's all in our head, churning now. Okay, with that, why don't we move forward?
Your consent agenda tonight is items A through F.
Okay.
I move the consent agenda.
A second.
Any discussion? It's pretty straightforward this time.
Okay, it's a roll call vote. We start with Councilmember Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Carlisle.
Aye.
Jones.
Aye.
Morzell.
Yes.
Nagel.
Aye.
Weaver.
Yes.
Yates.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Your public hearing tonight is the concept plan review for 1750 15th Street and 1580 Canyon Boulevard.
Way.
Are you going to start it?
What's 300 doing?
We're waiting for a staff member to get here on the concept plan review.
Very interesting.
How long are
Sloan.
they going to be?
Yeah.
No, I didn't either. I think it just that those come up with another way to engage with their they're not very convincing when they're too closely apart. And getting real focused on and having that be kind of the only thing as opposed to anyway. And furthermore,
Hey, Jane. Who are we waiting for?
Sloan, Walbert.
How
But Charles is going to try to pull it up and start. He's going to start.
Okay, that'd be great. Okay, we're ready to start, folks. Thank you.
So I'll go ahead and kick us off while Sloan is on her way. So good evening, members of council. The item for discussion this evening is a proposal to redevelop the properties at 1750 15th Street, currently Liquor Mart, and 1580 Canyon Boulevard, formerly Rob's Music, and to construct a mixed-use development. The concept was reviewed by Planning Board on March 21st, and a summary of the board's discussion was included in the staff's memo to council. So for tonight's discussion, Sloan will quickly cover the information provided in staff's detailed memo, including the purpose of the concept plan review and guidelines tonight, the existing site conditions and surrounding site context, and a description of the proposed concept for the site, and then we'll talk about some key issues.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries.
So to start off with the
purpose of concept plan, the project is required to complete the review because the development exceeds the thresholds for required concept plan and site review in the Downtown 5 zone district. The site is over 1 acre and includes 50,000 square feet of floor area. The purpose of concept plan review is to determine the general development plan for a particular site and help identify key issues in advance of the site review. There is no formal action. It's meant to be a conversation and an opportunity for the applicant to gather feedback from the public, city staff, and the planning board and city council early in the process. So just to give you some context, the Liquor Mart building at 1750 15th Street was constructed in 1949 for a grocery, which was Boulder's first modern supermarket. And based on initial analysis by historic preservation staff, while this may have some historic merit, the building has been modified such over time that staff does not believe that the building is worthy of landmark designation. The building at 1580 Canyon is a 2-story commercial office building built in 1966. It's currently occupied by a retail tenant, Ragstock, and there's no known historic significance of that building. The majority of the property is designated as regional business on the land use map of the comprehensive plan, which is the most intensive of the business designations. There's also a sliver of land along the ditch, which is designated as open space other. The project site is zoned Downtown 5, which is the most intense of the downtown zone districts. Thank you. The property is located within a downtown area, which is expected to change given the DT5 zoning, which allows for large-scale development potential, and given the other redevelopment occurring along Canyon. The site is on the outer edge of the DT zoning, is surrounded by smaller commercial establishments to the east and south. Directly north of the site is the First Presbyterian Church, which is roughly 50 feet in height. Looking west on Canyon, you can see that the north side of Canyon, which is within the same zoning district, contains some of the most urban buildings in Boulder, most of which are are 4 stories and maximize that 55-foot height limit. The downtown Boulder Transit Station is located less than a block to the west on Canyon. Looking south on 15th Street, which is the 15th Street Design District. That area is primarily 1, 2, and 3-story commercial structures. The Goss Grove residential neighborhood is located to the southeast. Goss Grove is characterized by single-family homes on small lots and some small-scale multifamily development. There are small single-family homes located directly across the ditch from the site, which you can see in those photos. In terms of natural features, the property is impacted by the 100-year floodplain and high hazard zone of Boulder Creek. The application states that the building will be located solely within the 500-year floodplain and stay out of those areas. The North Boulder Farmers Ditch runs along the south end of the property within that OSO land use designation. The site is within the boundaries of the downtown area and more particularly within the non-historic area of downtown. The site is also located within the Central Area General Improvement District, also known as CAGID. In terms of the proposal, the proposed use is mixed use with approximately 11,000 square feet of commercial space designed for retail uses on the ground floor and 147 residential units on all 4 levels, which would be for rent. The residential units would consist of studio, 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. Based on staff estimates, approximately 39% of the units would be considered efficiency living units, which are units that do not exceed 475 square feet in area. The concept includes 101 parking spaces within a parking garage, where 147 would be required, which equates to an approximately 31% parking reduction. And that's a view of that parking garage. The concept is for sort of a piano-shaped building, primarily oriented toward Canyon, Boulevard, and 15th Street. There are 2 interior courtyards sort of punched within the building. And the portion of the building facing 15th Street has been pushed back from the street with a courtyard adjacent to the residential entry and the lobby. Vehicular access is from 15th Street. There is a multi-use path proposed along the south property line, which was envisioned in the Transportation Master Plan. And the parking garage is located below grade on what I would call a garden level. So just for some context in terms of site access, the property at 1750 14th Street has an approved site review for a mixed-use building, which is planned to sort of wrap and reuse the James Travel building. But the site access from the development from 1735 15th Street directly across from the site would be unchanged, which is shown by that arrow on the screen.
I have a question, Sloan.
Yeah.
So judging by that picture that you have right up there, so that ingress and egress is directly across from the proposed ingress and egress.
It's in generally the same area. This isn't exact, but.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah. So the proposed building is 4 stories, including that parking garage. Due to some site grading, the building would only appear 3 stories on 15th Street and Canyon. There are below-grade entrances to individual units on the sort of south side of the building. The building is not proposed to exceed the allowable 38 feet. It's of a contemporary style, broken into separate forms with a flat roof. Proposed building materials include masonry, wood siding, panel systems, and balconies. Oops. There's some double height ceilings and storefront windows proposed for the retail uses along Canyon. And there's a emphasized entry to the retail uses located on the corner of 15th Street and Canyon. And the proposal is far below the allowable 2.7 FAR for that zone district. In terms of open space, the proposed open space would be provided in the form of 2 interior courtyards, a common rooftop terrace, some private roof terraces, private balconies, and private at-grade terraces. The roof terrace is proposed as sort of an active open space with a pool and hot tub for residents, which takes advantage of those views to the west. Just to give some further context to the sort of changing nature of the area, the image on the screen shows the approved footprints for the James development, the proposed general building footprint, and then a new office building, which is proposed at 1650 Canyon Boulevard.
Sloan, can I just stop you right there real quick?
Sure.
So I haven't heard about the 1650 Canyon one. So by rights, we won't be seeing anything more about it. And is it 100% office, or is there any mix of uses in that?
My understanding is it is an office use. They have approved tech docs, so they're in the permitting stage at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah. So staff identified 2 key issues for discussion. The first would be whether the concept is compatible with the comprehensive plan. And the second would be whether the concept is consistent with the downtown urban design guidelines. So regarding the comp plan, as mentioned, the land use designation for the property is regional business, which covers the 2 major regional business areas within the city. The proposal is consistent with the intent of this land use designation, where a mix of uses is encouraged, including housing, which is compatible with the area. The concept does introduce 147 housing units, which serves to improve the jobs housing balance. It also meets policies that encourage housing on multimodal corridors and in close proximity to employment sites. Staff did identify some policies which may need consideration as the project moves forward. The first would be that the development should remain sensitive to the concerns of the neighborhood and work collaboratively with them to address their interests. They would need to ensure that any significant historic resources are preserved if that's necessary. And as was described in the memo, consideration does need to be given to the interaction of the development with 15th Street and 16th Street, and improving the pedestrian experience. So as part of the site review, the project will need to demonstrate consistency with the downtown design guidelines, which would require review by the Design Advisory Board. The urban design objectives for the non-historic and interface areas are to reinforce the character of downtown as a pedestrian place. There was a more detailed analysis included in the staff memo to Planning Board, but generally the proposed design does appear to meet a number of the objectives, the design elements and the guidelines. First, the design appears compatible in scale and character with the street. It is reflective of contemporary times. It reduces the visual impact of structured and surface parking. But as the design progresses, there are some additional guidelines that need consideration, namely that interaction of the development with 15th Street and 16th Streets, and including emphasizing building entrances. There also needs to be consideration to the design of those interior courtyards and ensuring quality open space for the residents. And that was a quick overview. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Sloan. Mary?
Thank you, Sloan. Back to that, you don't have to go back to the slide, but I do have a question about the two entrances and exits to the parking being right across from each other. And I'm wondering if staff has considered how that might flow during rush hours and how that might potentially back up at the light, which is half a block away at Canyon, or the other direction on Arapahoe. So if you could just speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think generally the preference is to have site access line up with each other so that you have minimized conflicts. But I would say at this stage, we haven't gotten into that detail. It's more of an issues identification stage, so.
Right, so at site review, we'll get a more detailed traffic analysis as well as a parking study to better understand queuing out to the light there.
Okay, could I follow up on that? Specifically with the, have the students been taken into account? Because there's so much heavy pedestrian traffic along there. And Mary, I don't know if you were gonna address that, but.
Well, there is the traffic, the pedestrian traffic from the high school mostly.
Right. And that was identified at the planning board hearing as well, so that's something that'll definitely be taken into consideration in the urban design features as it moves forward into the site review process.
Sam?
So I just had a few questions at this point. Do we have a flood map of the area that we could bring up? That'd be great. Great. And so is there any concern, given that the 100-year touches the south edge, is there concern with the below-grade apartment buildings and any bad outcomes from flooding events there?
Yeah, that was another issue that was discussed at Planning Board. I think at this point, if the building was reviewed as if it were in the 500-year and wasn't touching that, so I don't know if we gave a lot of consideration to that, but it certainly would be something to look at as we look into the details in site review.
Yeah, and I think maybe the applicant can speak to it. I think that their hope is to stay out of the 100-year and only within the 500-year.
Yeah, I mean, I guess to me, that seems awfully dicey. They're putting the the garden level units right alongside of what's going to carry a lot of water during a 100-year flood. And so I guess I would just say that will probably remain an issue of concern going forward. And so anyway, to kind of take a look at reconfiguring, not to say that there can't be any units at that level, but the flood protection will have to be adequate.
So we'll have the applicant come and speak to some stuff in a minute.
Yeah, let me get through just a few
okay,
more,
sorry.
just to flag it, and then the applicant will know to speak to it. So Canyon Boulevard Complete Street Projects is going on, and so this will obviously be right there. And so what kind of considerations are being given to what's going to happen on the streetscape on the north side to tie in with the...
So applicant's aware of it. The Canyon Complete Streets is in the design phase right now, so I know that the applicant is going to give it consideration. It's kind of a race right now. They're not on parallel tracks, so if we do have new adopted standards via the Canyon Complete Streets, they would have to comply. If not, they would have to comply with the sections that are on the books today. That said, the applicant is aware of it, and if there's ways that they can address it in advance of it being adopted, I think that that's part of the discussion.
Okay.
Can I follow up? Sure. Do you mind? If I just, but isn't the necessary right-of-way already reserved? Wasn't that done by a previous council some years ago?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the space is there. It's just a question of whether the design details will be worked out at the same time.
Okay, we have 2 follow-ups on this one?
Yeah, and I wanted to on Sam's thing about the units being in the floodplain or possibly in the floodplain, a concern about that. And so I'm also curious about the parking. I like the underground parking, but I don't know what happens in the case of a flood and how you mitigate cars moving. So I'd like to see that addressed. I think that is good. And then with respect to Canyon and the complete street, I think it's really important that we embrace the street, that we embrace Canyon, and I would really ask that you, whether the complete street thing is completely up or not, that you look to that for guidance. And I watched the planning board, so I've already watched this whole thing before, and I appreciated many of the comments. And one of the things that Peter Vitale said that, I mean, these guys, I don't know who, but the firm is from Chicago. And if they can't somehow activate Canyon, then I don't know who can. And so this is a city. And not only do I want retail and active uses on 15th, I want them on Canyon. We've got to take over the street.
We have a question?
And then my last question, but I want you just making that comment. But I also am curious about the FAR. And so there was a question about the FAR and what is being considered the FAR, because when you have a sub-basement or subfloor, you can only allow a certain percentage of that to be included in the FAR. Is that correct?
That's only for single-family homes. I think even if you counted the entire bottom level, they would still be far below the allowable FAR.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, just a few more to finish up.
She wanted to colloquy on the
Okay.
first thing.
Okay.
Right. Where we went off on.
It had to do with the building facing Canyon, which one of the reasons that I wanted to call this up was because that little square in the corner was the genesis of the whole civic area planning, what set the whole thing into motion. And so I remember on planning board there was a whole sort of a massing that happened for that particular site, and then how it would taper down onto the site facing the neighborhood. So my question is that happening on this design?
Well, I think what's different about this proposal is that it's using both sites. That proposal was just for the corner site. I would say that in this case, with the ditch and the multi-use path, that there is some transition, but I wouldn't say that there's a stepping down of the building towards the residential uses. Does that answer your question?
So it's stepping down as you move north to south?
It is not.
Okay. And I'll ask it.
Okay.
Just questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Then there was a question raised about the 15th Street being used for retail. And has there been further discussion of that since the planning board hearing?
No, generally the applicant maybe, but generally we encourage people to sort of put their pencils down so that we're not responding to a different proposal at different points in time. So there has been no further discussion with the applicant about that, but I know that that's something they're looking into.
Okay. And then as far as the downtown design guidelines go, don't we often ask for stores that are wrapping around or buildings which are occupying a whole block to have beveled corners? So like the entrance to the 15th Street corner would be beveled rather than a corner?
That may have been part of the older guidelines. They were updated, I think, 2 years ago, but there is a lot of language about emphasizing building entrances and activating the pedestrian experience, but it's not as specific as that.
Interesting. Okay. I think that's all my questions.
Any other questions before we go to the applicant? Real questions? Or just tell them what topics you want them to cover?
Okay, so I'll tell you the topics. One of the things I'm concerned about is the rent that you may be asking. And I recently looked at Park Mosaic, and that took down East Point, and they're asking rents up to $10,000 a month. And so I am very concerned about that, and I'd like you to address that if you would not mind. And I'm also interested in your thoughts on, I think Peter Vitale also made a recommendation of including a good neighborhood plan. And so I'd like to get some comments on that. And there was also some comment about permeability for the building. So if you could please comment on that. And I think somebody else, Harmon, commented that we have beautiful views to the north. And so is there a way you can move some of those rooftop locations to a place that wouldn't interfere with the adjoining neighborhood as much? And the north is very beautiful to look at as well. Thank you.
Did that cover the things we want to make sure they address? Not like we can't ask them more questions?
Just ask questions.
Yep, okay. Can we hear from the applicant?
Good evening. My name's Chad Matese. I'm Executive Vice President of Development at Core Spaces. Thank you all for your time tonight, and we're very excited to present our project and hopefully address all these questions and concerns that were just raised, and hope to have a great open discussion as we move through the night here. Core is, as someone mentioned, a Chicago-based vertically integrated developer and operator focused on best-in-class, mixed-use urban infill developments. Core brings just about a decade of experience these days across 20-plus markets around the nation. We, over the past couple of years, have developed on average about 6 new developments per year, so we have a great deal of experience all across the nation. Our approach to development is intense focus on both design and market research. We custom tailor every single one of our projects to the very specific market that we're coming into, so we're not cranking out cookie-cutter type projects across the nation. We currently have 3 separate development platforms at Core. Our brands that we like to refer to them as are known as The Hub, The State, and Olive. Olive was previously known as The Collective, And I think during our concept review, we actually referred to it as Collective, but due to some rebranding across the firm, that brand is now referred to as Olive. So Olive is our market rate focused product. There's a couple samples here of a number of Olive projects underway across the nation. These are obviously much larger scale, more urban type settings. But I think this slide here kind of speaks to the quality that we develop at CORE and what we propose to bring here, just at a much smaller scale and less dense design. One item I'd like to kind of address head on that kind of came up during our concept review was what our target market was here in Boulder. There seemed to be a little confusion from our neighborhood groups around us that we were bringing or proposing one of our student rate products here. That is not the case. Olive, as I mentioned, is our market rate product. That is our target market here. So we plan to target, the larger population outside of students. With that said, it is proximate to a campus, so we can't guarantee that there won't be any students in this project, but the focus on our side from a marketing perspective is to appeal to the larger masses. We talked about mix a little bit with staff. We're bringing everything from efficiency units all the way up and through 4 bedrooms. The 4 bedrooms are really just designated for those townhouse units that we'll talk to on the south side of the project, where we have that garden portion of the building there to make sure that we're maximizing efficiency in our layouts. And I think with that, this slide here is kind of showing some of our interior and exterior amenity spaces, once again, kind of talking to the quality that we bring here. I have with me our complete project team, ranging from our local architect to our national architect, civil, my property management team, as well as traffic. So we should be able to address, hopefully, every question or concern that you guys have tonight. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to Adrian, and we can start getting into some of the details.
Thank you. Adrian Sofer, Sofer's Point Architects, 1731 15th Street. And what we thought we'd do tonight, rather than do a full design presentation, is go right into addressing your questions. We have all of our plans and 3D views, et cetera, but I have it as backup, so rather than focus on that to begin, we'll just go right into the questions raised by Councilman Weaver and others when we last spoke. So firstly, to begin with the streetscape along Canyon, the concept plan documents, as staff has noted, are in your packet, but we did also update this somewhat for the planning board. We wanted to note that right now in those drawings, we are showing Canyon as though it did incorporate the complete streets diagram, and staff has, as we understood it, also mentioned that unless that's adopted, we're required to do what the adopted design and construction standards call for. There is room there for you to do whatever, but we want to remind you that we're looking at essentially a 15% design developed plan, and we don't actually know what is the council's pleasure because nothing has been formally adopted, nor has the design even gone beyond 15% completion. So we're a little bit at a loss in that regard, but we're happy to do whatever makes sense. We know that there are issues to discuss, that this drawing has it brought up some concerns along 15th, and at Planning Board, we did address some of those issues, which we can get into. We are showing retail access all along Canyon. We had shown the parking garage access around the middle of the block along 15th Street, and Councilmember Young has rightly raised the question about the alignment of what's going on across the street. We don't know exactly if we do align or we don't align, but we are showing that we are pulled back about 25 feet from the 15th Street property line, and that's in part to stay out of the 100-year floodplain. We are still going to make this building as resilient as possible, pulling all entries back from that 100-year line, but I want to also remind you, because even though this is a mixed-use building, it doesn't meet the standard definition for mixed use from, I guess it's 9-3 for floodplain development. Therefore, since we don't meet the threshold of 25% commercial or office use, we are a residential structure for floodplain purposes, which means that if we are in the floodplain, if we are closer to the street, we have to be 2 feet above the flood elevation, which makes it a non-urban building, and we're trying to stay out of that, so even flood doors won't help us on that basis. So we've created a streetscape along 15th Street, which allows us to take advantage of that as a public realm and potentially enliven it without actually bringing the retail closer to the street on 15th, which would preclude us having doors at the street level. Since the time of the planning board hearing, we developed these drawings that showed what our improvements we're considering there, and I'll get to that in a minute. But first, just to stick on the point of the complete streets diagram, you can see on the upper drawing what complete streets ask of us, which is to separate the vehicular traffic from the bicycle traffic, which is the inner zone there on the western side of the site. Unfortunately, even in the complete streets diagram on this block, it's only about a half of the block where you can do that. To the west, we've got the gas station, and that's not going anywhere. To the east, you've also got another office building that's not intended to be redeveloped. So it's very limited what can be done here to improve it for bike lanes. Nonetheless, this is what that shows, and you can see in the cross sections what that would imply. That cross section is looking south, so there's a limited access bike lane and then the sidewalk and then access into the retail. What the design and construction standards show is a similar amount of land required, but it does not show that separated bike lane that had the bus stop, which is along the street, and the bike lane in the same general area. So that is something that if it's City Council's pleasure, we need some further guidance, really. In terms of 15th Street, we did hear and we are aware that there was concerns about access to the pedestrian environment adjacent to the building. This is what's in your package as a concept plan document as submitted. This is what we were alluding to earlier in terms of enlivening the 15th Street side and removing some of the back of house spaces of utilities, site utilities, loading dock, et cetera. In this diagram, we've moved the trash and loading dock to the 16th Street side. There was a question raised earlier, I think by members of council, about the possibility, and I'm not sure if it was council or planning board, the possibility of moving the entrance to the parking lot to the 16th Street side. We don't believe that's viable, really, because 15th has a stoplight as well as a dedicated left turn lane. Moving the automobile garage access to 16th Street, you have neither of those things, and it just doesn't seem that transportation would in the end support it. But we do think that there is a case that can be made to putting the trash and loading on 16th, which today, all of that 16th Street facade is trash and loading for Liquor Mart. This is just a blow up of that, showing you what we're thinking about then on the 15th Street side. So this is turned 90 degrees. Canyon is going up and down on the left side of this drawing. But we are looking at the possibility of doing an enlivened outdoor public space. I'm sorry, I'm out of time, but I'm happy to address any of your questions. We're really just trying to address your questions anyway.
Yeah, I think, proceed.
So we're looking at 15th Street as being an enlivened pedestrian zone that steps up to what would be the residential entry. And then the blow-up of 16th Street opposite is where we had just described as the loading dock. Adjacent to that are essentially townhouse units that you would step up into with stoops, and then there are some garden-level windows, but there would be no entries on that lower level. They are two-story townhouses. The third floor would actually be accessed from the interior space. The south side would be very similar in nature, but there would not be entries on the south pedestrian access multi-use path, but they would be two-story units that would instead be entered from the interior corridor spaces. In this version now, we've updated it since the planning board discussion to move the parking garage access further south. I don't have a pointer on this thing, do I? Okay. One of the early discussions we had with staff was the desire to see the access to the parking garage in the space between the trees that are existent right now on 15th. That was the tail that was wagging the dog. And though it's a reasonable consideration, we think that actually it works better if we move the access to the parking further south. We're happy to relocate that existing tree. But it also leaves us then the opportunity to do other plantings in that zone. So our proposal at this point does show that the ramp moves further south. And of course, staff has not had a chance to vet it, and they don't have any input yet, but we are meeting with transportation. We actually had a meeting scheduled before the call-up discussion, so that's been postponed till Thursday after we meet with you to get your input on this. We also heard at the planning board discussion from neighbors who were concerned about the top floor amenity deck being on the southwest corner, and as Council Member Morzell noted, there are great views to the north. And planning board unanimously seemed to feel that we could move the amenity deck to the north side of the building, and we agreed. Whether it goes in the northwest corner or slightly over is still to be designed, but we feel that it is a more appropriate point to be placing it, particularly given concerns that the neighbors expressed. And we are in conversation with neighbors who had attended that meeting, and we had also intended to meet with them prior to this evening, but we postponed that because of the call-up, and we thought it's best to incorporate your considerations as well. One of the things that was also mentioned at the call-up discussion was the possibility of mid-block connections between 15th and 16th. I wanted to just point out that today we have two significant mid-block connections in this region of between 9th and 17th on Long Canyon, and that is essentially between 9th and Broadway, and it is the connection that has signalized pedestrian access across Canyon, but in reality, those are not really mid-block connections. They are, in fact, the reconstitution of the city grid, that the westernmost one is a pedestrian connection that links 10th Street through the park, where it now stops at Pearl. It is a pedestrian path which is linking across the street. And 11th Street is another pedestrian crossing, but it is really the continuation of 11th Street through the Central Park. So essentially today we have the reconstituted 300-foot city grid. And if we start to think about the possibility of introducing a mid-block connection between 15th and 16th, we're really only about 150 feet away from 15th Street, which is about the size of a single-family residential lot. And if we start thinking that that's what we should be doing, the impact of that downtown would be very, very significant from a traffic management point of view along Canyon. And if you'll notice that there's nothing that's being connected. From the north-south direction, there are buildings that front on Canyon that do not allow passage through. Even on the newer site reviews that you may consider at this site and to the west, you're not going to ever be able to go south of the ditch, because the White Rock ditch, because you have buildings that actually fill those sites. And directly south of the 1500 block on which we're looking, there are single-family residences that you're not going to be doing mid-block connections through. And in fact, the mid-block connection that really is important is the one that runs the opposite direction, east-west, through the park, under Broadway, and stops today at the James Travel site, which will be changed and will be picking up as a part of the connections plan that already exists in this area. When you bring up that in the context of the downtown master plan and the east bookend, which is in this drawing from the master plan document, it's in fact what you're asking us to do, which is to make the east-west connection, it's the green line in the right drawing, going through the park, through James Travel, through the Liquor Mart site, and on eastward someday if those properties ever change. And that's exactly what we're proposing, is the east-west connection. Yes.
So you're going to make it a nice amenity, though,
Oh,
too?
yeah.
You'll improve that ditch appearance, and I think that
Yes.
planning board had recommended that
Yes,
as well.
that is the intent. And we will have units fronting onto that, but not accessing directly on
Right,
that ditch.
right.
So they'll be overlooked, there'll be essentially eyes on that path, which I think is a benefit.
Yeah, thank you.
Adrian, I have a question about the connection that you
Yes.
just pointed out.
Which one, the north-south?
The east-west connection that you said, the green part that you're actually going to do.
Yeah.
So one of the things that came up at the planning board discussion was the permeability of the site. And is it your intent to use that connection as a permeable feature?
Oh, yes. I mean, firstly, it's an adopted connection through the connections, the adopted downtown connections plan. So it has always been the city's intent, since that's been adopted, to make that a multi-use path. And so we view that as an amenity, and we will be improving that whole frontage with landscape elements and windows that look onto that as a public space. Does that answer your question?
But that's not mid-block. That's what it's not that particular
That
pathway.
is
It's not-
mid-block. There's no street there now. There's no access through there now except through private property. It's a parking lot right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I do want to come back to your point about Rob's Music, though, because I sat on the planning board with you when that came up, and I don't want to forget because I don't have a drawing for it. But
I forgot about that.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay. There are flood considerations on this site, as you know, and I do have our civil engineers here with me, and I don't want to get too much in the weeds on that because they are far better suited to talk about it. But let's start with the fact that we are staying out of that floodplain, mainly because we have to if we're going to have any street level access. There's no question about it. And we will not be doing any access into the garage that is in that floodplain. We will be above that floodplain threshold before we go into the garage, and we would be protecting that entry by means that I'm going to let our civil engineer talk to get further into your question. This is the 2013 flood, and you can see that the building footprint that we have would be completely outside of the 2013. And it's important, at least to me, to note that that ditch is not equal-sided, that the north side of the ditch is significantly higher than the south side. So it's not surprising that in 2013 the whole southern sector flooded, whereas this site did not. And I think going back to 15th Street, I don't know why I brought this back, but I'm going to stop there and see if you have any further questions that I haven't addressed. But let me first mention, in response to Mary's point about Rob's Music. Rob's Music was only the corner site, and it was 52 feet high in proposal. And I believe it was approved by council after a call-up, but on the condition that the fourth story that the top floor be removed. And that cut the building down to 42 feet. This building will maintain a 38-foot height based on the requirements of the moratorium, and that reduction of a floor on that site killed the project. They couldn't make it work financially, and in part because it was such a small site. The majority of the ground floor was taken up with access to the underground parking. So it did have a small frontage of retail along Canyon that I believe the map gallery was going to, and they could not make it work because they had to give up so much of the ground floor to get down underground, and then the top floor of residential was cut off. And that just was the end of it. It did raise the discussion of what makes sense along Canyon Street, and I believe Sam did a whole series of studies, which I've been unable to find on the city's website. But it showed that the entire zone was able to significantly increase the heights along Canyon on the south side, and I believe Councilmember Weaver and Brockett were on the planning board at the time that was discussed.
Okay, yeah.
Adrian, if, I just looked at Aaron, so. Adrian. You know, at that time, too, there was an interest on council to make whatever happened on the south side of Canyon to kind of bridge the South Canyon with the North Canyon so that the downtown didn't just stand in isolation, but it kind of, I don't want to say bled, but transitioned to the south.
Yes, and there was a lot of discussion back and forth on that issue, and some felt that it shouldn't be as high on the south side, but that it be still create a boulevard character. I mean, it's Canyon Boulevard, it's not Canyon Lane.
Right.
And the intent was to make a public street that actually had life on it, and to recognize that there's a city park going west of there, so it would, the south side of the street would stop when it gets to the park and open up and visually open towards the Flatirons. So I believe Sam made a point of all of that in terms of building up the density along the 15th Street block, and I can't remember what he did on the 16th, 14th and 15th Street block. Do you recall?
So, Adrian, you're talking about Sam Asefa,
Sam
former
Asefa,
chief
yes.
urban designer for the city.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I think he was just
Not
being
Sam
sketchy.
Weaver, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
right. This is the obvious Sam here tonight.
The obvious Sam.
Yeah.
That's what I call him.
Right. No offense. I forget exactly the nature of his sketches, but he was, I think, framing the boulevard with buildings of some size
Yeah.
on each side.
Yeah.
Okay.
So should we get back into some questions, or do you have more presentation?
Well, we have all kinds of plans and 3D views and things to show you, but I wanted to firstly address the questions you raised, and if you have other things that you want to talk about, we can address
Okay,
them.
we just need to do it expeditiously.
Yeah,
We-
that's the point.
That's the thing, so, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess what I wasn't sure is, do we need more from the flood, do we want more from the flood engineer?
I do, but we can do it. Do we have public comment for this?
Public hearing, yeah.
And public
Okay, so
hearing?
we've answered our questions for now, yes.
So, and then afterwards, I'd like to come back to it.
Okay.
I have a question too. No?
We can ask, do you want to ask before public comment? Or doesn't?
Questions usually go before
Okay,
public
we
comment.
can-
I was just wondering, there are a number of rooms here, 147, I believe. Where is the inclusionary housing on site?
Our current intention is for fee and lieu.
Fee and lieu? So I have a comment, but I will make the comment afterwards, but it's that the inclusionary housing was to have a mix of socioeconomic persons within the dwelling units in this fair city of ours. It's a piece of the just equity part. And so particularly with this kind of housing, I hate to see, with this variety of sizes, I hate to see it be fee and lieu.
Do you have a question?
Cash in lieu, you mean?
Cash in lieu, sorry.
Can you guys talk a little bit to the parking? I know that there's 101 units, and that's a decrease of whatever it was, 30-something%. Are the 101 units just for the residents? And then what happens with, so two questions. If it's just for the residents, what happens with the shoppers? And when you're looking at, I mean, we're hoping that everyone doesn't have a car, but when I see 147 units, I automatically double the population. Because a lot of people do live together or live with roommates. So what are we looking at in terms of overflow of cars? Where are they going? How are we addressing this?
Yeah, so the two questions are answered differently. We are in Cajun, the downtown general improvement district, and all the retail parking within that district is covered via the money that is contributed from these sites towards the support of the parking structures. So there is no provision in the DT5 zone and in Cajun for parking for retail. The intent is to minimize the amount of traffic generated and the traffic contributing to those facilities and create a more pedestrian-friendly, bicycle-friendly environment. In terms of the district's requirements and the DT5 specific requirements for housing parking, it likewise is limited to 1 car per unit as opposed to other multifamily districts where it's significantly more. And the logic of the request for a reduction, I'm going to let my associate here speak to, but it's generally in keeping with the intent of downtown, which is that people live downtown because they work downtown and they don't need to drive anywhere that they're going. That doesn't mean to say that people don't have cars, but it is unbundled and that the parking is rented separately, and I'm going to ask Mr. Matesi to come up.
And a little bit more on the residential parking themselves. So the way we operate our residential parking spaces is they are leased per space to a specific tenant. So you sign, if you sign a 1-year lease with us, you also sign, if you want parking, you would sign a 1-year lease for a designated parking stall. So that's your parking stall for the entire duration of your lease. So it's effectively assigned or reserved parking. And really based on our experience across the nation in urban settings like this and similar in more dense urban settings and less dense urban settings, we've been seeing a drastic, almost exponential decline in parking demand, year over year, especially over the last couple of years. With the advent of car share, different multimodal transportation means in these downtown urban environments, the dependency on the automobile has lessened significantly. So if you look across, our 22 property portfolio that we've developed, over the last 10 years, on average, I believe our current parking ratio is probably if you look at it from a unit ratio, is far, far below what we're proposing here. So this will actually be one of the more intensely parked locations that we have, and largely because your code dictates that we have a high starting point. So we believe that even with our what we think is a small request and reduction, that we are properly parking this site for our tenant base, as well as the better good of your downtown.
Great.
Thank you.
Transportation planner also talk about transportation demand management. If you want.
Yeah. Well, I do, but shorter answers. Yes?
Sure. Chris McGranahan with LSC Transportation Consultants. We would be the transportation consultant, as Adrian said. We will be required to do a traffic study, a TDM plan, and if we ask for a parking reduction at a certain level, a parking study. So all three of those documents will be part of site review, and we'll have to support all the things we're talking about today. So that's the short answer.
Thank you. Thank you.
Questions?
Okay. What?
So,
oh, wait, we got more questions for you?
So
Come back.
I want to talk about flood.
Oh,
So,
sorry. Okay, flood.
hi. So just a little teeny bit of background. Actually, sorry. Introduce yourself. I apologize.
No, that's fine. I'm Cody Gradney with JVA at 1319.
Okay, great. So local. So you understand that 2013 flood event was a 50-year flood event along that part of the creek system. And so how are you going to protect the garage from being flooded? I mean, one of the big things that happened at Fraser during our 2013 flood was people who were in the garage could have been killed by the flood water impingement. So I'm concerned about the safety of the people who will be in the garage for auto purposes, but the entrance for the garden level units. So how are you going to approach like making it as resilient as possible? Staying inches away from the 100-year flood zone is clever, but I'm more concerned about in this era of changing climate and larger flood events that are more frequent, how do we make sure a new building protects its lower level?
Yeah, that's a fair question. So the goal on this project, even though we are not in the 100-year floodplain, our goal would be to protect against that, and many different means, as you know, there are to do that. So on the garage, what we've been talking about is either elevating that up above that flood elevation, and I think we haven't designed that yet, so that's to be determined. But I think that can be done by either raising it up or adding a floodgate in there. I think that's something that we've been talking about with everyone in terms of protection, because we do see that as a big need to do that on this project, and to accommodate those, that foresight on this project, even though we aren't subject to those criteria because we are in the 500-year floodplain. I think from an owner's standpoint, it's also protecting themselves, not just meeting regulations, as it were. And in terms of the south side of the residential, I think we haven't determined exactly what those all look like, whether there's access or windows, or if there's going to be any sort of visibility from those units. But I think our goal would be to keep those in a protected manner, whether that's area wells and I don't know if you
Yeah,
have more
and to clarify one item on those are what we've been referencing as townhome units. So those are duplex, two-story units. They will have no physical entrance in that garden style, in that garden level. There will be windows to bring light into that garden level, but our design criteria will be to keep the base of those windows, far above.
So will they enter on the second floor, or will they enter on the first floor?
The entrances will actually be on what is the first floor, not the garden below it.
Okay, so they will be above the flood, and they'll have a place to go.
Correct.
If water comes in within the units themselves.
Yeah, the entrance actually is about 3 or 4 feet above I guess the first level is about 3 or 4 feet above the bank elevation on the north side there. So in turn, and as Adrian kind of alluded to, the southern bank is a couple feet lower than the north bank, and then we will be another 2 to 3 feet above that to our first floor elevation. So we'll be quite a bit above that flood elevation.
So do you mean the first floor or the garden level?
The first floor, the main level, 100, or however you want to refer to it, which would be the street canyon side, would be level 1. Do you want to explain this better?
All entries will be above the flood elevation by at least a couple feet on that south side.
You answered the question.
Okay.
And we too, as a long-term owner and operator of these facilities, have the same concern that I think everyone here does for flood. The last thing we want is, having to deal with, flood issues, year after year. So it's high on our list of design criteria, and we'll make sure we address it.
Thank you. And given how long the building will be there, you probably will go through a flood event.
Absolutely.
Any other flood questions?
Okay. So, sorry, I forget what your first name is.
Chad.
Jack?
Chad.
Chad, okay. So you just made a comment about your firm plans to be the long-term owner of this property. So that's good to know. You're not planning on flipping it once it gets entitled?
No, our CORS model is, and has been, developing for our own portfolio with a long-term hold in mind. With that said, we have sold properties, over the years as we were a growing company, but now that we're a stabilized firm, we're looking, more towards the future and more towards hold mentality.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're going to go to public hearing.
I'll get it up in just a second. Andrea Montoya will be the first, and she's pooling with Michelle Bishop and Maria Kranz.
Okay, Andrea.
Yes.
Are your two poolers here? Can they raise their hands? One. They're both there. I can't see. Hi. Okay, come on up. I guess y'all have 5 minutes.
Before I get started and before my time clicks off, I'd like to say I'm actually pulling with Julian Katz, and then Maria will be pulling with another speaker, I believe. But either way, I think I still have 5 minutes.
If you have two people that aren't going to speak later and aren't pooling with somebody else, you're good for 5.
Good, thank you very much.
Okay.
My name is Andrea Montoya. I live at 1616 18th Street. My duties in my lovely neighborhood are that I currently sit as the chair of our Goss Grove Neighborhood Association. In addition, I am the lead for a very exciting new project we have developed called the Bee Neighbors Pollinator Project. We have recently been awarded a wonderful and generous grant from the City of Boulder for our pollinator project. The reason I bring this up is because our neighborhood has a long-standing relationship with downtown Boulder. And this pollinator project further establishes that relationship, because what we're doing is we are taking the whole corridor that is now known as the Civic Plaza, if you will, west of the library. We're taking that area where there's already pollinator planting going on, and pollinator scientists, both from our city government and the university and elsewhere outside, that are building bee houses, bee colonies, and pollinator colonies. And we're moving that even further east. So we've got pollinator gardens also at the tea house, and then the next very logical place is to have them in our neighborhood. So we are, in essence, we see ourselves as a sort of red carpet into the downtown area. Think about it. When you come into Boulder, you park in the Goss Grove neighborhood because there's never any parking down there, and this place isn't going to make that easier, let's admit it. They park in our neighborhood, they walk around our neighborhood, and they walk into the downtown. What does that look like now? Right now, they're walking through beautiful architecture. They're walking through a neighborhood that has gardens and parks. We have some kind of not so great looking 70s apartment buildings, but they work. They're walking through a neighborhood that has all kinds of mixed situations going on. We have retired folks. We have people who are students who work and who don't work. We have working professionals who are older and younger. So we've got a really mixed, great, diverse population there. Then all of a sudden, you're going through our neighborhood, and boom, you hit this sort of behemoth, and I think, frankly, I'm going to call it how we see it, out of character structure. It's like putting a leg on the face where a nose should be. That's what it looks like to us. It interferes with that flow. It does not invite us in. This is an opportunity, this beautiful site, which now has Liquor Mart on it. We don't love Liquor Mart. We don't love what Liquor Mart looks like. We don't love, believe me, that is nothing to brag about that there's already a loading dock on 16th Street. That is not good for our neighborhood. It's noisy, it's smelly, and it's an unsightly location. So to say, now we're going to have this big behemoth building, we're going to put more loading and more trash on that 16th Street location, that doesn't even take us into consideration as a neighborhood. We are also very disappointed that this is going to be a cash in lieu situation. We have an opportunity in this city to build faith with our community, saying we don't need another dorm in the middle of downtown Boulder. Our city neighborhood already houses a lot of students. We love our students, but let me tell you what they bring. They bring noise, they bring parties, they bring cars, they use city resources like crazy. We have to use city resources constantly to break up parties, break up noise, navigate our parking situation. Why can't we have in this location this is a beautiful building that they've made. I admit it, I look at it and I think that is really gorgeous what they've made, but maybe it's gorgeous for Chicago. Is it gorgeous and is it smart for Boulder? Is it housing these in a way that it could? Are retired people going to be welcome there? Are working class people going to be welcome there? We talk about we don't want to be monolithic in our approach in our city government. This is a very monolithic approach to housing. And I really believe these guys when they say that they want to hold on to this for a while and not sell it. But come on, properties get flipped. What is our next owner going to do? Why can't we build what promises to be something that invites itself into community? Takes what we're building, our pollinator garden, our pollinator pathway, all that we have built as a good faith effort to work with the city. Why can't we build something that emphasizes that effort? Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Lauren. And if Mary Hay can be ready, that would be great.
Hi, my name is Lauren Weinberg, and I've lived about 4 blocks from this building site for the last 43 years. I was very, very enthused when I first heard that some housing was going to be built on this site, because this city could really use some more housing in the center for long-term Boulder residents who would love to live downtown. I've loved all 43 years of living here, and I'd like for other people to have that chance. And it would also be great to provide housing for downtown workers of all income levels. And so I was really enthused. I looked at the building and thought, wow, that'll be great because of who will be living there. And then I looked at the developer's proposal. And I found 3, and only 3, references to who they expected would be living there. The first reference was that it would be young adults. The second reference was that it would be who want to live close to campus. Now, that looked like code to me for college students, but they didn't say that. They used code. I don't know who else are the young adults that want to live close to campus, but if you have a building of college students, it's not going to meet any city housing goals. It's going to be short-term residents of a very narrow age range. There was a third definition of who would be targeted to be residents of this building, and it was the one that bothered me the most. It said that it would be people who wanted to live near nightlife. Now, I thought about what nightlife is. I didn't have to think about it very long. You're talking about bars and alcohol. So we're talking about building a dormitory downtown, not for all students, but for those who want to live near bars and alcohol. Struck me as my own personal joke that if you wanted to reduce the alcohol profile of this site, you could do that by inviting Liquor Mart to come back. But that's probably not going to happen. Now, it happens that before I retired, I taught for many decades on campus. And in the spring semester, I would often overhear students' conversations about where they wanted to live the next year. And their conversations almost always broke them into 2 very distinct groups. The university dormitories have restrictions on alcohol use, and so one group were the ones that were chafing at those restrictions and couldn't wait to get off of campus so they could live in a place where they could drink and invite a whole lot of people over to drink. The other group tended to be people who didn't want to live anywhere near that. They wanted to live in a place where they could study, for the most part. Some of them didn't want to live anywhere near that because they had family or religious objections, and there were 2 very distinct groups. When I looked at the developer's proposal, it was clear that the first group would be very tempted towards this building and not the second group. I thought that this was a wonderful opportunity to meet city housing goals for long-term residents and for downtown workers of all income levels. And
Thank you, sir.
I would hope that you would wait until the developer comes to you with a proposal that meets city housing goals. Please have a conversation about that.
Thank you. Mary. And then Don Poe.
Hello, I'm Mary Hay. I live at 1919 Grove, and all the remarks I prepared now, I'm not so sure if they're relevant, so I won't say them. But it's a confusion about really who's going to live here. It seemed to me that it was almost certainly going to be students, and that we have spent a lot of effort to try to make the Goss Grove neighborhood stable and not subject to the experience that the Hill has had. We've done a lot of work. I've lived there down in Goss Grove for 42 years, and so this is an ongoing project. I keep getting older, and everybody around me, not everybody, lots of people around me are always 19. And now that I look like their grandmother, I'm in a slightly better position to get them to cooperate. So I guess I will I'm very interested in really, which we don't have a clear idea, I guess, of how much these units are going to the rent for. Now that I know that the thing is it's a vertical company, that they intend to come in and maximize profits there, it really makes a great deal of difference if it's expensive or if it's not. I mean, or what is the level of, and really the level of care and design and materials and so forth, whether it's well-made or whether it's really just a transient kind of thing. Certain parts of this, though, do still maintain, of my remarks, is that the noise is a perennial problem down where we live. And it's something like the Hollywood Bowl or something, like you can hear a pin drop along. It's a very mysterious thing that when they put movies against the tea house, that we could hear, it sounded like it was actually right. I live in the 1900 block. It was loud. often there's noise in the house where I go outside and it's not as loud outside as it is inside. Or I'll wander around in my nightgown looking for where is this noise coming from. Balconies and rooftop pool are just absolutely frightening, the idea, because balcony noise is noticeably terrible. And it's people yelling off of balconies is a big part of that. So we would like to see the pool and the balconies facing toward the neighborhood eliminated. I'm very concerned about the traffic, that 15th Street is just 2 blocks long. And it's very, I mean, it's inconceivable to me. You can have 1,200 trips coming out of there and not having just be a mess. That 15th, as you know, sort of pours into Boulder High School. It's not a throughfare. So anyway, I'm very concerned about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Don Poe.
Good evening. My name's Don Poe. I live at 1210 Claremont Drive in South Boulder, and I'm a business owner in the building directly west, People Productions in the red brick building. And so when we were talking about the easement that has the new James Travel building, that parking lot drives right through my parking lot where I am. And so I'm very familiar with just the traffic patterns in town here. And whether you move the parking north, south a little bit, doesn't really matter. I have to wait multiple lights sometimes just for that little light at 15th and Canyon for me to be able to turn. So road traffic is a serious issue. Also on the other side, at Arapahoe, remember that's where the high school is, and so that's where we're gonna be funneling all these cars down there. The new building that was planned, the James Travel building, does not have enough parking, but it has a lot of cars coming through, and so does this one. So in planning board, I went to the planning board meeting, and I appreciate those of you that watched that meeting. They suggested moving the parking entrance to 16th. Yes, there's not a light at 16th, but if we're going to develop downtown, maybe there's no traffic lights as well. The high school traffic along 15th is significant. We actually do video recording and audio recording at our building, and we have to stop at times just with the sheer number of high school students going by. I don't begrudge them, but with the James Travel building already being approved, putting a second parking lot going into that would be unwise. That's a lot of cars going right where all of our high school students walk. The planning board also did talk about moving retail from Canyon onto 15th, and there is a lot of retail along 15th right now, and it's nice. There used to be an ice cream shop. I used to go there. I think I kept it in business myself for a while. But what they're talking about, having that big patios, kind of they're going to set it off from the street and have like the big decks there. This is called the Homeless Highway, partially because Liquor Mart is there right now, but even then, I don't park my bike in certain spots. And so having this big open spot where there's all these decking and for people to just kind of hang out, not a wise idea for this kind of area. From my experience, I've seen broken bikes. The Texaco right across the street there actually took out their seating there along 15th because they couldn't see it. So if you put the retail shops along 15th instead of Canyon, there's much more activation there, much more activity, and less vagrancy there. Being a downtown business owner, I've had to have multi-year waits to get parking for my staff. I luckily have about 13 parking spots in my lot, but I still need extra, and it takes me multiple years to get in a spot. Adding all these extra cars will not allow, is going to be very problematic. And one last topic on the college part, I don't begrudge the college students. My own kid has a car, but I would suggest that maybe they offer some of these offices, apartments for purchase versus rent. If they're trying to activate people who are employees want to buy their place, not rent. Thank you very much.
I have a question.
Oh, we have a question.
I just wondered, I remember when the James Hill Travel was going under development, I believe you were concerned about parking at that time.
Always.
For that spot as well. And I asked questions about it, but it looks like this may be exacerbating rather than
The amount of parking that the James Travel Building, yeah, I've done mild calculations for how many cars and how many people do I think live there. I'm estimating maybe 1,000 people may live in this new building, because if there's, efficiency to 4-bedroom places, everyone wants to live with someone, and you have roommates, there could be 1,000 people there for 147 parking spots. Same thing with the James Travel Building.
101 parking spots.
Yeah, so it's even worse. 10% of the people who might live there might have a parking spot. Same thing with the James Travel Building that was approved and could go up, whenever they want. That has a dramatic reduction from what is allowed as well. So there's not enough spots. You build it and they will come, but everyone has a car.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming.
Okay, with that, we are going to close the public hearing. Okay, now we're going to turn to comments. It would be, given the length of the night, if we can try to figure out how to, if somebody says what you say, you can underscore it, but let's be efficient. I don't know, you want to start off?
Sure. So I resonated with some of the questions that we heard out here about how many CU students will be using this, and so we wouldn't want the number to be 0, but I also don't think we want it targeted at CU students. And so that's one comment, is if it becomes a student dorm, it will be, a problem with the neighborhood. It will not work with the downtown. It will not be what we're hoping for. So having a certain element of CU there, grad students as well as undergrads, would be fine if they can afford it. But given where I think this is going to go, it's a market rate project. These rents are going to be high, so it will be wealthy CU students who will be able to come here. And so that's just a comment. All the amenities that will be, available, hopefully that will attract a range of people, but that brings me back to the affordable housing piece of this. And you have 2 lots here. And so one of the problem with financing affordable housing is always that you can't get financing unless you make it into 2 buildings. Well, you've got the opportunity to make this into 2 buildings, and it would meet your inclusionary zoning requirement on site, and it would make it the mixed kind of heterogeneous type of development that I think we would really like to see here, because that's what we've been after for a long time. We can't do that, just require it in this case, because we don't have rent control in Colorado, and that, who knows, maybe by next year we will. But we strongly desire that it be on site. Now, that site where Rob's Music was, what we hear from our Boulder housing partners is that you need 50 units roughly in order to make something work. So what I would ask you to think about is, as you're thinking about reconfiguring the garage entrance and the traffic and all of that, that you really think seriously about affordable housing, because a development like this will be able to go down much more easily in this town, I think, if it says we want to make this a really mixed income, mixed use development, because that hits all the elements. You've got the commercial and the mixed use for downtown, which enlivens whatever street it's on. You've got the affordable housing on site, so we know we'll get a range of people who can live there. So some of our downtown employees maybe get an opportunity to live downtown in an affordable location, as opposed to it ending up in lieu out east somewhere. So anyway, those would be my major comments. I actually think this is a good-looking project, I think, and if you hear some of the things you've heard about entrances and, designing for flood and so on, I think this could be an amenity to the neighborhood, but it has to listen to some of the things the neighborhood has said, and then the city as a whole.
Great. We have Cindy, and then we'll go to Lisa.
I agree with a lot of what the neighbors said. I'm concerned about, I lived through the era of hot tubs on rooftops in Boulder, the rub-a-dub hot tub people, and it was not pleasant in the neighborhoods or close to them for that matter. So if I'm concerned about the noise, and I hope you heard that loudly and clearly from the neighbors. And those in the swimming pools do say that the amenities are nice for whomever can enjoy them, but it would be nice if we had a few places down there for what we've always purported this affordable housing is not affordable, but inclusionary housing is supposed to do. So, I mean, it'd just be great. It would certainly foster goodwill. And there's someone in the audience by that name, so maybe You could be there.
Have it.
Yeah.
Lisa?
And Adrian, I think you mentioned some, can I ask the applicant or no? I'll just ask our staff.
Yes, you can ask whoever you want.
So Adrian said that the Complete Streets project was really only done by about 15% of its design. Can you speak to that and kind of tell me where this is and how it can affect this building in a constructive way?
Yeah, he's right. It's in the design phase right now. I'm not exactly sure what the final trajectory is, but it is in the very early stages of design, so there's quite a bit of work to do. I think, as Adrian said, if the Complete Streets aren't adopted in advance of this project moving forward, they would be required to meet the standards that's on the books today in our design and construction standards. To Councilman Brockett's point, the right-of-way exists to do what we would need to do there eventually, if and when Complete Streets is adopted. So it's kind of a chicken and an egg thing. Either you meet the standards that are on the books today, or if the project occurs after the adoption of those standards, then they'd be subject to the Complete Street standards.
Lisa, I have a colloquy, if that's okay. If the right-of-way is there, is it possible for the design effort to focus on that part, and we would adopt a portion of it, just so that we would be getting the lane configurations that we were looking for?
If that was council's pleasure, sure.
Okay, something to think about.
That was going to be my next question, if we could get that in. And so that to me is very important. I agree with what my colleagues have said, except I have a problem with the design. And I agree with one of the speakers who said, you know, it's out of context for the character of that neighborhood, especially when you're coming from the neighborhood from the east. And when I read this and watched Planning Board, I thought, oh my gosh, it looks like a boat that kind of landed and dry docked. And no offense, but it's kind of big. And it's got its prow and stuff like that. And I know everybody wants to be unique, but, and this would be a question for staff again, could we apply form-based code here?
No, there's no form-based code that's adopted for this property,
Right,
so
I
the
know.
DT5 zoning is what we would have, and then our site review criteria that relate to building designing, compatibility, and contextualness.
Yeah, I just think it needs to be really sensitive, and I think what you have right now, I personally don't like it at all. And it just looks kind of like a boat with a Christmas tree and a lot of things hanging off of it. It's too busy. And I think you could calm it down with your material selection and make it a little more welcoming and not such a statement. And then I am concerned about the amenities that I like some of them, but the swimming pool, all that can be nice, but I don't know what you can do in a design way to kind of keep the noise in. And I don't know if you can, I'm not the architect, but put glass around the pool or do something so that the noise doesn't just spill over into the adjoining neighborhood. And then I like a lot Sam's comment of looking at the site. You do have two sites or two properties, right? You have Rob's and Liquor Mart. So it would be interesting to see how you could do that and do an affordable housing part and a market rate housing part. And I think it would go a long way. When I watched the planning board, I think there were more neighbors who came. And I think there is a real desire for affordable housing there. And I know when I hearken back to Tom Eldridge and I trying to get housing downtown, that's like 20 years ago, one of the things we were doing that for was for workforce housing. And unfortunately, it hasn't come out that way so much. There's one place that has some workforce housing downtown. But I'd really like, which is on 14th and Walnut, So I'd really like some attempt to be made to do these two buildings somehow.
Okay, I have Lisa, Mary, Bob, and Aaron.
So,
So Lisa just went.
I am Lisa, that's Mirabai.
Mirabai was ahead.
And that's Aaron, and that's Adrian.
Hey, listen, I'm just reading from it.
Okay, so, so I'll go over, I agree with much of what my colleagues have said, that the off-siding of the affordable housing, as you know, is one of the options, so consider it. Breaking up the mass and scale, I think that's an important aspect to consider. I do like that you're running the bike path right through the center, so that'll do some of the breaking up of the mass and kind of adding some permeability, so I appreciate that. I would like to see it kind of tapering towards the south, as that was kind of the plan from long ago when you and I were on planning board. So, and then to Lisa's reference with respect to how it looks, I think one of the things that might help with toning it down a little bit is the removal of balconies, because you know that what happens with balconies is they end up being bike storage and junk storage and become kind of, yeah, the Christmas tree that you're hanging things on. So those are the things that I would suggest. So thank you.
Sorry. So Mirabai, Bob, and then Aaron.
Well, I mean, this is hard not to kind of reiterate what's been said, but I'll just put my take on it. So Lisa covered most of, I think, what I was going to say. I'm a little concerned about the green space and how it's going to benefit the community more than just being on the inside of the building, where I feel like the outside the mass is just, in my opinion, unprecedented for the area. I think it's a kind of a big wall that's not as permeable as I would like to see it. So, you know, I don't know if there's anything you can do there, but I'm really concerned about the noise for the neighborhoods. I think inclusionary housing, if there's a way you can work it, I think it would buy you a ton of community support. The biggest thing I hear from residents is inclusionary housing. And, you know, it's very unfortunate that I think only 2 of our projects in the history have really done that and done it well. If there's any way you can be leaders in that, I think that'd be phenomenal. And the last thing I will say is yes, no offense, but the look of the building is just, again, my personal taste. It's nowhere near what I would do. I also have heard from many residents just speaking over the years of how our development looks. I think it would buy a lot more support if people had, I mean, pitched roofs, more of that craftsman look, something that's homey. Like you walk into, there's parts of Europe that are just so well done and so beautiful, and parts of Boulder used to be like that, and it's like this homey feel instead of this industrial California downtown. I don't know, it's a welcoming feel versus these cold, unwelcoming buildings. So again, I understand there's different people, you know, people have different styles, but just my take, so.
Bob.
I'll say 2 things. First, let me address the cash in lieu. As the council's liaison to Boulder Housing Partners, I feel I must correct the record a little bit. There's been far more than 2 on-site inclusionary housing developments over the years. A lot of them have actually been built. We can certainly have Kurt send a list out. While
He did.
I know, but there's been more than 2. As Kurt indicated in his email, we can do lots of things with cash in lieu. One is we can buy much deeper affordability. We can go down to the 30% or even below that AMI when we give the money to Boulder Housing Partners or Thistle, some of the other organizations that build affordable housing as their expertise. If we were to require that here, if we could require it here, we would be getting it at 60% AMI. So we go much deeper into the affordable housing. Second, we can get far more affordable housing units with cash because we can leverage that in a lot of ways. And so this on-site would produce X number of units, roughly 25% of the units they're building, but we can get far, far more affordable units elsewhere in town by having cash. So while there's certainly a social benefit to having on site, and if the math works out for this project, put it on site, that's great. But let's not ignore the fact that if it doesn't work out in this site, we're actually going to get more units that are more deeply affordable in another place. So it's not a bad thing. Cash in lieu is not a bad thing.
Hey, can I ask a
go
follow-up
ahead.
question about this? So what are the devices that we can't leverage through this development? Because the investment tax credit's available, right? The city can contribute to it, and BHP could even manage it. So what is not available if you do it on site? I've never quite understood the.
Yeah, that's probably worthy of longer discussion. One thing, I'll just speak to one, but I think there's some other factors, and maybe we'll just have Jeremy send a note out to council, because I think it's worth a good discussion. One of it is simply the economy of scale, where through the economy of scale with Boulder Housing Partners is building only affordable units in a particular development. They can build a lot more units on a less expensive cost per door than what can be created here. But let's have that discussion.
Okay, that's fine.
I mean, Kurt touched on it in his email today, but we can certainly explore that. But moving off of whether it's on-site, I mean, they can bring us back and tell us whether on-site works or not. If it does, that's great, but let's not look at cash in lieu as necessarily a negative, because there's a lot of benefits to cash in lieu as well. I actually agree with Lisa and Mirabai and others who have not been delighted by the design. I'm not delighted by the design either, and I feel a little awkward as a lawyer telling a room full of architects what it should look like. So all I can do is react as a human being and say it's lucky. It's really edgy and sharp, and it doesn't make me feel good. And I think if I'm walking down Canyon Street, I'm not going to be really proud of that building. I don't know what to tell you what to do with it, other than if you can make it look a little prettier, a little softer, a little bit less edgy, that would be great. I know that's not very specific instruction, but if you can improve upon the design a bit, that would be swell. Thanks.
Were you trying to wrestle that to the ground?
It's fine. It was just an email we received from Kurt.
No?
Okay, Aaron.
Well, I kind of like the design. I do like some of the unique touches to it. So if you can make it conform with some of the other comments, but keep some of the unique features of it, great. I'll leave that up to you, but just not everybody dislikes the sketches that you have there, I'll just say. Just a few quick remarks. Just the housing here is very much welcome and appreciated. We need more housing in town, particularly right next to downtown, where people can walk to work or walk to the bus or walk to whatever else they want to do. So that's great to see. Integrated affordable would be great from a kind of social perspective, but I just want to echo Bob's comments. Cash and Loop does provide us other benefits in the community, such as more total affordable units. So it's not like that's a terrible thing if it works out that way. I just wanted to put out there that I think the parking reduction is fine. Again, you're a block from our main transit center, and you can walk everywhere and you can bike everywhere. And if there's a place you can live without a car, it would be this spot. So that feels fine to me. I know you're working on activating the 15th Street side. Please continue on that work. As Adrian, using your office right over there, it's like, so it's got a lot going on there, and it'd be great to contribute to the nature of that. My son's at Boulder High, so there's a lot of student traffic down there. Make it pleasant to walk by as a student. That'd be nice. I just want to echo some of the council comments and the neighbor comments that I think moving that pool deck to the northwest corner is really important. I understand how that could be a real noise problem on the south side. So thanks for making that move. I'd strongly encourage you to continue with that. And I thought Ms. Montoya had some really interesting comments. She particularly about the pollinator project that they're working on. So if there are ways that you can integrate with some of those projects that the neighborhood has going on, I think so much the better. You've got a fair amount of landscaping area on the west side, and I imagine some on the ditch. If you could bring them in and think about ideas and make another pollinator garden as part of your streetscape, I think that could be a win-win. So anyway, I'll just echo what Sam said. I think you work on some of the details. I think you've got a project that will really add to the downtown. So thank you.
I just want to add, I'm thrilled to see housing down here and not offices. So I thank you for that. We so need it. So.
In wrapping up, I'll say I mostly agree with what Aaron and Sam said. And yes to housing. One thing I did like about this building is it doesn't look like every other box that we see. So I'll underscore that is nice. I too am conflicted about the on-site versus cash in lieu, and I understand the benefits. I do know our community would like it more integrated if we could figure that out. It just feels more like community. Anyhow, I appreciate that we'll have more housing downtown. I think that that's also a community value. So with that, anything else?
I have one really minor point that I just thought I would add from a design element. I heard this from a couple of people about permeability. You know, one of the things about the structure that doesn't work so much for me is how internal facing it is. If it's possible to do something where people can see through, even if they're not supposed to go through, because it's a private space, but if they could see through, or if there's a way to arrange where the bike path goes, just a thought, because I have heard a few mentions of that too.
Sure. We're going to be here
Thank you,
all night.
Council. We'll be very quick.
Okay.
Just want to address some of the points that were made. Firstly, I want to mention that we are stepping down on the south side, and I kept forgetting to say that, but we are stepping down to 2 stories along the Goss Grove side.
Okay.
So that is a given. That's not in question at all. In terms of balconies, we're required in this zone to provide balconies of 60 square feet for every unit. I don't believe there's a way out of that unless Mr. Farrow can tell me there is.
No, you can't modify open space standards.
So every unit has to have a balcony, and that's been one of the challenges that we had to work with. In terms of roof shapes and density, at 38 feet, which is what the height limit is, we cannot ask for higher than that under the moratorium. It is very difficult to do anything other than a flat roof. And that's something to keep in mind when we're talking about height moratoriums, that even in a zone that is the highest density zone downtown that allows up to 55 feet, we cannot do more than 38, which we're even 1 story less than is the norm downtown, and we could not possibly do anything other than a flat roof and have even 3 stories, which I know some people call 4.
Adrian?
Yes.
I thought the downtown district was exempt from the moratorium.
Not south of Canyon.
Stops at Canyon.
Right.
I can't read.
Because they ruined the other side of Canyon.
Ubi de Kemosabe. And we will definitely look at some of the design points that were raised and try not to undermine anything that other people may like. I think my colleague here has something to add in terms of some of the other points.
You don't.
Just to kind of address the discussion on on-site affordable, we will definitely look into it. We have been looking into it. There are a lot of challenges to overcome, it seems like, based on what we're finding out, but we will continue to investigate and see what we can do.
Great, thank you.
Great, thank you. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, and so with respect to the balconies and how they're required, I just wanted to make note of, as we go through the site review criteria piece project, I know that's something that's gotten talked about for forever, that balcony requirement and the open space.
Okay, so we're going to.
That's it.
Okay, everybody can't just have one more. Can we be done? We are going to be here literally all night.
I think you can do balconies, but just do them tastefully.
Tasteful balconies, there you go. Thank you for looking into that affordable housing. Appreciate it. All right, with that, we are going to end this. Thank you so much.
Your next item is recommendations for appointments to the Community Police Oversight Task Force.
So I'm going to just start out briefly to discuss this item.
But they also.
At the Council Agenda Committee on Monday, we were asked to put some information up on a PowerPoint just to remind the council about the task force purpose and work that was contained in the charter that you adopted a few weeks ago. I'm not going to go on. I've got 3 slides that really outline the charter, but I think this is the slide that you're most interested in. We received 48 amazing applications. from our community. And the task force subcommittee, which consisted of Aaron Brockett, Mary Young, Darren O'Connor, Annette James, and Jude Landsman, made some recommendations to you. They had hard work to do because they had 48 to review, and they were amazing people, as I've indicated. Following the recommendation that you have in your packet, there was a comment that we want to make sure that as the task force itself moves forward, that they are going to be thinking about the qualifications of members if there is ultimately an oversight board. And we put this slide up there simply to remind you that that is already one of the items that you had in the charter as a direction to the task force to think about as they provide recommendations to you. So they've got a lot of work to do, and I think we're ready to hear from council about what your appointments are.
Great. Do either of you guys want to, who served on the panel, want to speak to it? You don't have to. But you're welcome.
No, I just wanted to speak to my dissent on Sammy Lawrence. And Annette James wrote a very detailed letter this morning. And I just wanted to address where I was coming from on Thursday morning. I had half an hour to look at the difference between the NAACP suggestions, which were sent as a block. And so that was the first surprise that I had, that it was all just one block. And so already it was the majority. Sammy was rated quite high, and on my rating, I had him as number 42. And so I was very inarticulate that morning, and I was operating on my gut, as I think a lot of us do, as we begin down the path of figuring out why we're going a certain direction. So I wanted to just address that because, as I said, I was inarticulate. And what I was kind of reacting to in my gut was, from this vantage point, what we've seen is, or at least what I felt was, quite a bit of theater coming from Mr. Lawrence. And not just in this room, but I had an opportunity to watch the body cam video, and I saw more of that as well, which concerns me. And I think that's what I was referencing on Thursday. It raised questions for me, and it just raised questions for me as to what's going on here, and trying to understand it. Since then, since Thursday, which I began thinking about all of this immediately after the words came out of my mouth, and I've been thinking about it, and over the weekend, or I think it was over the weekend, we received some more information as to Officer Lolatai. And the information that I think has been, the public has been operating off of is the Fox News coverage of Officer Lolatai. We got a different perspective on Officer Lolatai, which just provided me with another perspective. And so with what was provided on over the weekend and just my thoughts about it, I still feel that Mr. Lawrence should not be appointed to the task force. And the reason is because there seems to be some sort of indication to me that his participation in this task force could be counter to the objectives of being collaborative and contributing member to the task force based on what I've seen at the from here and what I saw on the body cam video. And I also on Thursday morning referenced some confidential information which remains as such. So that's why I still dissent, and I just wanted to share that with you guys, and I wanted to further elaborate on what my sentiments on Thursday morning.
Okay, Aaron, and then.
Do you mind? Yeah, yeah, well, I just want to say, I'll come back to the matter, Mr. Lawrence, but I want to say that we did the subcommittee met twice and had a number of emails in between, and we reviewed all those 48 applications and then worked together last week to come up with a set of recommendations. And I felt we did have a disagreement on the matter of Mr. Lawrence's appointment, but in general, it was a collaborative process. I think it was very productive, and I appreciated the other three representatives from the community from the NAACP for coming together and working with us. So I felt like it was a good process overall. And then to the specific matter of Mr. Lawrence, I'll just say that my voting to recommend him as one of the 13 was not a weighing in on the merits of his encounters with police officers that have happened recently, but speaking more to his lived experience as a young African-American man in the city of Boulder, has experienced homelessness, has a disability, and also someone who has law enforcement members in their family. So I feel like he has a background that could lend a valuable perspective to the group overall. So that was why I did and continue to support his appointment to the panel.
Cindy.
So I join with Mary in being disquieted by Mr. Lawrence's appointment, given that there are 2 charges pending against him from our police force. And I viewed body cams on both sides. I viewed his. I read the letters of all of the persons who were appointed, and I appreciate the work that has been done. I thank you all, if there's anyone in the audience, for putting that forward. But I am concerned about the pending cases. One is for obstruction, and I did view the body cams, and the other is for resistance. And putting some affirmation behind the police force and what they were doing. But again, that hasn't been decided. This is only one perspective, and I would agree with Mary that it would be better if he was not on the group.
Lisa?
I also agree with Mary. I think the purpose of this task, well, I know that the purpose of this task force is to make recommendations to us, and we want the group to be diverse, and I compliment Mary and Aaron and the NAACP and anybody else who had input on the diversity of the group. I think it's a fantastic group, and I think it's a group of people that's going to give us some very biased and balanced and diverse and objective opinions, and that's what we're seeking, right? Because we're seeking advice on a potential oversight board. I share Mary's concern, as endorsed by Cindy, that it would be awkward for us to have a person on that board, where we seek an objectivity, who has charges pending and who has made allegations against the police force. I take Aaron's comments about someone with a lived experience, and as my understanding is, the task force will receive comments from members of the community, and so I think Mr. Lawrence and any other member of the community who has lived experience who would like to share that with the task force, they can certainly testify and share those opinions. But I think I support Mary in discouraging the appointment of Mr. Lawrence, not because I have any bias or objection to him personally, but I just think that we need to have a group of people who are going to be as objective as possible.
And I would basically agree with exactly what Bob just said. I would just add to that, I think the fact that we have pending cases and they're under investigation and they haven't been resolved yet, I think is really important. so I'd like to get that resolved, and Mr. Lawrence would be able to participate in the discussion. So I think that's good. I think having a somewhat smaller group makes it somewhat more functional. And for me, it's very important that this group get down to work, not have distractions, and be collaborative, and really come up with what their task is at hand. So I think it's been said, so I don't know what we would do in order to get an odd number, but.
I'm not sure, actually, if having an odd number will really matter, because we have a majority minority. The point about we're not expecting everybody to always
Right,
agree.
right. They don't need
So we can have a diversity opinion. Mirabai.
I was just going to say, I think I'll fifth my colleagues for the reasons that they stated and keep it at that.
Sam?
Yeah, I don't have much in particular to say about Mr. Lawrence because that's a pending, outcome that we don't know, and so it's not a factor in my decision one way or another. What is a factor is the number of people on the committee, and mostly I personally would have supported 11 if we could have worked on 11 because, it's going to be hard work and the community can participate, so it's not going to be excluding people. It's just going to be about how will the committee get its work done, because it is often hard, the larger the number of people, the more difficult meetings are, and then people get less time to support their positions and where they want to go. So, that's the one thing, but that, I think the folks who have been brought forward are going to do a good job for us. So it doesn't sound like my opinion on Mr. Lawrence matters because there's already a majority who have said their piece. One thing I want to take the time to do is kind of reiterate what I think are the key work products that we're going to need to really understand in order to be able to use the recommendations to get the community's end. And so I think there's two really main areas for me. How will that board be composed? Who will sit on the board? How will they be selected? And how will we make sure the representation is broad in a community sense and also takes into account the needs of the police force and the human beings who are having to do that work as well. So that's one piece, is how will we seat them? The next piece is what will they do? So I really hope to see policy suggestions out of that group. And that's probably, for me, the most important thing is how do we as a council supervise our police force in a way that gets action that the community wants. So that's our function, is to hear from the community and make sure that we're passing on advice through the city manager that gets the policing the community deserves. And then the other piece of it is if there will be disciplinary hearings or not through this board. If so, would they be confidential? What would the process of that action be? And specifically, what other cities have done things that are similar that we can learn from. I thought when we had the hearing the other night, the discussion of what had gone right and wrong in Memphis was really interesting to me. So other communities have done this. And so when we hear back from the task force, I hope to hear about why the suggestions are being made and what other experiences other cities have. So I think the board will do a good job, and I'm very supportive of the work that everyone's done to get here.
Yeah, and I'll underscore that. I do think it's really important, looking forward to what the task force comes up with. I'll be honest, I don't want to open up a can of worms, but the police department is union. I'm sure other cities have unions as well. They're governed by a collective bargaining agreement. So how this works with that is another element that I don't know, but we'll need to have the task force kind of think about how that works. Because ideally what comes out of this task force will be a proposal that is well vetted and you've thought through the different angles of how we could actually operationalize it. So I'll just throw that out there as well as something to be thought through. Gathering from my colleagues, it does seem like there is 5. Yeah, go ahead.
Before you go there, can I just make, I wanted to carry forward something from the subcommittee. There were at our meeting last week, there was some worry about letting go of the community-based aspect of the process that the subcommittee had, that had the community members involved with the recommendations here, and specifically from the NAACP. And there was a hope from that I heard from the members of the NAACP that was very important to them, that there be a similar community-involved aspect to the appointment of the oversight board members. So that was a really strongly held interest and concern from those folks, and I wanted to carry that forward and mention.
And that was unanimous on that sentiment, so
yes,
it's an important piece.
I wanted to bring that out as we kind of go forward to talk to the commission and task force, that was a real interest in Marriott.
So that's one of the reasons why we brought the charter up. So if you look at bullet number 2, some of the things that the task force needs to look at are the recommended number and qualifications of members and the manner of appointment of the oversight board members. And so those are the 2 places I think where there would be an opportunity for them to say the community needs to be involved in the manner of appointment and what are the qualifications.
Yeah.
So we had thought about that already.
Understood that that's part of the charter. Just want to carry that concern forward, that there be a community involvement in that process.
And I would just further add that to the extent that that's how we got to the charter in the first place, that it would be useful to have that described by the task force as to what the composition might be and how we would get there. Because you could have different groups of the community nominate different people to be approved by council. So there could be, a diverse process for bringing people forward to sit on the oversight board.
There could be.
Okay, anything else on charter? Go ahead.
Oh, no, just final words.
Okay. All right, well then, on makeup, it sounds like there was a majority that would like us to just go with the 12 people minus.
11.
Well,
I mean,
okay.
I agree
Nobody
with
said who
Stan.
else they wanted to take off.
Yeah, I don't know who would take off, but I think the smaller the group, the better they function.
I guess, do we really want?
Well, so here's one thing that I will say, the committee did instead of appointing some alternates, just decided on 13, because we thought that the 2 extras could be the alternates, as other people might not be able to come to all the meetings or to serve through the whole process. So that was one thing that we did discuss.
Okay.
I guess I'll say the reason I'm comfortable going forward with 12 is, well, first of all, I didn't weigh in and didn't meet, the people who were applying, so I feel like the appointing group, the task force, has done a good job, and this is not a consensus required group. I mean, they're, if they split 6-6, for instance, and we get 2 reports from them, then I think we'll then have to weigh in. And so I don't feel like we should arbitrarily go down to 11.
Right, I don't think so either.
And I'm fine.
You fine? Okay, then. I guess we're not doing this by motion. We're just going to agree with what's been put forward.
I think you need a motion.
Well, then we have to.
You have to act to a point. Yeah, that's.
we
That's
have
my
to-
understanding.
Then we have to open it up to.
Yeah, I'll just make one more comment here, which is I think when you invite the community in to participate in the process, it's certainly council's prerogative to not take their recommendation, but I think you lose some of the benefit from having the community involved if you do not take the recommendation.
Are you saying we're not doing that, or we are?
No, we're not fully doing that because we're not taking the full recommendation.
Okay, we need a motion then.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
To appoint the 12 who have been nominated by the task force.
Okay. Then we have to have a public hearing.
Sure.
Okay. So because we're having a motion, we're going to open up a public hearing. Does anybody want to speak to this? Okay. We'll start with Darren, and then folks can sign up. Great.
So, Darren O'Connor, I'm here in gratitude for the opportunity we've had as members of the NAACP to serve our community, and I'm speaking on behalf of the three of us who were on the subcommittee to recommend a list of task force members to you to vote on tonight. And you have attorneys here, some of you are attorneys, and you're making decisions based on a man who is innocent until proven guilty, based on information that you're getting privately. This man has representation, some of the best representation in the state, and it has yet to be decided, but you are judging. And that is why we want the community to make these decisions. So unfortunately, something that started out feeling good, as Councilmember Brockett has stated, it's taking away from the feelings of good faith that we had coming into this. Otherwise, participation on the committee was a positive process, and unfortunately, Mr. Lawrence received only four of 5 of our votes, with only Councilmember Young dissenting. And to a person, when the three of us from the NAACP were asked by the Daily Camera journalists which of us had voted against Lawrence, all of us chose not to answer, thus respecting and showing dignity towards Councilmember Young's dissent. Even if we did not agree with her position, we did not believe her opinions bore public airing, but it turns out neither did she, because Councilmember Young, you did not share publicly until tonight what you shared with us in that room. We did not debate you, we simply accepted your reasoning, but I had no idea it was going to come to this, with arguments against Sammy here tonight. Let me talk about why we chose Sammy. We chose him for several reasons, all of which we believe should be the basis for your yes vote for him, just as we believe a yes vote for the other 12 recommendations is appropriate. Sammy brings experience as a young black man living in Boulder, experience as a person who is homeless in Boulder, experience as a disabled man in Boulder. He's recently been arrested and jailed, which is another lived experience the charter called for. You're voting against what was called for in the charter, okay? You're voting against what you suggested in your vote for this charter. 4 of the 5 of us felt strongly in support for Lawrence. He comes from a family of law enforcement and was sure to thank one of the deputies that treated him with dignity during his arrest when he spoke to you of the incident right here at council. A vote against him now would leave us at the NAACP feeling our community voice has been undermined and silenced. But I do want to thank you for this opportunity to address racial bias in our community and ask that you please give a yes vote to all 13 members of the task force that we've recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Who else?
Judy Houston.
Hi, I'm Judy Houston. I was here on the 18th of March, and one of the things that struck me about that night was the degree of emotional outpouring, not just from the community, but also from our mayor and council. And it was an outpouring of support for getting rid of racial bias in the policing. And what I'm seeing here tonight is kind of an erasure of that. And what I would really ask you to do is to consider that Sammy Lawrence is actually kind of the perfect person for this panel. And I appreciate the awkwardness of him having been charged, been arrested and charged with two counts. Appreciate that is a little bit awkward, but I think that he provides a perspective on that whole business that is really, really important. And I think it's really simple for a bunch of folks who don't have any experience living on the street, who don't have any experience living as a young man of color, who don't have any experience of having lived rough on the streets, to lay judgment on this young man. And I have found him to be a delightful human being. And yes, he does have a certain amount of theatricality, but I love it. I think he's kind of the perfect person for the job. And I really, really object to the erasure of the process. The 4 out of 5 of the panel that were coming together to figure out who to recommend recommended Sammy, and yet you're choosing to ignore that fact. This is disingenuous and really disturbing to me. So I really would ask that you reconsider Sammy. I think he would be a fabulous contributor to the whole process, and indeed has a unique perspective on the problems of policing and the problems of being a person of color in this town, which is never an easy thing.
Thank you.
Madeline Strong-Woodley.
Good evening. I wanted to just say, I'm that person from Memphis that worked on the task force, in creating the task force under the mayorship of Dr. Willie Harrington, first African-American mayor for the city of Memphis. One of the things that was critical was that we included grassroots people. We include people from the community, from people that can relate to typically the people that would be victimized, allegedly victimized, and in many instances victimized, because they would reach the message, the persons that we were trying to communicate with. It needed to be a complete cross-section. So there were people from the hood, and the hood in Memphis, I guarantee you, is no comparison to, you don't even have a hood. So that was one factor. And then one of the other factors was that we included a community person, not necessarily educated, formally educated. Her name was Mrs. Johnny Mae Peters. She was respected by everybody from the gangbangers. She was at church every Sunday. She passed away a few years ago. She served on the board with me of the NAACP branch, Memphis branch. So those factors were critical in receiving it and diffusing some of the volatile situations that our task force was charged with working with. I have looked into some, since that was the first, and since then, yes, as we do, we live and we learn. And so I would like to think that they're better today. We were good then, but I'd like to think they still exist. And so those two factors, people of grassroots, and then we need a Miss Johnny Mae that everybody respects and listens to and can get to the people and get to the root of the problem. Thank you.
Great, thank you. That's it? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and turn back to us. I don't know, go for the vote. I guess the one thing I would say is I'm a little torn here. I think the only issue for me is just that the charges are pending, not whether or not weighing in on guilt or any of that. It's just the nature of having somebody who has issues with the department in a position to set up the accountability for the department is, I think, I'll use the word awkward. Yes, it's awkward, and but I'm happy to go with the mood of the council. I do appreciate the work that's gone into coming up with this. So anybody else want to say anything?
I will just say that I have every confidence in Dr. Love, who's going to be the facilitator of doing a fantastic job of leading this group through the whole charter.
Anything else, Aaron?
Yeah, I agree with that, Mary. I think Dr. Love will do a fantastic job. And I'm going to vote no on the motion because I feel like council would have been better off accepting the full set of recommendations from subcommittee. But I do feel like the 12 people in the motion are all fantastic. And I think that the task force that they comprise will do an excellent job with the next steps.
Anybody else? Okay. We have a motion to proceed with appointing the 12 people to this task force that have been recommended. All those in favor? All those opposed? Great. Thank you.
Your next item is a presentation of the results of the library funding poll.
So as we get set up here, I just want a note to council that this discussion is purely about the polling and understanding what the polling means, and we are not going to discuss the ballot measure or legalities about the ballot measure or our role in the ballot measure. We're going to do all that a week from now. So save all those questions, write them down, send them in if you want, and we'll just focus on understanding what this does and doesn't tell us.
So David, I think you're going to introduce our presenter.
I am. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I'm David Farnan, Library and Arts Director for the City of Boulder. As you remember, when we presented our master plan, council requested that we do a financial analysis. In November, we presented a comprehensive financial analysis from G.K. Baum. From that point, council requested that we do some public polling to test some ideas with the public. At that point, we hired the Center for Research and Public Policy. They worked with a couple of council members, a library commissioner, and a group of staff to put together that survey. It was conducted in last month. I guess I should say you requested a statistically valid survey, which we completed, and I'm very pleased to introduce Jerry Lindsley, the founder and principal CEO, I guess, of Center for Research and Public Policy.
Great. Thank you for your time this evening. My task then is to take about 15 minutes of your time just to walk you through and present to you the results to the survey that we worked on together. So that's my task. At the end, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Just wanted to point out, I'll just flip through some of this pretty rapidly. The areas for investigation. Surveys are often built like books and they have chapters. These that are up on the screen right now are the chapters that we had. Each one of them we built questions around. We began with history, use, and relationship with the library. Tested on how well the library does and meets expectations of the community that was surveyed. Perceptions of the library in general. All of these were done early in the survey. Interest in the process for funding, just to see if people are paying attention to the issue of funding the library and to meet new and expanding community needs going forward. Overall support or opposition to increased funding, first broadly and overall, and then we offered 4 different tiers of potential increases in taxes to help support the library. Support or opposition at 4 different levels to increase taxes for library funding, and then some impressions of various approaches to the funding of the library that will be in your hands to consider over time. We did collect some demographics towards the end that equipped us to look at subgroups by some of the core questions that are held within the survey instrument as well. So very briefly on methodology,
We used a quantitative rather than qualitative research design. We included a phone survey, 500 residents throughout the city, and then we had some qualifying areas outside the city. About 75% of both the phone survey and the online survey were within the city. Accompanying the phone survey, we also did an online survey that was accessible at various websites and such, and we had 1,031 residents of either the qualifying areas or the city completed that survey. Cooperative and collaborative effort by the work group to come up with the survey design. And then once it was approved, we went to field. It was broadcast as the online survey. And then we went to task with the phone bank and making the calls using a mixed access methodology, which allowed us to get to landlines as well as through to cell phones too. One of our obligations to you is to make sure that the process is fair, objective, and that the surveys were balanced, all scales, either numeric or verbal, were balanced so that it couldn't be criticized by being a biased survey. Everything that was done pretty much in-house. That ranged from survey design to sample, plan design, pre-testing, computer programming, fielding, coding, editing, verification, validation, logic checks, computer analysis, and then finally reporting of these results. The phone survey was completed between March 15th and the 26th of March. We usually call between 5 and 9 p.m. On weekends, it's 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Respondents qualified if they indeed confirmed that they were a resident of either Boulder or the qualifying communities and were 18 years of age or older. Statistically, those of you that follow statistics or remember Statistics 101, a 500 sample represents a plus or minus 5% at a 95% confidence level. That's to say, if we were to replicate these results, go out and replicate these results and complete the survey 100 times more, 95 out of those 100 times, we would be coming back to you with results that are within plus or minus 4.5% of the results that you're about to see tonight. So all populations are pretty much proportional to population contribution within the geographic areas that we're surveying. And we pull by census block, census group block level so that no one area of Boulder is either underrepresented or overrepresented within the survey. So it's proportional to population contribution. Super random digit sampling just means that we get through to unlisted households. A lot of places, including places like, throughout Nevada has perhaps 74% unlisted. So we always have to try to get through to unlisted households as well. And mixed access just simply means that we're getting through to both cell and landline households. Online survey programmed, broadcast between March 15th and April 5th. It was in both English and Spanish available. And the folks that were involved in this put this on their website, as well as used social media and distributed postcard flyers too to get the word out that it was available. I'll spend most of my time on the more statistically sound version of this, which is the 500 sample survey. And we'll get started on going through some of the results. I'm going to skip right to history and use. So it was important to us early on to find out who we're talking to. So we found that about 15% of the phone samples respondents said that they were very frequent users. Frequent was 16.6. Moderate users was 17.8. So we had about half the population of respondents to the phone survey suggesting they were very frequent or moderate users. Relationship questions early in a survey are important to us so that we also know who we're talking to. We don't do satisfaction surveys, we do relationship surveys. There's a huge difference. It's someone who's satisfied with an organization can easily depart, leave them, and go on to someone else. So we look at, the way you look at relationships is, are they an advocate? Are they out there talking about the library in this case? Are they loyal, which means they're going to stick with you through thick and thin? Are they satisfied? So, or dissatisfied, or just unsure? And here were the results. 34.9% suggested their relationship is as an advocate, 22.5% as loyal, 38% as satisfied, 1.7% as dissatisfied, and 2.8% as unsure. Another important question, equipping us again to do some cross-tabulations later, is expectations. And this is a very common question. Is the service organization meeting your expectations always, most of the time, sometimes, seldom, or never? So we had a cumulative total of 89.1% reporting to us that the Boulder Public Library, either always at 44.8% or most of the time at 44.3%, meets our expectations. Library perceptions, again, setting the stage for us for a future analysis on if there is to be a vote on the issue of support of their perceptions of the library in general. So 4 perception questions were posed, and the opportunity to strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or strongly disagree were offered to all the respondents in both the phone and the online survey. The first one is the library is important to the vitality of Boulder and the Boulder area. 96.8% suggested that either strongly agree or somewhat agree. And those of you that are familiar with the bell curve, what would normally happen here, it would be a higher number for somewhat agree, a lower number for strongly agree. So this shows us as researchers intensity, and the perception of the library is very, very impressive. So when you see this kind of thing, it's not only support, not only satisfaction, but there's some intensity of feeling towards the library here. The second perception question was the library is an integral part of educating youth in Boulder and the Boulder area. 92.4% either strongly or somewhat agreed. The library contributes to a positive quality of life in Boulder and the Boulder area, 96.4%. And then 96.6% cumulative total for strongly and somewhat agree with the library contributes to lifelong learning. Okay. Interest in the process. So that was the next section. So interest in the process of funding with an introduction to the master plan. We found 28% were following the process right now, so just over a quarter. The next question was interest. So despite those, the lower number for following it, there was extreme interest. 68%, just over 2/3, had an interest in the funding process. Importance of funding. Before we even got into dollar amounts or tax implications, we asked the question, well, let me just go through this. All survey respondents were presented with the following. The Boulder Public Library is currently primarily funded by property taxes and sales taxes that are paid in Boulder. The Boulder Public Library Master Plan recognized that the library operates within an annual funding process that does not meet continuing and growing numbers of card holders and community needs for increased new programs, services, improved facilities, and technology. The researchers then asked, without knowing the exact amount of money required to meet community demand, how likely are you to support or oppose increased funding of the library in general? So here we have 77.4% in general supported increased library funding, as either definitely would support or probably would support. At 11.4% tell us they would definitely or probably oppose to it. When we remove unsure respondents, those that don't know or are undecided about that question, that moves to 87.4% would support library increased funding. So after that, we then did, we then move into, the tax implications. So all respondents were presented with the following. We have had the opportunity to present the current and future needs of the public library in this survey. To meet needs identified in the Boulder Public Library Master Plan, a property tax increase could be considered for residential and local business property owners. For renters and business tenants, this may mean an increase in rent. So then we moved, we just identified it as an average household of $850,000. Your share of the cost may be more or less depending on the value of your home. And then we moved into 4 different tiers and asked at each tier if they would support that kind of an increase, a tax increase, to support the Boulder Public Library. At the first level, at $280 more per year, we had 45% suggest that they would definitely support or probably support. 38%, 38.2% probably oppose or definitely oppose. That left us with 16.6% that were unsure. We then removed the don't knows or the undecided, or just make an observation of just those that have an opinion about this at 280. And we're at 54%, 54.2% would support $280 per year.
Can I ask a quick question? Sorry, I'm over here. Is it common when deciding, what level of support to remove the unsure folks? I mean, is that a common tactic to look at both side by side, or?
It is for us very common, yes. And in fact, we present both, of course. So we show it in both ways. But the only way you can get a picture of what might happen is we make an assumption that if all things are equal, how things might play out among those that have not made up their minds. And in most of the time, the undecided, in a political election, for example, will fall out very similarly to those that have already made a decision over time. Doesn't always happen that way. Messaging can throw things off. We've seen it lots of times in referendums and plebiscites where a postcard goes out the next morning and changes things. So it just depends on opposition groups and such, but we usually see if all things are considered equal as time goes on over the weeks since a poll is taken and you get to a plebiscite, the undecideds typically fall out pretty much the same way.
So great. So we would look at these numbers and add, for instance, 8% to each of the numbers because 16% are unsure, something like that?
Well, it's proportionally moved up. It's not just divided in half.
So I see. They fall out at the same rates. Okay.
Exactly. Right. So at 280, we're at 54.2%. At 220, you pick up 0.6 and 4.0. So you bump up to 49.8% in support. And without don't knows, that bumps up to 58.8%. You move to 160 a year, and we now have picked up a few more folks that said, oh, okay, I wasn't happy with 280, but I could do 160. So we're up to 57.2%, removing the undecided, and you are at 66.2%. And then at $90 per year, okay, you're not okay with the first 3 tiers, so what about $90 per year? Is that something that's comfortable for you? That's not the way the question was phrased, but we pick up 2.8 and 7.2, so now we're up to 67.2% in support and 76.2% without the unsure or the undecideds as well.
Can I ask a quick question there? Over here.
Sure, I'm sorry.
So just in your professional opinion, how much of that is about the exact number that you're picking, and how much of it is like, well, you keep going down, and then at a certain point, people are like, oh, wow, this is the 4th time you've gone down. I guess I could do this. You see what I'm saying?
We're bringing them to their comfort level.
Well, I'm just to rephrase it, do you feel like it's really exactly about these numbers, or more about, well, the 3rd time you reduced it, now I'm...
No, people went and said no to that. We were only at 67.2%.
So you feel like the dollar numbers are
So I think people are honestly conveying to us their comfort level.
Can I follow up on that? Because there's there's a concept called anchoring. You're familiar with that, I'm sure, right? In other words, if I say, can I take $1 million away from you, and you say no, and I say, can I just take $1,000 away from you, you say, well, that sounds a lot better than $1 million, here's $1,000, right? In other words, at some point in time, it seems like a lot less than the first number. I guess I'd be kind of curious in your professional opinion, if you had just asked the $90 question, that was the first and only question asked, any suspicion as to how that would have turned out?
If you reverse the order?
No, just ask the $90 question.
If you only asked once.
Only ask one question.
Just that one question? I would imagine that it would fall out pretty much the way it is right here.
Have you ever tried that anchoring test?
Just as a separate.
As a control, if you will.
Control, yeah.
Not for the clients that we have. They haven't asked us to do either or both in the same survey. So it's usually the tier approach to find out the range at which people are. If a community that is a client of ours that's going for a new high school, for example, before they go to ballot, they want to know exactly what the level at which the community will support it. So then they decide, based on the results of the survey, what they can do. It's either the enhanced version of the design by the architects, or it's something less than that. So what the market will bear, if you will.
So can I ask a quick question about the packet? I know it's not your presentation, but this is a good time to ask it. So if we look on page 727 of our packet memo, it's got the $280 going as fund a library within the city of Boundary Boulder at the master plan service expansion level. And then when we go down to the fourth bullet, it's $90 per home to fund the difference between the current service and the master plan service expansion level. So those would be the same service levels, but one would be within the city of Boulder and one would be a district?
No, Sam. So those are all hypothetical scenarios. Only number 2, the 220, I think, used the expanded boundary, was drawn from that expanded boundary. So the $90 amount was with the library staying with the city, and that was to cover the roughly $3 to $3.5 million gap annually. But it doesn't account for, if I remember correctly, it does not account for internal cost allocation, which, as we remember from the financial analysis, is roughly, I don't remember, $3.4 million. So they're not apples to apples.
Okay, I couldn't parse the difference in the ending of the sentences, and the first bullet had the city of Boulder boundaries defined.
The 280, the most comparable things are the 280 tests the same for the city of Boulder runs the library, and this is paying for all of the cost, just with the taxpayers of the city of Boulder. The 220 is using the expanded boundaries. There are some additional services in that plan, but the cost is relatively, whatever that is, 20% if you spread it out among more people. Once we get to the $90 amount, we're not really testing apples to apples. It's really about covering the $3.2 or $3.5 million difference. The funding the gap, I think, is how we referred to it in the financial analysis.
Okay, yeah, I guess the reason I was confused, I'll just say it one more time and be done with it, is because the 160, which is then within the city boundaries, it funds direct municipal library costs at the master plan maintained service level. And the one below it says the amount needed to fund the difference between current municipal library service and the master plan service expansion level. So it sounded to me like it was, going for the same expansion level as the first bullet point was, but it doesn't matter.
We can talk offline. I'm happy. It is complicated because none of the scenarios that we drew the dollars from were easily comparable. But they are, those two don't match, and they don't match either of the first two categories.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, one more question before we move on. The original one said $90 or more than you're already paying. Did people ask, well, how much am I paying now?
No.
Is that relevant to this? Because, I guess now it's sales tax, but anyhow, what we polled was the increase. And I guess they're already paying something now. I guess that's
correct. That the additional amount, would you pay another $280 a year in taxes?
Okay. I guess I worry about that number if they knew what they were paying now and that was on top of it, I guess, is.
Everybody just got their tax assessment, so.
Anyhow, I just wanted to know if people put that together. Okay, carry on.
Okay, so moving on to approaches, towards the end of the survey, there were some tests in 3 different areas. First of all, a property tax versus sales tax. All respondents were asked if taxes do increase to enhance the library funding, if their preference would be for a property tax, sales tax, or some combination. So we were at 15.6% preferring a property tax, 29.4% preferring a sales tax, and 34% some kind of increase, with 20.6% that weren't really sure. So we were also asked to take a look at the difference between a tax increase and a reallocation of existing City of Boulder funds. So the preference was asked, each respondent was asked if they would prefer a tax increase or a reallocation. With 25.6% preferred a tax increase, 40.4% a reallocation, 8.6% didn't support either, and 25.4% were unsure.
So would the same thing apply here as in the other, on the tax levels? If we were going to allocate that 25%, could we assume that they should be allocated on a pro rata basis?
You could, yes, you could. We didn't, but you can.
So just do the math with me real quick. That would put that 40% at about 50 or 52%? Okay.
Yep. And people, of course, remember, you know, if this question was very limited. It didn't say where that reallocation would come from. If you said EMS services, the answer would be very different. So a lot of people probably would have preferred to say it just depends, but these were their choices. They could just say unsure, too. Independent district. So the idea of an independent library district was introduced as follows. To broaden the funding base for the Boulder Public Library, there is an option to establish an independent library district. The purpose of the library district is to share expenses among residents of the City of Boulder, Boulder Valley, and the adjacent mountain communities. Support was approximately 2-to-1. We had 45.4% either strongly or somewhat supporting a district, and 24.4% that were opposed. Without the don't knows or without the undecideds, it's 65% to 35%. What interested us here in this question was those that lived outside of the City of Boulder were even stronger proponents and supporters than within the city too. So I know my time, apologize for rushing. I know your time is limited tonight, and this is just an introduction to the material. I'll be happy to answer questions. But in the end, ladies and gentlemen, our reasons for believing in a favorable referendum don't center only on the dollar question. There's a lot of other factors that go into a research firm's analysis, and these are ours. We do this every day all around the country. We see referendums fail, we see them pass, and there's usually a lot of different reasons for each. We try to understand those reasons. So without knowing the tax implication, there exists significant support, 77.4%, for increased funding of the library in general. Just 11.2 were opposed, 11.4 unsure. Among those with an opinion, it was 87.4 to 12.6. That's pretty substantial spread between the two. Affinity is something that we look for. That's why we asked if we could put in questions about the relationship with the library, their expectations, are they being met? If those were much lower than I reported to you tonight, then we might be saying something differently to you about the spread between the outcomes on the tax questions. But we're not. Those who say the Boulder Public Library meets their expectations always or most of the time is 89.1%. Those are probably people that will come out and turn out to vote in support of additional funding. Those library users who describe themselves as advocates is 34.9%. And that's why you see the online survey, which was more tightly available to those that come to the library were so much higher. Those library users who describe themselves as advocates at 34.9, loyal at 48.6, the total of 83.5, both being levels above the satisfied users level. 2/3 of all respondents, 68%, report being very or somewhat interested in the funding process. A strong majority, 96.8%, suggests the Boulder Public Library is important to the vitality of Boulder. We also note with great interest support in the outlying areas for the library district. And however you look at the data, whichever level you look at, either 280 or 220 or down to 90, there is a spread between the support and the opposition. So this is all about messaging. You know, we've seen high school referendums defeated because a postcard goes out the next day talking about taking over soccer fields or being the most expensive high school in the country. So all things considered, all things equal, no strong opposition to this. It looks like a referendum would do well, and people really do value the public library here in Boulder. And we often, many times, late at night like this, we're presenting results that are unfavorable, that we think a referendum will fail. So in this case, we see strong support and strong affinity for your library here in Boulder. So happy to answer any questions that you have, apologizing if I went over 15 minutes.
Okay, we have a few questions for you. Go ahead, Bob.
First of all, this is not late at night. We're only halfway through.
Oh, yeah.
Just one question. Thanks for that report. I don't know if we've used your firm, polling firm, here in Boulder before. I know that some of the local polling firms who have done polling for us through the years on potential tax measures, obviously we don't want to put something on the ballot that unless we have a high confidence that it'll pass, have pretty consistently told us that for a tax measure or tax increase, you really want your polling to be between, at a minimum, between 60 and 65% favorable. Higher is better, but at a minimum, you don't want it to be below the 60s because there's some erosion. That's what our local polling companies have told us. Is that been your experience as well?
Not at all. Not at all, because it's all about the messaging. And that's why we asked you if we can add the affinity questions, the experience questions, the relationship questions, the expectation questions. We have to know that. Because even if it was 50-50 in the end, if you have strong affinity, strong support, and people describe their relationship with an organization within the city as loyal or I'm an advocate, that plays well. That means in a high school referendum or whatever it is, people will come out and turn out in support. So I have seen waste to energy plants that communities are opposed to in polling, but then they found out that the level of tax support that the waste to energy plant would bring to the community, and then the referendum passes overwhelmingly. I've experienced so much with referendums. You know, that Farmington scenario that I described to you is in Connecticut. It's an affluent community outside of Hartford. They lost a referendum huge, but it was because of an opposition group, and they were expected to win. They were fully expected to win. We were brought in to find out why the heck they lost and could they possibly win in a new referendum. But a postcard goes out and says the school is going to take over our kids' soccer fields in order to place the school or expand the footprint, and it will be the most expensive high school in the country. That was not true.
Okay, I'm going to speed us up a little bit. Okay.
I just want to follow on Bob's point. I think the reasons that you're talking about an organized opposition campaign is the reason that Bob is talking about why people look to start high, because for tax measures, we don't know. It will depend on which of these, scenarios is being run or whatever. But the erosion that can occur due to a negative campaign is, I think, why. Now, your affinity numbers are very interesting in that context, because it might be harder for a strong affinity community to get eroded back.
That's what we're saying. It'd be hard to get past those affinity numbers and the perceptions overall, and the perception questions about the library being of importance to the community.
So these, I have a question. These numbers would support either just raising a tax within Boulder, also creating a district. When you say you believe a referendum would pass, are you referring to either types?
Our task was not to test necessarily a district or which kind of tax. Our task was to find out at what level would the community support. And we're saying to you that even at the highest level, there's a good chance that it would pass. The library district was at the end of the survey. I'm sure there were people who had their reasons to ask that question, but that will pass too, if that's part of it.
I was just, yeah, okay.
By 65%, it's pretty strong.
Okay, any other questions about the data here? Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Can I just say, the big takeaway, people love our
Love the
libraries. And with good reason.
Yay, David. And our library commission. All right, very interesting. Appreciate it.
All right, next is your Prairie Dog Working Group, update and recommendations.
1, 2, 3, we just lost a quorum.
We call this the main event. We've already had several main events.
Well, we'll see how right we were.
We're right on.
Yep.
And we're 7 minutes off.
Yep.
7 minutes ahead.
Now we're off. All right.
Dan Burke, our interim open space director, is going to introduce this matter. Dan.
Well, good evening, and maybe we'll say good morning to each other as well. While our staff is getting set up for the presentation, I'll just want to quickly introduce other folks that are in the room that you might want to turn to tonight. And it might be helpful to have a reference of who's here. So from city staff, we have members from 3 different departments. Heather Swanson, our ecological stewardship supervisor, is up, along with Andy Pelster, our agriculture and water supervisor, and they'll be taking the lead in the staff presentation. Also from open space, we have John Potter, our resource right behind me, our resource and stewardship manager. With the planning department, we have Val Matheson, urban wildlife coordinator, and Parks and Recreation, Joy Master and Regina Elsner are here as well. So if you have questions for the 3 different departments, we have staff representing them. We also have staff from Boulder County Open Space. Therese Glowicki, the resource management manager, is here for Boulder County Open Space. If you have questions on prairie dog management questions from the county's perspective, she is here and can help to address those questions. We also have a few members from the Open Space Board of Trustees here, led by our chair, Tom Isaacson. And so if you have questions to our board, Tom will be happy to address them. And so we have about a 15-minute presentation prepared for you that Heather and Andy will lead through. I guess before, I just want to just take 15, 20 seconds just to say that over the last 6 weeks, we've obviously had a huge outpouring of community comments. We've personally been meeting and hearing from folks across the spectrum. We're meeting with ranchers and farmers and neighbors and those who are very concerned with the welfare of prairie dogs, folks that are very concerned with our southern grasslands. And even though we all are going to come from it with different perspectives on what are the exact correct management tools, the silver lining of all this is that we all those folks were coming with a deep respect for the land, a deep love of the land, and a deep appreciation for open space. So that's something that I've taken away from all the conversations that I've had the ability to have over the last few weeks. So just something to come in mind. We know we're going to talk about some difficult subject matters likely tonight, but the common foundation is this love of land that we all share. And so if we can just keep that in mind and keep that spirit alive as the night goes on, that'd be great. And with that, I'll turn it over to Heather.
Hi.
Okay, so just a quick outline of where we're going to go tonight with the presentation. We're going to start out and talk some about the Prairie Dog Working Group process, just to refresh your memories about that. Talk briefly about the Phase 1 recommendations, which have been completed and are being implemented now, and then the Phase 2 recommendations. Then we're going to move to some of the staff analysis that was done after our meeting with you in December at the study session that we held at that time. Then we also have some supplemental information that was discussed as being interesting to council back at the study session in December that we're going to talk about, and that's going to be looking at conflicts on ag properties. Then we're going to talk a little bit about the board feedback that we received regarding the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations, and then we're going to also talk about some of the board recommendations that fell outside the scope of those Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations. So first of all, just to kind of give you a preview, the question that we're going to be asking you tonight is, does City Council support the staff recommendations for implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations? So again, just to go back over the process a little bit to refresh your memories, Phase 1 of the Prairie Dog Working Group was to determine relocation methodologies under existing plans and policies. And that work was completed between February and May of 2017. And the recommendations were approved by the city manager in June of 2017. Phase 2 then was to come up with guiding principles for prairie dog management, looking at goals, objectives, strategies, and milestones that might include changes to plans and policies. And that work was done between December 2017 and June of 2018. So where we are in this overall process then is in August of last year, we took the Phase 2 recommendations to the 3 relevant boards, the Open Space Board of Trustees, the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, and the Environmental Advisory Board. In December then, we had a study session with council. And at the time, council directed staff to do some additional analysis on a subset of the recommendations. So we've done that analysis, and in April and early this month, we went to the 3 boards again to get their feedback on those, on that further analysis and recommendations for implementation. And so we're here now in May, back talking with you at City Council. So the Phase 1 recommendations, again, this was the first phase that was completed in 2017, came up with criteria for prioritizing relocation sending sites, criteria for prioritizing the receiving sites where the prairie dogs would go, providing adequate accommodations for all relocated prairie dogs, like artificial nest boxes, which is what these pictures are, helped to define successful prairie dog relocation, and directed the use of plague vaccine in the southern grasslands. The Phase 2 recommendations then were made up of a series of goals, objectives, strategies, and milestones for prairie dog management beyond the scope of that first phase. And the overall goal, as determined by the Prairie Dog Working Group, was to sustainably conserve prairie dogs in the Boulder region by implementing the following ecological, social, and economic goals, objectives, and strategies. So those goals and strategies were then subdivided into ecological, social, and economic. And the ecological overarching goal was to create and maintain 1 or more large prairie dog occupied ecosystem areas with plague-resistant prairie dogs and high-integrity grassland habitat. The social goal was innovative, non-lethal strategies to minimize conflict and increase public awareness. And the economic goal was to provide resources and capacity to secure prairie dog conservation. So again, now we're going to turn to some of the staff analysis of those Phase 2 recommendations and how we think that they could best be implemented at this point. When we came to you in December, we had already subdivided the Phase 2 recommendations into 4 categories. And Category 1 and Category 2 are those recommendations that were consistent with current plans and policies. The difference was Category 1 could be accomplished with current staffing and resources, and Category 2 would require additional resources. Categories 3 and 4 then were those recommendations that either were inconsistent with current plans and policies or had substantial trade-offs with other city priorities. Category 3, if those trade-offs could be dealt with, then could be done with existing resources. Category 4 would require additional resources. And so those Category 3 and 4 recommendations were the ones that council then directed staff to go back and do some additional analysis to see what implementation of those might look like. So Category 1 is largely on track for implementation. This is 10 different recommendations. These things are either ongoing in the current year work plan or in the near-term work plan in 2020. And some examples of that are that all relocated prairie dogs are receiving plague abatement, ensuring that the IPM policy allows for use of insecticides when necessary, and holding a public meeting for updating the community and the Prairie Dog Working Group on progress of implementation and for discussion of prairie dog management. Category 2 recommendations include a couple of subsets. The first of these is those that are on track for implementation. They're included in current or future budget requests and work plans. And some examples of those are to create and implement a fee structure for private landowners relocating to the city, provide barriers and exclusion on ag properties. Oop, that was it. And for these, there are several of these, and most of them will happen in 2020. But then there were a few of the Category 2 recommendations that as we started to go through implementation planning, work planning, and budgeting, we realized we were recommending modifying the scope somewhat of the recommendations. And so some examples of those are addressing 10% of conflicts annually, that modifying that scope to be something that was feasible as a recommendation. Establishing the Grassland Conservation Fund is highly reliant on the fee structure for private landowners, and so the scope of this and the timing of this would need to necessarily follow that process. And then to leverage support from the philanthropic community. Also,
I'm sorry, are you, the things you have listed are things that you're suggesting we modify, or that is the modification?
No, this is the recommendation. We are suggesting that there's a modification to the scope. So for instance, we're recommending addressing 10% of conflict areas in about a 3 to 4 year period rather than annually, just as an example.
So that it's not written up there.
Right. This is the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then a few of these Category 2, as we went through budgeting and prioritization as departments, some of these, either due to feasibility or availability of staff or resources, are recommending for deferral for the time being. And examples of these are to map neighboring landowner conflict areas annually, to increase community outreach, public surveys, and plague education, and to report on the inflows and outflows of the Grassland Conservation Fund. That's one where, until we have the fund established, that would need to be deferred. And so now looking at the Category 3 and 4 recommendations, which were the ones in December that we committed to come back specifically and talk with you about. And one of those is creation of a plague management plan. And so looking at how we could best implement this, we think that we can get this done basically by Q2 of 2020, starting with some of the environmental assessment late this year, and then going through some of the public process and creating a draft plan in early 2020, and coming up with a final plan by June of 2020.
And Heather, just to be clear, is the plague management plan for the southern grasslands only?
It probably would be a system-wide plan. You know, what we would do might vary in southern grasslands from other areas of the system, but I think it probably would serve us well to have it be a system-wide plan. And then there certainly are a few issues to be considered in that planning process, pesticide use on native grasslands, and also kind of the balance of protecting prairie dogs from plague while not exacerbating issues resulting from high occupation levels. So those are some of the things we'd be considering in that process. And then another example of these recommendations is black-footed ferret reintroduction to the southern grasslands. And we're proposing that we look at the feasibility and trade-offs of the potential reintroduction of black-footed ferrets in 2020 and 2021. And then that would bring us to the point where we could have a discussion citywide about how we wanted to move forward with reintroduction of black-footed ferrets. And if the decision was made that that was the direction that we wanted to move, then we could work on agreements with collaborators and other agencies in 2022. Now, if reintroduction is desired, the timing on that is uncertain because that largely would be dependent on prairie dog population levels in the southern grasslands, and so we don't have an estimated time frame that that would be sufficient. And then a couple of things to be just paying attention to there is the need for plague management associated with ferret reintroduction, the potential impacts to grazing and lessees in the southern grasslands, and then the occupancy levels required and whether or not of prairie dogs and whether or not those would have unintended impacts to the grassland mosaic and protection of that full suite of grassland species. So a couple of other citywide issues that go along with these recommendations that we're certainly considering as we go through implementation are looking at effective conflict mitigation, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in just a minute. Also looking at the responsible use of budget and resources within the departments that are involved in prairie dog management, and then protecting and conserving healthy, diverse grasslands with prairie dogs as well as a whole suite of other species. So on the conflict mitigation, when we were having a conversation with you in December, there was some information that was identified as being informative to having conversations about prairie dog management, particularly on OSMP. And so that was largely the management of prairie dogs in irrigated agricultural land. Another issue that was identified was mitigation of neighbor conflict. And so we do have some information on that if you'd like to talk about it. I'm not going to present it right now, but we do have that, and it's also in the packet. So the Prairie Dog Working Group did have a suite of recommendations that related to the conflict of prairie dogs and irrigated agriculture. The ones up top, sort of in green, are ones that are either being implemented or on track for implementation in the near term. So those are things like providing barriers or exclusion on strategic ag properties, piloting conflict mitigation strategies, and ensuring sufficient budgets for prairie dog management. The ones in red are ones that I already talked about. We are recommending some modification to either the scope or the timeline for implementation of those. And those are things like increasing the number of relocations every year and addressing 10% of conflicts annually. So some of the information that we came up with when we looked really property by property at OSMP ag land was in 2018, which was the last mapping that we have of prairie dogs that's done in the fall every year. There were 36 properties where we had irrigated agriculture or irrigable agricultural land and prairie dogs. And that encompassed about a little over 1,000 acres of overlap between irrigable land and prairie dog occupation. And that is out of a total of 6,641 acres of irrigable land on OSMP. So that overlap accounts for about 16% of the irrigable land on OSMP. Now, that isn't evenly distributed across our tenants or our lessees. So there are a couple of tenants where their lease holdings are occupied at around 50%. Other areas, it's much lower.
Hey, can you clarify, does that include both the irrigated hayfields and the vegetable crops when you say irrigable land?
Yes, it
So
does. So that's anything where water can be applied to it and has agricultural goals associated with it. And so looking at whether or not relocation would work to address some of the conflicts, and again, this was something that came up in December, just looking at that 1,052 acres of prairie dogs on irrigable lands, that's somewhere between 14,000 to about 20,000 animals just based on our average densities per acre. And so obviously, that's a pretty expensive undertaking and not really feasible in any short period of time. So we really need to be looking at relocation, but also at other tools to help mitigate some of our conflicts. So we looked at what those tools might be within the context of the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations, and we did find 8 colonies totaling about 64 acres where relocation looked quite feasible in the near term in the 3 to 4 year time frame, as well as 4 other colonies totaling about 46 acres where on-site mitigation, which would typically consist of just moving the prairie dogs out of the irrigated area of the property and erecting a barrier, would be feasible. So those are areas typically where there's a fairly small overlap, but the prairie dogs are expanding into the irrigated field. And so that accounts for about 10% of that total overlap. So we think we could, using these tools, address about 10% of that conflict in the next 3 to 4 years.
So by 10%, do you mean, well, it's a few acres, so how many animals?
Of that, so if we're looking at about 110 acres, it's usually about 30 per acre is what we've found on the colonies that we've relocated. It may vary anywhere from 15 to 20 all the way up to about 40, but it's been fairly consistently right about 30 on the ones that we've actually relocated, so we know exactly how many were there. So, 3,000-ish prairie dogs.
So Heather, you're saying 10% could be mitigated in some way, whether or not it's relocation or barrier fencing, and you were saying that was I'm just making sure my numbers are right, but there was 16% overlap, so then there'd only be 6% overlap?
No, it's
that's
10% of the
animals.
16%. So it's 100-ish acres out of 1,000 acres.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
And that's over 3 to 4 years, that's not in a year.
Right, yeah. And typically, about 400 to 700 animals is what we've found to be feasible in a given year. And it is possible maybe to expand that number depending on the situations on each colony, but trapping certainly is really labor intensive, and the number of contractors that do it based on our kind of humane standards are relatively limited.
And I'm sorry, what's the cost for this?
For this would be, I can give you a very quick back of the napkin.
Sort of like a
We're
price
talking
per dog?
about 3,300 prairie dogs.
Oh, I see.
Isn't it about 350?
It's about $350 per prairie dog, so it's about 1.15 million, approximately. If we were relocating all of these. Now, we're not looking at relocating all of those, only those ones on the 8 colonies, so.
And what is the on-site mitigation cost?
Sorry, so those 8 colonies would be about $672,000, and the on-site mitigation depends a whole lot on the types of barriers that you're erecting once you're done. It probably would be somewhere in the neighborhood of $10,000 to $15,000 for passive relocation, and then if you're putting up metal barriers, those are about $35 a linear foot. Vinyl would be less than that, and something more temporary like straw would be far less than that. So it sort of depends on the property-by-property plans.
Are we talking hundreds of thousands or millions?
Hundreds of thousands for those 4 properties.
So punchline zip code of $1 million?
Somewhere right in there.
Okay, thanks.
Over 3 to 4 years.
Right. And then for the rest of the 19 remaining properties, then, what we're looking at is more of an optimistic time frame for things that we don't really control, and that is when populations would be reduced due to plague. So on those properties, which is about 942 acres, we would be looking at having plans in place so that when plague did move through a colony on an irrigated property, we could move in quickly, and if there were animals remaining on the property, hopefully then relocate those when they're at very low levels and restore the property, get the water running again, get the burrows leveled, and get it back into production before the prairie dogs recolonized. So that would be the strategy with the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations on the rest of those properties.
So Heather, I want to go back to Bob's question.
Sure.
And some of that cost is staff time too, isn't it?
That's actually just cost. Just
The
actual
$300
dollars
per dog?
Yeah, that doesn't include, that's just cost to that we pay the contractor, so that does not include staff time.
Okay. I've just heard different.
And so now I wanted to turn to the board feedback.
Before you go on, are you going to revisit later on your presentation the plague or the timing of plagues frequency?
We certainly can do that. We have slides related to that.
Whenever we
Yeah.
get to it, thanks.
So we did go and see OSBT, PRAB, and EAB in April, and then the 1st of May for Environmental Advisory Board. And all 3 boards did unanimously support the staff recommendations for implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations. And that was in response to a question that looks very much like our question for council tonight, which is whether City Council supports the staff recommendation for implementation of the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations. And then each of the boards did have additional thoughts and in some cases motions that they did pass related to prairie dog management that didn't fit directly within the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation framework. And so the Open Space Board of Trustees met on April 10th, and they did recommend reprioritization of the Prairie Dog Working Group created relocation criteria from Phase 1. That would be the order essentially in which properties are identified for relocation. They also recommended that a process be undertaken to evaluate lethal control on irrigated ag lands on OSMP. And then they also recommended supplemental budget and staffing to support that work. Parks and Rec Advisory Board recommended that the Prairie Dog Working Group provide feedback on the implementation plan, and they expressed concern for shifting the priorities of relocation sites because of the potential impacts to park relocation needs for projects such as Valmont Park that would be impacted by reprioritization.
Can you can you explain both of those? The implementation plan, what does that mean?
That's essentially what we're presenting tonight. So the staff recommendations for implementation, they were sort of concerned that the Prairie Dog Working Group hadn't been directly consulted on those staff recommendations for implementation.
And then the second one?
And then the second one, essentially, those are the priorities that say that the first priority for relocation would be those sites where lethal control is imminent, which typically are sites that are going to be developed within the city, whether on private land or city land, so places like Valmont Park. And then second priority then would be irrigated agricultural properties and other similar areas where city management conflicts with having prairie dogs on the property. The Open Space Board of Trustees recommendation essentially was to reevaluate that and have irrigated agricultural lands be the top priority. And so Parks and Rec Advisory Board was concerned about the potential impacts of that action on their development projects. And then Environmental Advisory Board did refrain from providing official feedback on the Open Space Board of Trustees recommendation due to feeling that they had a lack of expertise to do so. But they did want the council to be aware that they felt that carbon sequestration is a very important community value and that it had been largely neglected in prairie dog management discussions. And that's all that I have on this. We certainly have plenty of other information if you'd like to discuss it, but that's our presentation, so I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. So we were thinking, and we talked about this at CAC, is to first look at the Prairie Dog Working Group Phase 2 recommendations, like all the other boards did, and just look at them and see if we concur with staff recommendations. Do you have a slide that summarizes those? And then we'll get into...
I don't think that we do, but in your memo packet on page...
There's a good summary in there.
Yeah.
775 is a
Okay.
table,
Yep.
and it says summary of staff recommendations.
Okay.
And there's a table there, and that lists all of the recommendations with...
Okay, so are people fine with that? We're gonna, oh, looky there. Yeah, hang on, in terms of process?
Dan, this one's a whole lot more brief.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. Are people okay with that process, okay? And then we will get into the thornier issues of some of these other recommendations, okay? I guess we can pause and ask questions about these first recommendations. Okay, we have a clarification, but we're not going to, if we start going down a rabbit hole, prairie dog hole, I'm going to cut us off and bring us back. So let's see if we can, but go ahead and ask your question, we'll see if it's simple.
So Heather, can I just clarify, because you were saying $350 a dog to relocate, but I have information from Prairie Dog Coalition stating that at the Foothills, they charged $125 a dog. So can you explain where that...
Well, I can tell you where the $350 came from. That was simply how much we paid a contractor last year to do a relocation and how many prairie dogs were relocated. So it's based on our cost to us in 2018 of relocations on open space from irrigated agricultural lands. I think that that's an accurate cost of the Prairie Dog Coalition back in 2012, 2013. That was a very interesting relocation that had to happen over 2 years because, actually I guess it would have been 2013, 2014 because of the flood. And there was a lot that was modified in that contract from the original proposal. So whether or not that dollar amount would be accurate today, I don't have any idea. I know that their most recent proposals were much higher than that.
Okay. So it's been recently discussed with them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we were just handed two things. I'm just want to clarify, we should be looking at this one?
So that one is the categorization of the recommendations, that Category 1, Category 2, that's one of the appendices. And then there's a larger table which essentially contains the same information as the one that's in the body of the memo, but it has a lot more information.
Okay,
The
what I want to
briefest
know is...
format to summarize the recommendations is on page 755 of the memo itself.
Okay, can everybody do that?
Our page numbers are different.
Oh,
Let me try and see, because I did
Yeah, that's-
775 before.
It's not an attachment, it's in the actual body of the memo.
Well, that's,
Yeah, I
oh,
printed it
that's,
off the website.
that's library. Okay, so that's not the right.
Yeah, maybe it's in their memo.
775.
If you look at,
75,
yeah.
okay. All right. Yeah, no,
It's in the memo.
What page? You said 755?
that's not 775.
Two pages.
But I don't see,
Listed? Sorry, I just printed off the webpage today, so I assumed it would be
Yeah,
the
it should be
same.
page 775.
Yep.
summary of,
No, that's
775 has
board feedback.
Preserving and conserving healthy, diverse grasslands, and then attachments.
Okay, so 777.
773. We'll just keep showing numbers. Until somebody says bingo.
It's the only table in the body of the
okay,
memo.
773.
There we are.
Okay,
There we are.
all right. And let's just,
And can we find out what page this is?
773. So in that, in this chart, this is going to be a problem here. On the left is staff's implementation recommendation. Is that what that is?
That's what that is.
Wait, I've got to get
Somebody help her.
located. We're trying.
Okay, but the first one, does everybody else? Okay, there's no way to put that on the screen.
Well, I probably can if I can get to the memo.
I just think it would be useful for everybody.
Can we try another page?
Wow.
If it doesn't work.
It's a chart that actually fits on one page.
Well, I mean, it's a 800-page packet, so,
Okay, all right, so,
Well, she's got
No.
imagination.
okay. Then I have a question. We're going to work through these, and while everybody's trying to get it, I'll just note that the first one deals with establishing the fee and the conservation fund. So I guess one question is, it has the fund being established in 2021, and I'm just curious, doesn't that involve a lot of work from outside groups, and why couldn't that move up?
I'll actually have Val answer that. She's
Okay.
taking the lead on that.
Yeah, so the actual establishment of the fund, or where we would house the money as kind of a ledger, the general fund would not take a lot of time. It's the kind of recruiting the money or getting, the recommendation was work with the philanthropic community to get money donated or support or cash. And so that would be a staff effort to get it.
Wait, why couldn't it be an advocate effort?
Could be. I mean, if it were an advocate effort, then that timeline could change. But, you know, currently, we have the ability for the city to receive donated money or funds, and so that's an effort that could be led outside of staff work plan. We have a way to receive that if it was an advocacy group.
Okay, so there's nothing to say an advocacy group couldn't take the ball and run with that?
Sure.
Okay.
And I guess, if I recall correctly, all three advisory boards more or less approved moving forward with the baseline recommendations. Maybe we should talk about whether the Prairie Dog Working Group has seen the staff implementation plan and had time to comment on it. But of this first hour, there's not a lot of difference between the boards. It's only when the motions came out of OSBT and Parks and EAB.
Correct.
Okay.
I think it was unanimous.
Yeah.
By all boards. Okay, so this is the first one. Staff recommends that all this happen on those timeframes in upcoming budgets and work plans. Okay, I have another question about the plague management plan. You said it would be system-wide, but how do I say this gently? It's also the thing that has kind of reset the clock on population growth. So I guess if we do a really good job, and maybe that's just, aren't we taking away the tool that we're relying on to keep things in check in the north?
I would not think that a plan would necessarily dictate that you're doing plague management everywhere. It would just outline where you might do it, under what circumstances, and how much. So the answer in some areas might be that you're not doing anything.
And don't we have one already? We have protocols. What's the difference between what we do now and a plan?
So all that we're doing right now was there was sort of an interim recommendation from the Prairie Dog Working Group to use sylvatic plague vaccine on the southern grasslands until we created a plague management plan that would direct what we would do on plague management. Other than that, the only plague management that we do is what's required as part of the state permitting related to relocations.
So I have a question that will become, you have these tied to reintroduction of black-footed ferret. Those will become linked, right? Because the requirements of black-footed ferret reintroduction is that you not have plague on the prairie dog targets for them, the prairie dog prey.
Well, certainly successful reintroduction requires that you're managing for plague. I don't know that it's an absolute requirement for reintroduction, but they certainly are hoping that a landowner is able to do that in the long term to help support those ferrets. So that would be part of working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to figure out what the specific requirements would be. But I think that a plague management plan also would be related to our internal goals, which currently are outlined in the grassland management plan for prairie dog conservation, regardless of whether we had black-footed ferrets or not. And those goals might change with black-footed ferrets at some point in the future. But I think that there would be quite a bit to talk about with or without black-footed ferrets related to plague management.
For sure.
And certainly what we're doing right now was only intended to be an interim step until we could have a much more comprehensive conversation about it.
Okay.
So I have a question. Do you guys ever use application of Cipronel, which contributes to significantly reducing the fleas or controlling fleas?
We have not used Cipronel. That's a relatively new product, only in the last couple of years. It is also a systemic insecticide, and so I think we would look at that as part of a plague management plan, just like we would look at deltamethrin dust. And so that would be involved in that environmental assessment that would be run by our IPM coordinator starting this fall. Is that accurate, Val?
Thanks.
Okay, in general, we okay with this?
I just have one more question.
Okay.
So currently, it's required by the state that prairie dogs from the sending site be dusted with the Delta dust, and but it's not in our approved set of protocols. Yeah, I mean because it's a state requirement, we do it, but we don't allow it. Is that how that?
I might talk to it in the umbrella of our IPM policy and how we
Integrated pest management.
Integrated pest management. And so part of that process, when we are considering an insecticide or a pesticide or any chemical control of a pest, we look at the context of where we would use it. So not just the product and whether or not it's approved, but what is the context we would use it. So currently through that process, Delta dust is authorized for use in the city at sending sites to dust those burrows. And part of that evaluation is if we don't dust the burrows from the sending sites, we can't relocate prairie dogs. So that's it for our use of Delta dust at that time. So it is approved, but it's a very limited context.
And just to be clear, that it's done at the setting sites the week before you send them, so in essence, it's a way to make sure that you're sending plague or flea-free dogs. I could not figure out, why would you dust the sending sites? It's really you're dusting the dogs before you send them.
Right.
Okay.
It's really best
Just in place that one.
disease
Right. Took me a
transmission.
while to figure that out.
And isn't it also limited to the holes? You're not broadcasting it at all.
It's not a broadcast spray. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so the idea is to get a plan that looks at all these issues.
But it does go into the burrow that is receiving the dog, right, the prairie dog.
It does not go into the burrow that is receiving the dog on the receiving
So
side.
it just goes off of them in the interim time, they lose that dust?
So it's put in the burrows where the prairie dogs are at the sending site before they go. So they're going in and out of those burrows, and they're getting that dust on them, and that's the idea, to be killing the fleas before they're trapped and taken to the next site.
And so theoretically, they don't transfer that Delta dust to where they're going?
I
It
would
all stays where they are?
I couldn't say. I mean, I think it works by getting on their fur. So, you know, they're also handled and sprayed with an insecticide spray kind of at the, right before they're transferred. So I would expect they have some Delta dust in addition to the spray on their fur and body when they're moved over.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're good with the first bucket. Let's move to the second. This has to do with the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan. You know what, why don't you just talk us through this here?
Sure. So this is a suite of recommendations, all which are related to modifications to the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan related to prairie dog management. And because of the way that the Grassland Plan was created, the goals and objectives and strategies related to prairie dogs are really tightly interwoven with the goals for our other grassland communities. And so sort of taking pieces out of the Grassland Plan and changing them without a full look at the plan and the implications of those changes to all 8 of the conservation targets that are included in the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan didn't seem like the best path forward. And as part of our Open Space Master Plan implementation planning, we are going to be scheduling updates for these plans. There's the Forest Ecosystem Management Plan and the Grassland Ecosystem Management Plan. And so because these are so interwoven and would have fairly substantial implications for the rest of the Grassland Plan, to kind of change these as just a one-off process. Our recommendation is that it's done as a full plan update, where we can then also modify those corresponding goals and strategies for conserving other resources.
And given, we kind of know when this master plan should be done, right, this fall?
Right.
So is it a big mystery when the Grassland Master Plan will come up?
Dan?
Well, we're certainly, it will be part of the discussions. Let's say September, we have an approved master plan, then we'll move into probably a 6-month action planning, implementation planning, in which we will look out over the course of 10 years, but more closely over the next 5 years, and look at our planning staff, where our planning staff needs to put their attention, where our specialty staff, such as Heather and Andy, will need to put their attention, and we will schedule out various plans. And I would suspect that the Grassland Management Plan would come out as a very high priority for moving up ahead of the schedule. But until we weigh out all the various planning efforts that need to happen in the first 4 years of carrying out the master plan, it's hard to say exactly when it will hit. We need to kind of view things holistically in terms of implementing the master plan itself.
The other thing that factors into that is the need for the data to be able to do that update. So for instance, for that habitat suitability modeling update, the basis for any model like that is going to be our vegetation mapping on open space, which is being redone. Our current map is over a decade old, and so probably quite out of date. And so that will be done, my understanding is in 2021 or 2022. So creating a habitat suitability model in advance of that would really be based on probably pretty inaccurate, out-of-date information on the vegetation on the system. So some of those things need to play into those conversations about when plan updates happen, so that we have the data that we need to do the update.
So thanks for that. But Dan, fair to say, subject to the data being ready, council could have some input on the priority of those different planning efforts, right? Like if we felt like, and the community felt like this was a really high priority.
To recommend as much as we can and to expedite that planning effort versus others.
2028, right? Like we could potentially come in the earlier part of that implementation process.
Sure, your input would be welcome in that. Yeah,
thank you.
So, Dan, I also wanted to mention, and I think this might be the right bucket for it, that the soil health component of this that ties in with prairie dogs and grazing and kind of ag use is really important. And, you know, the EAB told us that we need to have that as something that we're looking at. So I think for me, I'd love to specifically call that out in the Grassland Plan, so that we're making, you know, the use of our most recent knowledge, because we've got a couple different programs running. You did the Bennett carbon farming, and that was super useful to be able to take a look at that. And so I think that the other piece of it is, as I was looking about and being sent various things from various people and taking a look at them, it doesn't seem to me that the impact of prairie dogs on soil health is agreed upon science. I mean, there's like conflicting papers that say opposite things from authorities. So another component of this would be to have somebody, a consultant, maybe do a comprehensive literature review or work with CSU or CU to do that, because there's like not only the baseline and key lining plus compost and biochar, but how all of those things affect the prairie dogs and what the baseline is when you have dogs on land. So anyway, I just think there's a whole world of soil health that needs to tie into this discussion.
Well, can we ask where that, it's not in here, or is it? Is that where it takes place, or is that separate?
Well, we are prepared to talk about it tonight, and Andy's here, and we have a lot of back pocket slides in relationship to the December meeting, in which council is very much interested in hearing about soil health and on our irrigated lands. And
Okay, so let's not do that right now.
No, yeah, I was just suggesting that this be the bucket that we capture that bullet point in and carry it forward.
Okay, I'm actually going to have a different suggestion, which is, love to have that conversation and move that up. And because they're doing experimentation on soil health that is separate from this.
Absolutely.
So maybe it doesn't go in this.
Right, but right now, the science is not out. I
Okay,
mean,
we're not gonna talk about it yet, but I just meant I don't know if it goes in that.
Not conclusive at all, and there's a lot of peer-reviewed papers that say prairie dogs add significant carbon to the soil, so.
Correct, and I guess how you said that, I wouldn't say it that way. Restoring degraded lands, regardless of what animals are present, is important, and I think we want to talk about it later. Regardless of cows or dogs or anything else, it is something that I think we're going to want to talk about, and we may want to move up or expedite. And I don't know if it's here or if that's a separate conversation, but that's all.
Well, the knowledge is coming separate from this. All I was putting in was just thinking of grassland ecosystem management plan, no matter the animals we're talking about, the soil health is separately important, and that's all I was trying to do.
Okay.
Yep, and soil health is something that's top of our mind. In fact, we created for the first year in 2020, we have a separate CIP bucket just on soil health. We're putting $182,000 into soil health for our CIP. Next year, we have created a new work group called our agroecology work group, and that is specifically looking at soil health and that sort of thing. So, and if we have time tonight, we can talk more about that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, let's put that, the first item in our parking lot. Okay, anything else on the grassland management plan? Okay, next one.
Well, wait a minute.
Well, I meant this again, is it we okay with what the staff recommended and all the boards said yes to?
On the grassland, I think there needs to be probably some expedited moves on where we have prairie dogs.
Okay, so they're saying, if we say yes to this, what we're saying is that all those things would happen in the context of the grassland management plan, which I think there's some desire to have that happen sooner rather than later. I think they heard that. But it'll be decided after the master plan is done in the fall.
And I think the expedited moves that you're talking about, Lisa, are stuff that's on staff's kind of proposed work. And we saw it in the slideshow, right? There are areas of opportunity where you can relocate, I forget the 10% that you were talking about. So that's already, sounds like in process, yes?
Yeah, certainly relocation and that type of thing are happening and ongoing, not waiting for an update to the grassland plan. I mean, that's directed as part of the current grassland plan policy.
So you anticipate moving 700,000, something like that this year?
Wait, 700.
700? Yeah, or 1,000, not 700,000.
Well, so we do have sufficient money in our CIP requests to address 4, I believe, of those 8 properties this year. Obviously, that CIP is not finalized, so I won't know for sure what we're doing until it is.
Okay.
We good on this part? Okay, next one.
So these are the things that we're providing some modified scope, and this is, for most of these, what this is kind of a feasibility reality check of what is actually feasible on the ground with the resources that we have or the realities of what it takes to do these things. So these are things like how much could we provide barriers on agricultural lands? the recommendation was just to do it without really a scale of that. I guess more is better. But it's kind of getting into the reality of what does that actually mean and how much could we do based on the costs of barriers and where would a barrier actually be effective. Providing barriers with adjacent private property owners. We did look at the scale of those issues, and it's somewhere in the neighborhood with neighbors that we've actually talked to in the last couple of years and have requested a barrier, somewhere in the neighborhood of a little over 11 miles of interface with neighbors. And at $35 a linear foot for metal barriers, obviously there's some feasibility issues there. Again, the increasing relocations each year. We have been relocating as many prairie dogs as has been feasible with the, especially with the staff capacity that we've had to support those relocations. And so increasing that every year over the previous year doesn't seem to be realistic long-term, although we might in a single year be able to do more, more relocations than the prior year. And then addressing 10% of the conflict areas annually based on, just the cost and the capacity to do that. That just didn't seem like a realistic.
So it says implement with modified scope. Is there a summary of how you're modifying that scope, or you're just saying, where is that summarized?
So that is in the attachments and also in the body of the memo.
Well, I know, but we're looking at, you want our, we need a slide.
I understand. We don't, unfortunately, we don't have that slide. So we can try and get it up on the screen, but I don't have it.
Okay.
So on the prior page is where we summarize those. For the category 3 and 4, I don't know, because my packet apparently is different than any of yours. It's
Well, I know, but
Summary of staff.
right. It's 3 pages prior to that. We go through the category 3 and 4 recommendations. And then in appendix, I believe it's B2. We go through the details of what the scopes that are recommended are. So appendix B2 is where all that detail is. It's
it
not
in
a
either of
summary
these?
because it's all of the reasons behind why we're recommending that scope change.
No, I got it. I just, if we're not doing 10% a year, what's the number? I was just hoping we could,
Well, so it's 10% in 3 to 4 years for that one.
okay.
I guess my problem with this, and now I'm going back to the grasslands, is that there's conflict areas with prairie dogs on that, and you need to address soil health associated with that. And so I guess I'm just concerned it's not being expedited or won't be expedited. I don't think we can just wait years.
So I think that's grassland plan implementation. All of the things that we're talking about are currently contained in the existing grassland plan. It's just the feasibility of actually doing them. So it's not modifications to the plan itself that are needed. It's just strategies and resources to actually do the on-the-ground actions.
And are you looking at just one species, or are you also looking at impacts from cattle and horses?
We certainly are looking as much as we can at those holistic impacts. And we do have a far more recent agricultural resources management plan that the department created, which looks a lot more, in a much more focused way at the agricultural pieces of land management.
Don't we have a prairie dog management plan too?
We did, and then that was rolled into the grassland ecosystem management plan.
As Heather suggests, the Agricultural Resources Management Plan does have several objectives related to soil health. Some are more pertinent to cropland, but there also are initiatives for climate change, soil moisture holding capacity, et cetera, on native grasslands. So the recently passed Ag Plan does have some text related to that.
So can I go back to the barrier fencing, just to make sure I understood 11 miles times 5,280 feet per mile times, you said $35 per square foot, or per linear foot, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's about $2 million, just so we have a number in our head to.
$2 million. But that's why they.
2,800.
That's why, I think that's why they said they're modifying it, because that's too big, yeah?
Well, I mean, I don't know if that's too.
It's just one,
That was one property, I
one
think.
property.
No, I thought that was a series
Yeah,
of
so,
property.
yeah, attachment B4 has all of those, and we're essentially looking at 22 neighbors who we've spoken with. We don't know the full scope of the problem. Those are the neighbors that have picked up the phone and called us and asked for a barrier.
I got that.
And the cost to install metal barriers to alleviate those conflicts would be $2.2 million.
Okay, so it's over the reported conflict areas then? Because I had
Right.
heard that you had said one property, clearly I misheard, so.
Yeah.
And so just to follow up on that, that could be something that could be done over a number of years, right? It could be done quickly or it could be done more methodically. But it's just important for us to know how much that is here on the dais so we can think about, how we want to prioritize our budget.
Well, can I clarify? Are you proposing this?
No.
No.
That was just the
Okay,
analysis
well, that's
of
what I meant,
what
is
it would take.
I'm just trying to figure out what they're recommending. I got that's a scope.
So here's the staff recommendation. In that attachment B2, in bold is the staff recommendation for each.
Do you have a page number?
Yeah, we'd have to
Well,
have,
it's 799 in mine, which was off of the web, but yours seem to have different page numbers, so I don't know.
Okay, B2.
796.
796?
Yep, in my copy anyway.
Okay.
Attachment B2.
It is in my copy as well.
Okay, so staff recommends limited funds for barriers to be used.
So what we're actually proposing is that we actually look at a cost-sharing grant type of a program where we would establish a sustainable level of funding in each year, and that would be allocated to cost share with individual neighbors, and they could actually apply for those funds, and we would look at their particular situation, how likely a barrier is to be effective at actually mitigating the conflict, how much it would take to put up the barrier, and then we would help cost share on those, where we think we could actually spread out our funding much further and address more conflict areas than we could if we were just trying to work little bit by little bit. Barriers certainly come not only with the upfront costs of installation, but also ongoing maintenance costs. In some of these areas, the topography and the landscape is such that they will be less effective than in other areas. In some of our areas where it's grassland preserves, they not only keep prairie dogs from moving across the landscape, but they keep a lot of other wildlife from moving across the landscape. So we want to be careful and making sure that we're putting barriers where they're going to work, where they don't have unintended consequences, and where we're really maximizing that investment. Good.
Are you trying?
I just want to quickly set some context because I know that there's the impetus to how much can we scale up from even what we're recommending, and just a little bit of quick background. So our current capacity right now that we dedicate towards prairie dog management is about 1.5 staff that are annually involved in prairie dog management, and we spend anywhere between $10,000 and $150,000 annually. What we're proposing to ratchet up to over the course of the next year in our CIP from this point forward through next year is to spend about $400,000 in our CIP and bring that staffing level up at least to 2.5 staff that are working on it. So we're proposing in some cases to triple the amount of investments that we're making. So, and this is all under context of a 30%, $9 million reduction that the department's facing next year. So you can imagine that the amount of trade-offs we've had to do internally with trying to triple one management program while losing $9 million and saying no to a lot of other stuff. So I know the temptation is how much can we scale up, but that is sort of a commitment that we're making to really get prepared to do the implementation, but on what we are feeling is a feasible, sustainable manner, given our situation.
It's helpful context, thank you.
And not that it's all going to barrier fence, but that if it were all for some reason going to barrier fence, that would be 5 years to implement, a significant barrier fence program, which to me, it's expensive, but we've been hearing that we're not being good neighbors, and I think this is one of the ways to be a good neighbor. So anyway, it's just very helpful context to get the big picture here. So thank you.
So if we go back to what it is, we go to the recommendation, what you want from us to say yes to. Can you put that back on the screen?
You put back up that table again? Yeah.
So
I can certainly read the specific recommendations to you if you'd like.
You know what would be really nice if we knew what was coming up and you could tell Tom what it is, so then we could look at it up at the,
Heather's doing it.
okay, that's,
Heidi. Heather's over here.
Okay, well, I think under each one of those points, just, I don't know if you have to read it, you can just tell us what it is, the modification is that what we're agreeing to, as you scroll down to,
And that would be in the modified scope.
yes, so tell us what's behind door number?
It's barriers on that. Adjacent property.
I know, I'm out.
So for barriers on agricultural lands, what we are proposing is to do that on those 4 properties that we identified, where passive relocation and a barrier could be reasonably expected to actually keep prairie dogs out in the long term. And then as part of rapid response following plague, there would likely be strategic places where we would put up barriers to keep them from coming back in the future.
Right.
But at this point, that's a hard thing to predict where exactly that would occur. So those plans would have to be based on the current conditions when that happened.
Heather, would you clarify what those 4 properties are, please? That you...
A couple of them would be, we worked last year on the New West property, and we're constructing a barrier there now, and we're also proposing to work there again in this year. The Hester property was a 3rd property, and the Teller property, I believe, was the 4th property we were proposing to work on this year.
Wait, New West, Hester, Teller,
Teller?
you said 4.
no, we have New West, Hester.
New West,
Teller,
Hester.
what else?
And Axelson.
And Axelson.
Axis Johnson?
Yes,
So
Axelson.
Axelson is the one this year where we would
Axelson.
be doing passive relocation and a barrier. The other 3, we'd be looking at active relocation. And it's possible that following that active relocation, we'd also be looking at barriers if it was necessary to keep the prairie dogs out.
So that's for this year. Were you done?
Well, I'm just wondering whether or not these are any of the lands that we've been hearing so much about in terms of irrigated ag lands that are in need of mitigation.
Axelson would be on.
Axelson is, but I'm thinking of Boulder Valley Ranch. I don't know if one of these properties is.
Well, what about the Skokin property? What's the name of that one?
New West would be, yes, adjacent to the property they lease from us. They lease part of the New West property, and we're managing part of the New West property, so it is adjacent to their area.
Okay.
The area that have prairie dogs on New West, we do not have leased out. The department is managing those because of the relocations and the reclamation that is going to take place after that action.
Gotcha. So what we're addressing is the conflict that was mentioned earlier this evening, right? That's what the barrier.
Some portion of it,
Some portion of
it would help in their lease area.
Okay. Okay, so, but this was for 1 year. So when you say, again, so that gives us an example of what the modifications would be for the coming year. And in subsequent year, you would just, in terms of barriers,
Again, each year it would have to be an evaluation of the on-the-ground situation because in some of these irrigated fields where you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of acres of adjacent prairie dog colonies, putting a barrier sort of in the middle of that to keep them out of one small field is not going to be an effective way to do that. So we really would have to look at the on-the-ground conditions every year and determine where that money might actually have a long-term benefit rather than being sort of a futile attempt to keep them out of someplace. So it's really easy to plan for 1 year. We can sort of plan a couple of years out, but what the populations do and where they are on the landscape, we don't know. So those plans likely will be somewhat modified in those out years.
Okay.
So then the next one is increasing relocations each year. We're essentially proposing to maximize the relocations that we can do with the staffing and resources that we have in any given year within the budget parameters. And that may not necessarily be an increase each year over the other. The feasibility of that sort of still remains, and so increasing that every single year is probably not feasible.
Okay.
And then we talked a little bit about addressing 10% of conflict areas annually. Our current plan is to address 10% of those conflict areas, agricultural conflict areas, I would say, in the next 3 to 4 years. And then it's quite possible that if plague moved through the system, we might be able to address far more than 10% in a given year. But that would be under a very different circumstance than what we have on the landscape right now.
So is 10% all you feel that you're capable of addressing, given the funding that you have?
It is, and the feasibility of relocation.
And the feasibility of relocation.
And the tools that you're using. Okay, so with the caveat that the conversation we have after this, we may have additional things. Everybody okay with this as a
jumping off place?
Yep.
There's no regrets, right?
Okay, no regrets. Okay, then let's move to the last one.
And then the last category is those things that have been deferred for some time frame, either based on feasibility issues or there being higher priorities within the departmental budgets and for staff time. So the first of those is to pilot a habitat quantification tool for acquisitions. Open Space and Mountain Parks has an acquisitions plan and a process by which we evaluate environmental factors on potential acquisitions, and that certainly includes conversations around prairie dogs. So spending time to actually create a habitat quantification tool for that was not something that we saw as probably the most beneficial. Now, if an outside group came up with a habitat quantification tool, we then could certainly apply it and see if it was useful for those acquisitions. But we're not recommending spending time or money at this point actually creating a tool to pilot.
Okay, you okay with that? Fine.
And then increasing education on prairie dog conservation. What we're proposing here is we already do quite a bit of education surrounding prairie dogs. We do a relatively large number of programs in open space and mountain parks for all different age groups every year related to the prairie dog ecosystem. And so we're proposing at this time to continue to do that, and as opportunities arise, to maybe do more. But we don't have an increase in education staff to make that happen. And then also to create public surveys related to prairie dogs that did not get included in this year's CIP request, just as we went through departmental prioritizations.
So I have a question about those surveys. How would you conduct those surveys without educating people? I mean,
exactly. So neither of them are on the list.
Yeah.
I mean, then who would you survey?
Yeah.
So I think it's appropriate. This is not on the list.
No, and I'm fine with that, but.
And then I think there might be one more on the next page that. And then increasing plague education. We are planning to work on updating our prairie dog websites on the city site that certainly does include education about plague. But again, through department budget prioritization processes, increasing education and outreach specifically on plague wasn't included for 2020.
Okay.
I have a question about the education on prairie dog conservation. Does that include ecosystems? Is it the whole ecosystem, or is it just about the prairie dog's
on the
place
program.
in the ecosystem?
Most of them are part of a grassland program, and so it's in the context of the ecosystem. Some children's programs may specifically focus on prairie dogs to talk about social dynamics or to talk about behavior, or something along those lines. But certainly the adult level education programs are almost always an ecosystem focus, where you're then talking about some of the more charismatic and notable parts of that ecosystem.
I was thinking of the southern grasslands specifically, and how those are unique, and why they are, and then how they all fit together.
Yeah, I don't know that we have done specific programs on southern grasslands focused on wildlife. We certainly have done plant community programs, and so prairie dogs would probably be mentioned in that as part of that community. I'm not aware of any specifically focused on southern grasslands. It tends to be a more general grassland ecology type of program.
Okay. So this ends the portion of our program devoted to staff recommendations related to Prairie Dog Working Group. Phase 2 recommendations. And we're going to
Extend the meeting.
Extend the meeting.
We have to time.
Yeah, I know. You guys, yes, that's exactly what we're doing.
I move second.
Second.
All those in favor of extending the meeting? It is unanimous. Okay, so everybody's okay with those? We're going to move on to the next portion. Okay.
But I guess I would like to know a little bit more about prairie dog relocation. And what I do know about it is that it goes really well, the first large number, but as you get to finishing, it becomes more and more difficult. And so I guess that seems to me to be the cost, a lot of the cost. And so earlier in the discussion tonight, you had talked about, I forget what we called it, but some kind of a fund, philanthropic fund. And so I would think that there would be volunteers out there that would want to help with that and help reduce some of the costs, and maybe you could actually increase the numbers. I know you have receiving sites that you have concerns about, but
And I know we have had contractors that have used volunteers as part of their work.
I'm just thinking it could help reduce some of the costs.
So could I colloquy on that? So these volunteers, do they need a lot of training, or how does that work?
I don't know about a lot of training. They certainly need a lot of oversight, and it would need to be a contractor who was comfortable working with volunteers. We don't do our relocations in-house, so we are paying contractors to do it, and so they would have to have a framework for bringing volunteers on, covering any liability associated with the volunteers and overseeing them. I suspect that the ability to do that probably varies quite a bit from contractor to contractor.
Thank you.
Okay, yep, so, yeah? I think we want to respond to some of these, but why do we want to go over them?
Because I have conflicting data.
You might want to speak into the mic.
Oh, but, okay, well, so,
We're being told it's twice.
We're being told it's twice as much, and when I first got on council, I'd asked that during our meetings, we be allowed to ask people in the audience something, and so there's a relocator in.
okay. Can we ask one question, though, before we go down? Are we limited by money in relocations, staff, or the sites? What is the limiting factor?
Right now, it tends to be money,
Okay. then that's
staff,
fine.
and the logistics. So the relocation season is a finite period of time. Trapping prairie dogs to the level that we trap them, which is essentially trapping until we can't trap anymore, is a very extended process. And so at some point, there is just only so much time in the season and so much manpower to make that happen.
Okay. All right, so do you want to ask somebody in the audience
Yes,
about the?
we have a
the number?
relocator that's stating that costs are different, and so I'd just like to have her come up and address council with the costs that she's stating it would be. And so just to clarify, because if we're thinking the numbers are at 350 and they're not, I think that's something that should be on our.
Okay, bring them on.
So Deb, would you
We're
like
gonna-
to come on up?
What?
Or that we've been paying too much
Okay,
from the contractor.
okay.
I'm Deb Jones, and I'm with Prairie Dog Action, and we've relocated prairie dogs since 2000. I've probably done over 10,000 animals, and our highest cost has never been more than $65, $70. Now, we're an all-volunteer organization, but I just finished working with King Carroll where they provided some staff, and so that got rolled in, and it was still just $67 per dog for 630 prairie dogs. So I think there's room for improvement in dealing with this that I just wanted y'all to be aware of, because you're looking at these huge costs, and I know that environmental organizations or companies, yeah, they're going to charge you that kind of money, but you don't have to pay that kind of money. I mean, and Lindsay and these guys, they have staff, so they're going to pay more staff. But I've been doing this for 20 plus years, all volunteer. I've never been paid a dime for doing it. So that's just where we're at, and so I wanted y'all to be aware.
Are you self-insured so that people who are, this is, I'm sure, would
Yeah, you have to,
be one of the problems
different
with the city.
sites require, we don't carry insurance all the time, so when we work, we usually pull a liability thing. We also have releases that are signed by all volunteers. I do train them. They sign off on everything, and I have several of my volunteers are actually here, so that I've trained over the years, and so it's something that very definitely can be done. It's not everybody's comfortable with it, and there's times when I'd rather me be out there working with 1 or 2 people. I don't want to bring a bunch of people out there. It's not effective.
So can we turn to staff? Have we used volunteers? Have we?
Again, we have used contractors who have used volunteers in the past. This last season, it was not. This last year, we did an open RFP and received 2 bids and went with the low bid.
And did you guys bid? Or how does that work? Anyhow, we're just trying to understand the disconnect.
We bid on that job, and we were higher. And I'm looking at one of my bids right now, and it was $203 per dog for Axelson Johnson. So I don't know where the $350 number is. I don't think I've ever billed you $350 unless it was something really strange or really like an outlier event. But I mean, our Foothills project was really hard, and it was out of the scope of work. We volunteered all of that extra time. We probably put in tens of thousands of dollars, and we did end up billing roughly $125 per dog on that. So the $350 is an outlier number to me. It's not the normal. It might be where you get those last 20% of your dogs on the site that really inflates that number. So there might be some wiggle room and some discussion that we can all have there, and maybe that grassland fund too.
Yeah.
And that's definitely, it's the, after you get 80-85% of the prairie dogs, that can happen quite quickly. I mean, it might only be 10 days of trapping. And then we might then have to trap for another 5 weeks before we reach the point where we're no longer trapping prairie dogs. And so that often is a daily trapping cost.
Okay, so that helps. So it could be a lower cost. When we remove prairie dogs, if you're trying to decrease the, I mean, right now it seems like we have high population numbers. If you were going to lower them, you would still want to take them entirely off a site to make it worthwhile, as opposed to just knock back the population?
Yeah, because what we've seen is, and we actually had an example of that, the year that we were doing the Foothills relocation, and then the flood happened, and then we finished it off the second year, a lot of plans went awry. But one of them was that because we couldn't complete that as well as the other sites that we were doing in that first year because the flood happened, populations then expanded, and we started to run up against the ceiling for the number of animals that we'd been permitted to relocate, and so we had to stop the relocation on our agricultural properties. So we only relocated, it was still a majority of them, but not the entire colony. And our intention was to come back in the next year and relocate the rest. And even just in that 1 year's time, the population growth was pretty substantial. And so we were looking at, there was probably some moving in and then reproduction. We were looking at essentially moving as many prairie dogs as we had moved before. So that's kind of what can happen.
And when you said the amount you were permitted to, what permit was that?
That's the state permit. So Colorado Parks and Wildlife permits relocation of prairie dogs. And the permit is for the receiving site, and it's based on kind of a density on the receiving site that they feel the site can support.
Right. Thank you.
Does that clarify for you? Okay. So absent a better plan, shall we look at Open Space Board of Trustees recommendations? Well, all 3 boards, but you want to put those up? Okay. First one is recommending a reprioritization. Can you go ahead and talk us through one?
Sure. So that first one was one of the products that came out of phase 1 of the Prairie Dog Working Group. If you might remember that the Prairie Dog Working Group was created after the conversations revolving around the Armory Prairie Dog Colony, which was on private property. And at the time, the city's priorities were to move city prairie dogs first. And so we were planning to move prairie dogs off of ag properties that year, and the Armory had applied for a lethal control permit for their development site. And so the feedback from council was to move the Armory prairie dogs first and to form the working group. And so one of the first tasks of the working group was to talk about that prioritization of sending sites. And so the prioritization that they came up with in phase 1 was that the first priority would be those prairie dogs that were facing imminent lethal control. And in most cases, that would be a site with a development plan that was going to be happening in the short term. And so that would be places like private properties where there's going to be a development happening. On city properties, it would be areas like Valmont Park, where there's a development plan in place. And then the priority after that then would include things like irrigated agricultural land, where prairie dogs are in conflict with other city management goals, but are not really subject to imminent lethal control. So I think
like
what the board was talking about was the potential to essentially flip-flop those, at least during the time frame that we had very high occupation on those agricultural lands.
So there could be a time component, like for the next few years.
Yes, and I do believe we do have our one of our board members here. If you have any specific questions of them about their intent, you would probably be better able to represent that.
What are you pointing at? Oh, okay, hang on one second, go ahead.
So Heather, though, with development lands, I mean, I know the Armory was one, but does staff know if there's really a ton more lands that have prairie dogs on them that are facing development right now? Because, I mean, if there's really not, then I think swapping that could be a logical thing.
Well, I think certainly Valmont Park is a large site that we know is budgeted in the upcoming years. I would look to Val on private properties.
So I tried to take a quick look at where we have prairie dogs in the city, and I don't know of anyone proposing development at this moment, but I am often surprised by an application that comes in. So there are a few parcels in Gun Barrel along Spine that have prairie dogs. I was estimating about 50 acres in private land on the whole city that could be developed, although I don't know of any specific plans for that. We have historically gotten one lethal control permit a year, or one development site on average. And so that's the best predictor I have.
Okay.
In the Valmont one, I thought, when you say development, you mean develop the park?
Yes.
I thought we keep putting all that off forever.
So something that we've looked at,
we hope it will not be put off forever. I think a vet, when she comes forward with a capital improvement plan, maybe not this year, but in a couple of years, is going to be recommending that we start spending some dollars there to get, we need a new skate park. And so I think that in the 3 to 4 year time frame, we really need to start spending some money at Valmont Park.
Okay, so this is, well, okay.
Can I ask?
What? So, wait, she's going to come answer this question on Valmont.
I can at least speak to sort of what I know to be our capital improvement plans for
And can
Valmont.
you remind us of your name?
I'm Regina Elsner. I'm a planner with Parks and Recreation. So currently in 2020, we have in our CIP a request for relocation of the prairie dogs at Valmont Park. Starting in 2021, looking at doing some updated design so that we can, and some of the permitting associated with the future development of Valmont Park. And so in 2022, looking really at, 2022, 2023, looking at the development and the construction of Valmont Park. So that's really all predicated on being able to relocate those prairie dogs next year in 2020.
Thanks.
Can I ask a question? So, Heather, if I read my memo right, my understanding is on the private development sites, the developers pay into a fund, correct?
I would also have Val answer. She administers that with the private
Right,
property
yeah, so what we're looking at is formalizing that fee structure.
Right, and that was what was being proposed. So if we flipped this, then we wouldn't get any of those funds from the developers, would we? And would the city, like in the case of park development, would the city pay for those development relocation fees? So, okay, we're talking about private development.
Right.
And in 2016, the concern was the prairie dogs facing imminent death. And so then we said, these guys are facing imminent death. We didn't want that to happen. And so we said, you got to relocate them. And in this memo, it says, you know, we're thinking about this fee structure. And actually, the developer, if I recall right, he did put like 60 or 70,000. He put money into helping in the relocation costs. So my question is that if we flipped it as OSBT is recommending, then we're not going to get funds if we go forward with saying we want, you know, people to pay to help with the relocation, then we won't get funds from doing that, will we?
Right. The Prairie Dog Working Group recommendation was that private landowners that relocate their prairie dogs onto city property would pay, and that's what the fee structure would be developed to do.
Right. I just want to make sure I was following.
So I guess the other question, though, is will one department have to charge the other?
Right, and that's my second.
I know, I was just trying to get to the punch. Will parks have to pay open space to move the dogs?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
All right, Tom, can you talk to us about?
Before Tom steps up, I'm wondering, attachment C is the actual language from OSBT, which is probably far superior to my heavily summarized, paraphrased version from the slide. So I don't know if you can put up attachment C from the memo packet.
Thank you.
In my packet, it's it starts on page 818, and it's the second page with these motions.
Attachment C.
Attachment C.
Okay. While you're doing that, can you explain the reasoning of the Open Space Board of Trustees on this one?
Sure. Our reasoning, Tom Isaacson, Open Space Chair. Our reasoning is straightforward. These prairie dogs are being moved to open space, and under the charter, open space can only be used for open space purposes, and where you have a fundamental conflict where there's a limit to the space that's available to receive the prairie dogs, and we have to choose. We can take prairie dogs A or prairie dogs B, but we can't take them both. That where there's a strong open space need to move the prairie dogs off of some of our land onto other open space lands that, consistent with charter purposes and the broader goals of the open space program, that ought to be the higher priority, that's fundamental to the open space program. It's not our purpose to facilitate development at, you know, the Armory site or something else. I'm not denigrating that, but that is not our purpose for open space lands. And this is actually a very narrow motion. And we're not saying that open space prairie dogs always get priority over anyone else's prairie dogs in terms of who gets moved to, for example, the southern grasslands. We had a number of specific limitations on this. First, we're only talking about prairie dogs coming from irrigated ag lands on open space, which is a subset of where prairie dogs are located in open space. Second, it's only where the prairie dogs on irrigated ag lands exceed 35%, which is happily a relatively rare condition. It does exist. And 35%, by the way, is the county standard. The city standard is the lower 26% figure. That's the upper end of the city's range. So we even were more generous in a sense that we went with the 35%, saying that once you get down below 35%, we would no longer expect to get top priority. And third, we're only talking about leaseholds. Now, not all open space is leased out. We're only talking about property that's under a lease, but where a lessee has irrigated ag lands that have more than 35% prairie dog occupation, that land is having a significant impact in terms of open space values and charter purposes for agriculture, and they ought to get first dibs on the use of open space to relocate their dogs until we get down below the 35%. So that was our sense of our open space priorities.
That's very helpful. Questions? That makes some sense to
Yeah,
me.
it makes great sense. I think, thanks for the explanation and for the extra late night.
Getting used to them, I bet.
Okay, thoughts on this one?
I think if we were going to do that, I think it should go back to the Prairie Dog Working Group because they're the ones that came up with the recommendations in the first place. And so if they're seeing that possibly council's will and OSBT's will is that this get changed, I think that they should look, because they're looking at this holistically. You brought in ag, ranchers, biologists, prairie dog people into this conversation, and they came up with a holistic approach. So if we're going to be switching something they suggested, I'd like to see them relook at it. Not to mention, the developer at Armory paid $60,000. Now, if the budget was $10,000 to $150,000, I believe Dan said, you're looking at, for some years when it was 10, that's 6 times the amount of money that we got in to help support open space from a very small parcel of dogs versus our ag lands have more. So you're looking at a larger acreage amount, so more dogs. And if we give priority 100% to ag lands, we're going to be missing out on the funds that we could be getting. We're also talking about maybe 1 per year of a lethal permit that's asked for. And 2, we're not looking at mass amounts of acreage in these developments as opposed to, again, some larger amount of acreage. So I don't know, that's just some thoughts, but I'd like to see it go back to Prairie Dog Working Group, seeing as I think they're the ones that put in the time for this.
Yeah, Mary? Mary?
I just want to ask Tom if they considered this.
Sending it back to the Prairie Dog Working Group?
Yeah.
I think we had already reached a fundamental difference in our views of the priorities and honestly felt that this was sort of a council decision to make on sorting out priorities across different departments. Well, we understand Parks and Rec's concern, but, we want you to understand our concerns and,
So I actually have a slightly different way of thinking about this. I think this is a prioritization motion, and so it's saying we're going to start here, but we can always have it brought back to, I think OSBT would be the right group to bring it back to say, we have a development application for private development that would result in lethal control. OSBT, we'd like to jump the queue. And, so yes, yours were the priority, but now we've hit this because there's 3 competing priorities I can see here. There's moving the conflict dogs on the ag lands. There's moving development dogs that might end up under lethal control. And then there's moving things on our land, prairie dogs on our land that we want to relocate for development. So I kind of agree with Tom, setting these priorities as a council decision, but we can start with advice from the board. So my proposal would be to kind of accept the spirit of their motion and say, we want to have a process by which we examine the priority.
Mary?
So prioritizing prairie dogs from private development to me is sort of ironic in that we are prioritizing the very act that is actually decreasing the habitat. And so I wouldn't consider that, I wouldn't consider prioritizing the private development. And I think, and I guess I would differ from the Prairie Dog Working Group on that first recommendation to prioritize the prairie dogs on private development. I just think that that's where we started to go awry in 2016. If I had known a little more, I probably wouldn't have supported that. In 2016, we located 152 from the Armory, and then in 2017, we relocated 40 from Foothills Park, 185 from Diagonal Crossing, and then 25 from Spine Road, all private developments. In 2018, 3 more from the Armory, 17 from Foothills Park, and 349 from New West. So that's 772 prairie dogs from private land that, where we could have been those 3 years relocating prairie dogs from our own land.
I think New West is.
New
I was
West
going to say
is
New
open.
West is
Okay.
land.
So
Okay.
that
And
was,
I thought
yeah.
Foothills was also
That's parkland.
parkland, right,
But your point is about
My point is that we're relocating private prairie dogs at the expense of charter priorities. And so I guess that's where I would differ.
That's very helpful information, Mary, thanks. On those private parcels, would you, if we didn't relocate to open space land, would your, would, if we could all roll back the clock to 2016, as you suggested, would you then advocate for lethal control in those private parcels?
Well, I think that's where motion 3 would come into play, where we, the Open Space Board motion is to basically look at a process for where it might make sense. It's not saying we're advocating for lethal control, we're asking for a process.
So
That's helpful. And I understood motion 3 is to be on open space land, but maybe I misunderstood that.
well, let's not go there yet. Let's figure out prioritization, right? Because, let's not go to 3 yet. So I guess, here, I'm going to add another little wrinkle, which is, and this will be a little blasphemous, but I think we need to look beyond trying to keep every prairie dog alive. Because we're not. They're getting killed in all kinds of different ways. It's just, we feel bad about us killing them, but they're getting killed in other ways. I think we need to
outsourcing it.
Well, so I guess what I mean is we need to manage a system. And when I look at managing the system and our open space system, that's where this makes more sense to me, that we change the prioritization, because that is our job to do. And so anyhow, I guess I would support this report prioritization, because,
I would support it with a caveat, that it be able to come back through open space if there are other either lethal control options, because I think we should examine those, to Mary's points, they're very good points, but I think we should have the conversation in the context of what's in front of us. It is not like our open space system is not accomplishing a goal when we move prairie dogs from other than open space lands, because we're trying to build up the population on the southern grassland.
Well, go ahead, Sam.
My understanding is that we were using the southern grasslands as a receiving site because one of the possible reasons to be relocating there was the eventual reintroduction of the black-footed ferret. It opens the possibility of a discussion.
Yes, I'm sorry for interrupting. The issue is that there is overpopulation on the open space lands now, and there's plenty to go down into that southern grassland. So why we would take them from, I would agree with what Mary and Zan have said, why we would take them from other places and put those down there when we need to move ours first doesn't quite make sense to me in terms of the charter purposes. And I just wanted to know, are open space, City of Boulder open space lands the only place in the world to move prairie dogs? To relocate prairie dogs? And that's a serious question, I don't know.
We are somewhat limited. Yeah, come tell us about state law and whatnot.
Well, so there are restrictions with moving prairie dogs from county to county in the state of Colorado, and that you have to have county commissioner permission from both counties, and it tends to be restrictive on the receiving counties. For example, Weld County commissioners are not going to say, come bring the prairie dogs to our county, even if a private landowner would be okay with that. So that makes it harder. Part of my role is trying to keep an understanding of any possible relocation receiving sites. And so when we announce a lethal control permit and do public comment for potential receiving sites, if anyone calls me and says, there's a field, why don't you ask them, they might want prairie dogs, I will investigate that site or any other county site that someone says they think someone might be receptive to those prairie dogs. I have not been able to find other receiving sites other than our city lands. So we're definitely open to it. It's possible, it just doesn't seem to manifest.
And it's something that
If
you
I could just
actively
add something?
pursue.
Rocky Flats is relocating prairie dogs to it, and it's relocated hundreds of them recently. And they're using the prairie dogs for weed control. And when, you know, what we've been told here is that it's cattle, that, you know, the prairie dogs are taking all of the forage, and that we have to have cattle because they're the ones who are eating the weeds. And that's BS. That's not true. And the fact is that it doesn't matter whether it's cattle, whether it's prairie dogs, or whether it's elk who are doing the eating of the grass or whatever. They're doing the same thing, and we could relocate prairie dogs to
Rocky Flats?
Rocky Flats.
I've reached out to Rocky Flats just to let them know we have prairie dogs, and if they're receptive and we need county commissioner. I have not heard back from them that there's a demand for them, but I'm inquirer and.
Well, they're very much interested in getting an ecosystem that's balanced, and that includes the prairie dogs, and their intent is to reintroduce the black-footed ferret, so.
Okay, so on the prioritization then, I do think, I guess the other thing is, we've heard from the Valmont Park folks, and we don't want to leave ourselves an avenue, a dead-end avenue there. So I guess I would throw them in the mix. But where are we at with agreeing? I know you said go to the Prairie Dog Working Group. I do think some of this is political, and I think that's our job. So I guess I'm okay with us deciding this, but I don't know what other people think.
Well, I just want to say, I thought, Tom, your description was very compelling about open space. Land should be used for open space purposes. So I think this makes a lot of sense. But the one thing I'd throw into the mix, like you said, is the Valmont Park, because the community's been waiting for the development of that park for a very long time. So that's not open space land. So, but maybe there's, like Sam mentioned, there could be a, maybe there could be a petition by the Parks Department to the Open Space Board if it seems like it might be reasonable.
With it coming to us after Open Space makes a recommendation on it, because I think it's our job to make the balance that it suits charter purposes to receive from other city lands, but council should decide that.
Yeah, I would go for that if the council made the final decision.
I'm uncomfortable with totally micromanaging all of our boards. If there is some huge conflict going on, I can see that it might come to the level of the council, but I don't think we need to look at everything they do. If we okay their purposes and their procedures, then they'll be following them, and we'll hear about it if some other big thing is coming.
I think that's what we're saying, though, which is if the Parks Board and the Open Space Board agree, then we don't have to get involved. It's only if they disagree, right?
Well, that's a clarification. I think a good one.
That's a good proposal.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Yeah, I think it's a good proposal.
I'm sorry, say it
So
again.
it would, I think we're,
Basically saying that if the boards agree, Parks wants to have dogs transferred.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, if they agree, yeah,
If
okay.
they agree, then we don't need to get involved, but if they disagree, it's our job.
I think that's a good.
Well, and what happens with development?
they're the third priority.
That's
Open space, other city lands.
They find their own relocation sites because it's not our job to relocate prairie dogs in private land to facilitate development.
I agree with Mary.
But just to clarify, they're the third priority. It doesn't mean they're disallowed.
If we ever catch up.
If we ever catch up.
Okay, if we ever catch up.
And they're paying for it, by the way. It's not just that they're supplying dogs that presumably we want, because if we don't, we're going to say no. But they're paying for the purposes of doing that.
And if we're not trying to facilitate the development, then what are we going to say no? Because if we're going to say no to the development, then cool, I'm by all means for that.
Well, that's where motion 3 comes in, which we're not there yet.
Right, but just because you say no to a dog getting relocated on private lands, you're basically sentencing them all to death because they're going to get developed regardless. So Aaron, you would have had to walk by the armory and watch them putting CO2 and watching their brains pop.
Okay, whoa.
Okay, so I'm willing to put motion on the table, or at least, because I thought Bob hit the nail on the head.
Right, I think we're just
We don't need a
amassing these
motion.
things.
Massing, okay, that's fine.
But I think we have it, right? I feel like what we just said?
Yep.
Okay. They had 4, yeah, well, we might at the end. Can we skip 3 and go to 4?
Can I just ask one
If we
quick
do
clarifying question on number
Yeah,
2?
that was-
So they did have some thresholds in there of the 35% occupancy of any given leasehold, I think was how it was phrased, as kind of that trigger to then reshift the priorities moving forward. Does that seem, I mean, is your motion essentially to
Agree with.
to support the board motion as
To
written?
go from 26 to 35%? Is that what?
Well, so the 26%, it's kind of apples and oranges. So the 26% is our threshold for grassland preserves. We don't have a desired threshold on each leasehold on agricultural properties. So that, I think, and actually, Andy, maybe you can speak to where that number came from.
Well, the number kind of came from them asking what might be something that isn't quite as challenging for the tenants to deal with. That's where the number came from. And the 35% would be, for example, on the Axel St. Johnson lease area, going from memory, I believe that is 49, the irrigated land is occupied at 49%. So we would take that irrigated land from 49% occupation down to 35%.
By relocating?
Yes.
But
Or
can
if
I clarify? I thought we
population
just,
What?
I said, or if plague moved through or some
Right,
other
right.
conditions changed.
wait a minute. I thought that was the trigger, but you said when we bother to move dogs, we might as well take them all, otherwise the following year you'll have as much. So is that the target you're trying to get to, or the threshold at when you consider a relocation?
Well, I think in an ideal sense, we wouldn't have prairie dogs on the irrigated agricultural land.
So
If we removed a colony, we would remove that whole colony. So if the colony was 12 acres of an irrigated field, we would remove that whole colony.
Okay, so you're not going to stop at 35%, you'd go down to 0? Or try to?
well, that's the target, right? 0.
Right, I just want to clarify, the
Right.
target is not 35%.
Well, I think we would reevaluate at that point. If a colony was large enough to take us below the 35% threshold, we would not stop in mid-colony. We would remove the rest of that colony, thereby we could fall below
Okay,
that.
so it's a threshold.
Right. A single leasehold may constitute many, many different properties. And we're not saying that each and every acre of those collective properties have to be below 35%. Rather, it's across all of that leasehold in the aggregate. Now, some of those acres will have 0, and some of them may have fairly high. But for the person who's leasing the property from us, for their lease as a whole, you have to get it down below 35% to change the priorities. It's not each and every acre at below 35%.
Okay.
So what we might say is that my understanding was that we were taking their entire motion, but adding this thing about the parks relocation in there. But just to clarify, you want to do the relocations in ways that make practical sense, right? It's not like you get it to 34% and you stop.
Right, we would definitely get to 35% in the most strategic way possible.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Or lower.
So,
Yeah, or lower. I was going to say, if,
They'll just repopulate.
right.
so that's what I think staff's been saying.
Okay, I think that's what you're saying,
It's
too.
very clear that that's what they're saying. So was that going back to number 2?
Yeah.
Yeah, we just finished number 2.
We finished number 2.
I just wanted to clarify that it was the
wanted
whole,
clarification.
the whole OSBT motion.
Follow.
Okay, so it occurs to me, we asked for a member of the county to be in the audience, and it's 11:40. I guess, to the folks that thought they might have a question of the county regarding relocation,
I had a question.
okay, I guess I feel like we need to, it feels like unusual punishment to have somebody sit here this long. So I guess, Teresa, do you want to come up? And I guess we could, this is probably in service of number 3 anyhow, so maybe we should just move forward and tackle lethal control. So in the context of that, let us ask you first some questions around the county's approach. Mary.
Thank you for hanging in there. I have a question with respect to the process for taking prairie dogs to the ferret reintroduction center and the cost associated with that.
Okay, I am Therese Klowacki. I'm the resource manager for Boulder County Parks and Open Space, and we manage prairie dogs. So the process for taking prairie dogs that we trap up to the ferret recovery center is that we do trap the prairie dogs first. There's also the option of burrow flushing. We used to do that 15 or more years ago, but trapping is the way we use it now. We go out, we trap prairie dogs. We have a holding facility that we created on Parks and Open Space. It's a agricultural building that has cages inside it. So we will trap for several days. We will take the prairie dogs into that holding facility until we have enough prairie dogs to make the trip up to it's Carr, Colorado. It's east of Fort Collins, north and east of Fort Collins. So until we have enough to make the trip, then we will keep those in our facility, take them on up, and deliver them. In our high trapping season, it's typically once a week. We will make a trip up there. Once they get there, the Ferret Recovery Center will quarantine those prairie dogs to assure that they don't have plague before they use them for their ferret recovery program.
Thank you.
Oh, and the cost.
I have a question. So then, do you release the prairie dogs and then the ferrets kill them? Or do they get gassed before they're given to
So there are two, none of this, we do none of this. This is all a federal program run by the U.S. Department of, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And the goal is to habituate ferrets. It's also to grow ferret populations. Ferrets are the most endangered mammal in North America. And so the federal government has put a lot of resources to try and increase their numbers. So they do that in several different ways. One is they use the prairie dogs in several different ways. One is they have holding pens where the ferrets are being acclimated to learn how to hunt on their own. In those holding pens, prairie dogs will be released to become prey. That's what ferrets eat. In other ways, when they are raising the young ferrets, they will feed them. And so they would gas the prairie dogs and feed them. So the prairie dog's ultimate fate is...
With CO2?
Yes.
So what is do you have a cost? Like how much does this program cost per dog, or do you have a sense?
And how many you take up during your high trapping season on a weekly basis?
So on a weekly basis, about, I don't know, it could be anywhere from 50 to 200. But over the course of our season, which we start our prairie dog management season on June 1st, and it typically runs through late October, sometimes even until November. On average, we trap about 1,100 prairie dogs a year.
1,000?
1,100. I would say average over the last 15 years has been more like 1,300 a year.
And what is approximately has been your cost per dog for trapping?
So we don't calculate per dog for trapping.
Okay.
Our big numbers are kind of similar to what your numbers are. We spend about $150,000 on staff time for managing prairie dogs, and that includes the trapping and taking them to the ferrets. It also includes lethal control. We have a program for lethal control on our irrigated agriculture land. We spend about $150,000 a year on staff, probably another $20,000 on materials, and then our capital costs, we have trucks and ATVs and machines for lethal control, and that's another it's not 150 per year, but our capital expenses are about 150,000 over the last 5 years.
Mary, go ahead.
No, if anybody has a follow-up.
Do you have a sense of whether the ferret people are looking for more prairie dogs, or if they're?
So the ferret, there used to be a lot of other municipalities in the Front Range that would have similar programs where they would trap and deliver prairie dogs to the ferret program. A lot of those programs have gone to lethal control, and therefore there are fewer and fewer, and I believe what we've heard is we're the only one right now that's actually delivering live prairie dogs to the Ferret Recovery Center.
So they might could use some more.
They definitely have, yes, they need them for their ferret program.
Maybe this is a dumb question. How do you decide between when you trap and when you do lethal control?
What's the criteria?
Yeah.
So several different things. If we have a very small number of prairie dogs, and Heather mentioned this too, when you first go out and there's an area that has, a lot of prairie dogs and they have never been trapped, the prairie dogs go into the traps quite readily. Once you're out there for a week or two, or for a week or so, then the efficacy of trapping really decreases. So what we have done is, in many cases, we will trap for a week, then we will remove the traps and follow up with lethal, because the cost of trying to get those last prairie dogs is exorbitant. We also now have a priority to get prairie dogs off of our no prairie dog areas, and our irrigated agricultural land is what we consider no prairie dog areas. We do not want prairie dogs there, and yet we do have prairie dogs out there. Our priority now is to get prairie dogs off of there. So again, smaller colony sizes on those no prairie dog areas, we will lethally control to try and get them down. The reason for that we're putting an effort into that, is because, same thing that Heather said, if you just trap them down a little and you don't get them all the way off that no prairie dog area, the next year the numbers go up again, and you're just treating and treating and treating. If you get an area that is completely cleared, and then the next year, if there are more prairie dogs that come back, it's usually a few young males that have migrated in. It's not a repopulation because of reproduction and in migration of prairie dogs. So when we really want the prairie dogs completely gone, and they're low numbers, we will use lethal. On our multiple objective areas where we have, it can be trails, agriculture, their smaller properties, could be neighbors, we will reduce prairie dogs and we'll trap on those. So large colonies, we trap first, and multiple objective areas, we trap first. No prairie dog areas, we aim for lethal control. Small acreage, no prairie dogs.
And how long has the county had a lethal control program?
20 years. 20 years ago, we implemented 20 years ago, we created our prairie dog management plan. And it's our 20-year anniversary coming up. And at that point, we outlined our 3 areas: habitat conservation areas, multiple objective areas, and no prairie dog areas. And in the original plan, it's been modified 5 times. In the original plan, we said lethal control is a possibility because the goal on our irrigated agricultural lands is irrigated agriculture.
And do you send some of them either trapped or lethally controlled, or the lethally controlled animals off to a raptor center?
We do. We do. Periodically, we will do the lethal control ourselves. Mm-hmm. And you don't have to worry about prairie dogs being quarantined. When you're sending a prairie dog, which is a mammal, to be prey and be eaten by a mammal, you don't want plague. Mm-hmm. When you are sending it to a raptor, you don't have to worry about plague being transferred to that animal, so we can lethally control them. So we do that as well.
Okay, just one last question. So what's the order of magnitude? How many do you trap and donate, and how many do you lethally control?
So we don't count, and I don't have numbers like per acres. We, like I said, we trap on average about 1,300 prairie dogs a year. That's been kind of average what we can get to in trapping for the last 15 years. It has not fluctuated significantly. We treated last year 530 acres. Now, some of those might have been dense, a lot of prairie dogs out there. Some of those might have had, a few prairie dogs per acre because it's a new, prairie dogs, it's a no prairie dog area. Perhaps it had been cleared at one point and prairie dogs are just starting to come back in. So I cannot convert that to numbers of prairie dogs.
Okay, no, that's helpful. Any other questions for the county so we can let Teresa go home? Thank you so much. Sorry.
You're welcome.
I should have asked you.
No,
out
it's
sooner.
always interesting to see how.
You are welcome to stay.
I think I might pass on that opportunity, though.
Watch on TV then.
Okay.
We'll be at it in a couple hours.
Okay, Tom, yeah.
First, there's an important bit of terminology to clarify so we don't confuse what our motion was talking about compared to what the county is describing. Because the county was talking about sending dogs to Fort Collins versus lethal control. And that may be the terminology, the way they think about it. I think the way I think about it and the way we think about it is sending the prairie dogs to Fort Collins is a form of lethal control. It may be a better form that has all kinds of advantages relative to just killing the dogs on site. But anytime you outsource the killing of the prairie dog, I think you still ought to own the fact that you're engaging in lethal control. The dog's not coming back. And so when we talk about lethal control, and the last part of our motion is, whether, where, and how, the how is intended to capture the idea that there are different forms, one of which is sending the prairie dogs elsewhere to use in some environmental recovery programs. But we intended to capture that notion within the broader rubric of lethal control. If someone else uses different terminology, that's fine, but I just want to be clear what we're talking about.
So, can I ask him a question? So, Tom, if I read my memo right, we're talking about reintroduction of black-footed ferrets in 2021?
Yes.
Then how much, we're talking about 2 years. And, and those would come into the southern grasslands, I assume. And there's 100,000 acres to the south of Boulder that's open space, little O, little s, undeveloped land, where ferrets can habitat or inhabit and be very healthy, and that's going to happen pretty soon. So did you talk about this in a temporal way at all, or is this now a permanent proposal you're putting out there?
So, no, I don't think it was interpreted. I should say, we weren't attempting, and I want to be very clear about this, this was a process motion. We weren't attempting to define at all what the outcome of the process would be, whether to endorse lethal control, when it would occur, where it would occur, how it would occur. The idea was just to have a process in which the public would participate, and we would have a good outreach program and listen to that points of view, perhaps engage with some experts, and then make a recommendation. So I don't want to start answering what the outcome of that process, but I think it is entirely fair to say if one outcome were to favor lethal control under certain circumstances, to also impose all kinds of restrictions, whether they're temporal restrictions or say under the following conditions. And I don't want to, again, get in the business of predicting the outcome of a process that hasn't even started yet, but yes, I think those kinds of restrictions would be certainly fair game for discussion.
On the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, they have over 70,000 prairie dogs on 3,500 acres, and they have a third of the world's black-footed ferret population out there. And they have been very successful at least flattening the population there. And they're being so successful there at this point that the ferrets are overflowing the confines of the refuge, and they're now relocating these black-footed ferrets to Arizona, Colorado, elsewhere.
Right, but we wouldn't be here if it were clear that our ag program could afford to wait several more years. You know, there is, in our view, a fundamental conflict between, council has said that local agriculture is an important city priority, and we've done a lot of work to pursue that objective, but so is taking care of the prairie dogs, and we have reached a point where on certain lands, those two objectives are in conflict, and, in a sense, something has to give. And the purpose of our motion was to be, in a sense, as forthright as possible. We understand that there are very strong feelings on this issue, and in some ways it's sort of the third rail of prairie dog politics is to acknowledge this possibility, but we felt the issue was squarely presented, and we could not continue to sort of ignore it, because doing so essentially is making a choice. If we just say, well, we're not going to focus on this issue, then you've made a choice. You're disfavoring local agriculture. And
Well, I think that's a discussion we need to have in the master plan update.
Right, but that is what, that is what led us, somewhat, we weren't loving this issue, but that's what led us to feel that we had to come to you and ask for approval to begin a process to tackle this difficult issue.
We have questions for you.
So per my understanding of the timeline that staff showed earlier in the presentation, you received this at the first round when the phase one came in, and then it came back to you after we had given some comments. So when you received it the first time, is there a reason you guys didn't come up with this recommendation the first time, and why it waited until the second time? I mean, there was plenty of time to have looked at that, and I just...
I mean, we didn't... I don't want to speak for others because we didn't have that discussion, but I think there was a sense that the problem in recent times, the last 6 months in particular, has sort of gone from a problem to a crisis, and the level of complaining that we were receiving from certain ranchers and visiting those properties made it clear that this wasn't just the sort of long simmering problem, that the problem had reached a much more serious level and demanded that we consider whether this is an option. We weren't eager to take this on. We had plenty of other difficult issues to wrestle with, but it finally reached the point where we felt we had to.
Bob?
No.
So I'm just looking at your language, Tom, and especially the last sentence of motion number 3. So you're recommending an expedited OSMP-led process. Do you have a general, I know you're not predicting the outcome of that process, but do you have a general sense of what your view or your board's view of what expedited would mean?
Yeah, it's a hard question. We want to emphasize the importance of getting this done quickly and not spending a huge amount of time sort of discussing the basics of what the process would be, but instead to, jump right into it and keep it focused. I think I've heard from staff they have some ideas on how long it would take. We would hope to get this done sooner. I mean, ideally, before the next leasing season comes up, so that those people who are considering leasing properties know whether or not there's going to be lethal control in those properties. Whether that's doable, I'm not sure, but that's the end of the year. I know staff thinks it would take longer, but our goal would be at tomorrow night's meeting to begin that discussion right off, when we're sitting where you are, to begin the discussion of what's this process going to look like and how can we streamline it as much as possible while still being sort of fair to the importance of the issues.
And the second question is I assume you were intentional when you said OSMP-led process, so you envision this being a staff-led process as opposed to referring it back to the working group, is that right?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
So,
wait, Sam's next. Sorry, then you.
So I have a few questions about this. There's clearly a conflict. Whether there's a crisis is a judgment call.
Right.
And so I guess one of my questions is, we're looking at 1,052 acres of 6,641 acres of irrigable land that has dogs on it. So that's about 16%, and those are the numbers you just gave. And so 16% a crisis level? I know there are certain properties where the concentration is higher, and what I think we've heard the Prairie Dog Working Group suggest and our staff say, yes, is they're focusing on those properties, both in the soil health way and in the relocation of prairie dogs. So tell me a little about how the board came to this definition of crisis. Was it a threshold that you picked? Was it the number of complaints you got? Because it did seem to come up awful quick, and I'm curious about why.
Right, we didn't discuss the exact terminology to capture that, whether that might be hyperbole or some lesser word would accomplish the same objective. But certainly on those lands, not system-wide, but on those lands where the percentages are 50% and higher, the economic viability of the agricultural operations in those lands is very much in jeopardy. And, the long-term participation of those lessees in the system is in jeopardy. And of course, there's other parts of the system where those lands can't be leased out at all. It's all those lands that are currently, non-viable.
Yeah, so I'm sitting here looking at the list, the 2018 OSMP agricultural leases and prairie dogs, which is a very good list. I will credit staff with keeping good records and with sharing it with us. So of the acres that are still in lease, right? So we have some that are out of lease. We have some agricultural properties that are out of lease. That's like 518 vacant lease acres. Then we have all of the acres which are leased, which is almost 13,000 acres. So yes, there's 500 acres out of lease, but there's 13,000 acres in lease, and there are 1,600 of those 13,000 acres are occupied by prairie dogs. And then if we look at the irrigated acres, on the leased properties, there's 3,700 acres leased with 663 acres occupied by prairie dogs. So again, it brings me to the same question. That's about the same 15% level. So if we look across the irrigated acres, we look across the land which is not leased, which is a relatively small percentage, and then we look at the occupation levels of the total leasehold acres. I'm not sure why it's a crisis level. I could see asking for, adjusting the Prairie Dog Working Group suggestion or something, but for me, that was the group we assembled specifically to give their considered recommendation across a broad range of stakeholders. And so I would just, ask, it's the same question, but restated in a way. What makes this an imminent thing that we need to take out of the hands of the Prairie Dog Working Group rather than reconfigure and hand it back to them? I'm just not sure. Help me understand.
Well, there's two pieces to that. One is jurisdictional. We are a charter board, and on any issue of open space policy, City Council is under the charter, Section 175, required to have a recommendation from the Open Space Board of Trustees. The only exception to that is where you ask us for a recommendation and 30 days passes and we don't give you a recommendation, but where you've asked for one.
Well, I think we want your recommendation.
Yes, I'm just saying, if the question is, who is the board that should make the recommendation to council on the question of whether there ought to be lethal control on open space? We're not presuming to judge lethal control on Parks and Rec land or private land. But the question is, which board is constituted to make that recommendation? The charter's clear. That's our responsibility, and respectfully, you're required to obtain a recommendation from us on any issue of that kind of magnitude on open space policy. I think.
Okay, wait. Sure. So we have a long list. I just want to make sure I got it. We got Lisa, Mary, and then Mirabai.
So we also made a decision in 2016 to go forward and establish a Prairie Dog Working Group. And to date, we've put close to 170,000, something like that, into that. Now, why would we break from that, have a group of volunteers who have worked hard for 2 years just to have their work be usurped by OSBT? And why would we not want to continue to allow the working group's recommendations to go forward for the next 2 to 3 years to see if they work and expedite those recommendations. And at the end of that time, why not then say, as the Open Space Board of Trustee, maybe it worked, maybe it didn't, and here now we're going to give you a recommendation. But why would you, without any guidance from council, why would this board come up with this recommendation out of the blue? I mean, and honestly, when I look at just the timeline of all this, if there had been a red flag in January 15th, 2019, why didn't the board say something? Instead, you know, I feel like our time is being wasted. And
So,
wait, no,
okay, but our point, if we have questions of him, great.
Yeah, I
Let's
do.
not argue
But
with
why?
him. Let's
so
argue with
could
ourselves.
you answer that? Why would you interrupt a process that was set by the council and that OSBT MP have put in close to $170,000?
Well, a few things. One is the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations are not intended to solve the problem of the conflicts on these irrigated ag lands within any kind of time frame that would be considered acceptable. I think staff has analyzed that question. It's clear.
What's the time frame?
Well, I think even 10 years, we're not going to be able to relocate our way out of this problem. Certainly not.
Right, but, okay, stop. We are not arguing with him, all right? We can argue with ourselves.
He has to answer my question.
I know, but
Let him argue. Let him answer.
let him answer the question.
Interrupt it.
So,
But you also took over Sam's question, which he's not done either.
So the first is I don't think the Prairie Dog Working Group, and it's no disrespect to them, but they're not going to, and I don't think anyone is holding out that they're going to solve this fundamental conflict. A decision has to be made about lethal control, whether or not that's a tool for solving this conflict. The second is, as I understand it, the Prairie Dog Working Group is required to operate by consensus. They're not going to reach a consensus in favor of lethal control. It's off, as I understand it, it's off the table. The only way that option even gets discussed, the only way that tool even gets in the toolbox is to have us look at it. We're not under the obligation that they are under. They're under some, they are under some constraints that make that not an option that they would even consider, right? And so, yeah, if it's to be even considered, we're the ones who would have to consider it.
Okay.
And as,
So in 2005, in the Northern Grasslands Preserve area, there were about 1,500 dogs on the land. And in, Northern Grasslands Preserve acres, there were 1,500, not dogs, there are 1,500 acres in the Northern Grasslands that had prairie dogs on them. And then the year after, there were 18, and the year after that, there were 57. That was the plague, right, followed by the flood, right? And so now we're back up to 1,700 acres in the Northern Grasslands being under prairie dogs. And it seems to me like the cycle is to be expected given what is present in the land now. Now, it would be great if the plague hadn't come over in the 1900s, and it would be great if the land didn't get degraded previously. And so there's this question of, again, I'm coming back to, is it a crisis? You're saying, I want us to talk about lethal control because we're the only ones who can suggest that to you. That's fair. I think that is a completely fair statement. But did you consider those numbers that I've just talked about as part of your conversation around whether it needed to go to lethal control now?
Yes, we're well aware that had the plague come through 2 years ago, we wouldn't be here having this discussion. If we could say with confidence the plague will come through next year, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But, we all know these are not things we can predict with any kind of certainty, and it does strike us that just hoping for the plague, which is a weird concept, but, hoping for the plague to take us out of this conundrum is not good policy making. Certainly as part of this process, we can evaluate, well, how likely is it that we're going to not need to go down this path. That's a fair thing to discuss, but I don't think it's a foregone conclusion that the plague will get us out of this problem in any kind of time frame that would moot the need to have this process and have this discussion.
Okay, good. So I have Lisa. Lisa, did you get what you needed?
Well, I have some other questions, and so,
Tom?
Yeah, and that has to do with the cost of lethal control. And we just had the person from the county up, and they spend about the same that we've spent on the Prairie Dog Working Group. And I guess I find
We work for free.
Well, so do we. We have many more issues, so. So anyway, I guess for me, I'm trying to look at it from an economic perspective. And to, again, it is getting late.
We can come back if you want.
Well, it's just the cost of the lethal control. We've invested heavily in the Prairie Dog Working Group. They've come up with a bunch of very good recommendations. We just had a discussion about the Police Task Force Oversight Group, and we didn't want to throw out those community citizens' recommendations, so we let those go forward. And now we're kind of picking which ones. So I guess my question is, could lethal control, the concept of it, wait until the Prairie Dog Working Group finishes in the next, year or two?
There would be significant costs to doing that, not only costs in terms of, loss of agriculture, but costs in the economic sense. It's hard to quantify, but if significant properties that are currently under lease become no longer economically viable, it's not just that we lose the rent from those properties, although that's part of it. It's also a hit to our overall credibility with our lessees, and these are difficult issues as our lessees age, and we struggle to maintain a good, supply of lessees. And if some high priority properties were to go under by virtue of, a decision, there would be further costs, not only financial costs, but long-term credibility costs that, we would have to deal with. So I think you need to put that, I'm not saying that's controlling, but you need to put that in the mix as well. It's a real conflict.
Okay, so I have one more question for him. So do you only look at impacts of the prairie dogs, or do you also consider the impacts of the cattle and their eating the grass down to the quick, as well as the secondary movements associated with agriculture, like moving trucks and cars, disturbing the soil, which makes it really welcome for prairie dogs to come in, and moving water, feed, whatever materials for the livestock.
Sure.
So how do you guys evaluate that, and when do you evaluate that? Because I've never seen that in my 20-some years. So.
Well, so the first answer is, you can make our mandate as broad or as narrow as you wish. You can take certain issues off the table and say, don't look at that. You can put certain issues explicitly on the table and say, make sure you look at that. So I think we can certainly take those into account as whatever direction council were to give us. It is at least the general received wisdom on open space that cattle, other things equal, are good for the soil, that, they replace the bison, which were the natural inhabitants of these lands long ago. Obviously there are other consequences of having cattle on the land, but we view it as, I understand, but it is our view that council has said local agriculture is a priority, and on Boulder open space, local ag means ranching. I mean, there's very little other forms of agriculture. So that's how we achieve that. Sorry.
Okay, Mary, then Mirabai, then Cindy. And you guys, it's after midnight, so we're just going to ask shorter questions, and with an eye towards getting somewhere. Go ahead.
Thanks, Tom. To what extent did you consider the effects of prairie dog migration onto private lands in this recommendation?
I wouldn't say we directly considered it as part of this issue. I think we see it as, part of the overall issue that we face. I don't think we were envisioning lethal control as a primary means of solving that problem. It could be a means, but I think lethal control, first and foremost, would be to preserve open space lands themselves. There may be a secondary benefit in deterring migration onto other lands, but there are also other ways of dealing with that, trying to use barriers. So it could be part of the overall picture, but I think it's not the driver on lethal control.
Is that it?
That was you asked for short.
I did, I love it. Mirabai.
So first, I believe you had said that Prairie Dog Working Group had not spoken about lethal control, but they did, and they did come to a consensus that it wasn't the responsible way to move forward. So it was addressed. But second, I guess my question is, did you guys review, so I'm going to talk about the two properties that I think have had the biggest issues and the most percentage of prairie dogs over the 35%, which is Boulder Valley and was it Axel Johnson. And have you actually read their leases? Did OSBT read the leases?
I've definitely read the Lover lease for Boulder Valley Ranch. I'm not sure I've read the lease for Axelson Johnson. And as I recall, the lease explicitly says they cannot kill the prairie dogs.
Yeah, so I mean, they just signed these leases not too long ago, and they knew the existence. It wasn't like these prairie dogs popped up overnight. And it also states that they do give precedent to the wildlife. So I guess I'm confused, again, as Sam brought up, why this is considered a crisis when the lease itself states that they're getting a short-term lease because of the fact of the prairie dogs, and that then it's also that they give precedent to wildlife. And so I mean, I understand being a good neighbor, and I'm more than happy to look at options, but I guess from what it states in those leases, why did you, I guess my answer is still not there for me.
I think if you spoke to them, they would say that whatever optimism led them to sign the leases based on the prairie dog situation at that time, that if the problem continues to get worse, they won't be able to, continue into the future. And so to say to them, well, you agreed to this on your last lease, doesn't get us out of the problem that going forward, we need to do something, or if we don't do something about it, we're going to be in some trouble on these leases.
Cindy?
So,
Then Aaron?
Tom, thank you for being such a ready answerer. I wondered about, so it's not just the land itself, the ag land, but it is the irrigated part. And I wondered if you'd just say a few words about water and the investment that we have in water and what happens to that when this goes away.
My recollection of the figure from the field trip was that Open Space has $100 million worth of water rights. Those are obviously not only financially important, but they're a precious resource for us to use in the future. Obviously, it's a complete disaster if under the use it or lose it laws we were to lose our water rights. But even more fundamentally, we don't want to waste an important resource. And, irrigated lands are far more important to a rancher than non-irrigated fields. They obviously support a much higher level of forage for the cattle can eat. And if they lose the utility of their irrigated properties, that's an enormous hit to the viability of the farm.
And
Yeah, in some of the ditch systems, the water, we can move it between and among properties. So the tenants are still using that water, and, we'll use it as much as we can on their lease area. We'll use more where there aren't prairie dogs and less sometimes where it's less able to be applied. So we are using the water in those leases, and they're just moving it around the landscape to the more productive parts of the property.
so I don't know if, Tom, you're the one to ask this question, but my understanding is that it's also the amount of moisture in the soil that actually helps with carbon sequestration. And I think this is probably, I hope Brett can Karen isn't still here waiting, but.
Brett definitely made that point at the field trip, that water is important to the viability of the soil, and it helps with carbon sequestration to have well-watered soils.
Yes, the two things go together in terms of retaining the topsoil and having the humus.
Aaron?
Well, I don't have a question. I just want to say, Tom, it's past midnight, and you've gotten some tough questions. You've had some great answers. I really appreciate you being here, all the work that you've done in the other board.
Or stepping on the third rail of prairie dog politics.
It's a tough issue, and y'all are volunteers, so thank you for your work.
I have one more, and that it has to do with, because to me, obviously, we have some values in conflict. It seems to me the issue is, as we look at all the variables, is I think somebody said, it's not the, prairie dogs aren't the problem, but maybe the number is, we get to regulate grazing. So I guess my question ultimately has to do with soil health and not losing topsoil because of mismanagement. And I guess when we look at the acres, when you guys, is that a factor? How do you look at, when you are looking at managing the open space system? Because this is an issue that we haven't had time to talk about it, maybe we won't tonight, but about reclaiming degraded lands. I guess, how does that factor into how you guys are approaching this or other things that we should be doing separate from dogs and cows that get at soil health?
Could I ask the same question, at least at the beginning, just a little different way, which is how open space is managing and monitoring the ag lands to be sure that they aren't overgrazed, and then whatever your tag along was?
I guess.
So as far as the monitoring of the grazing, the grassland management plan sets objectives for all the native grassland plant communities. And we've been monitoring those system-wide since 2009. And we found that they are very stable. They do respond to environmental factors. Under drought, we do see some decline in ground cover. I did produce a chart. Maybe we can pass that out when we're done. But overall, when we look at bare ground cover in our xeric tallgrass and in our mesic tallgrass, we are achieving our grassland plan objectives there. The mixed grass prairie, we are slightly under objective, but we see an increasing trend in condition as far as bare ground cover is concerned. So from 2009 to 2019, we are seeing less bare ground, which would be a good indicator that grazing from livestock or wildlife on the property isn't exceeding capacity.
Okay, so that answered your question. So, but we do have some acreage where my understanding, and having been out to the Bennett property, where we're losing topsoil, which to me is kind of the ultimate crime, regardless of how it's happening, that we need to address here. And I guess, I don't know if that factored anything into your prairie dog, or I don't know who I'm asking this question, but I want to know the overlap of these two issues, because to me, that's the thing that we most need to prevent from happening, because that takes forever to recover from.
So most of those lands in that category are in those unleased packages.
So they're in the, okay, so
in
the
that 518 acres, most of that land, the Bennett is 112 acres, and we're managing another 120 as staff. So we're trying to take the information we're learning on the Bennett and the carbon farming project and implement those practices on some of that other land.
I agree that the problem of irrigated lands is different from the sort of Dust Bowl problem, and our motion, includes the where component, and it's, again, if you have guidance on whether to keep this narrow on just irrigated or look at the Dust Bowl problem as well, that's certainly,
But your motion focused on irrigated?
Yes.
And the lands that we're also worrying about however we want to call it, the vacant leased ones are no longer irrigated?
Some are.
Some are.
So some are.
Some are, yes.
So fractions, so there's an overlap there.
I think it's to clarify, Tom, did you mean irrigated or irrigable lands? Right, because we have the categories that they could be irrigated, but they're not, because nobody's not functional.
I think we meant irrigated.
Irrigable.
Oh, irrigable.
We use irrigable.
Yeah, that 1,052 acres is irrigable land. Some proportion of those are currently.
Some of which have been abandoned from agriculture because they're not.
So that would include the 518 acres That includes the Hartnagel and Oasis.
Yes.
Yeah, Bennett's and,
Irrigated, but it.
okay. All right. We have to keep going. Thank you very much. Okay. Who has a proposal about how we want to move forward? And it is 12:25.
I know what time it is. You guys scheduled this? I have a question. So I need to have, I'll just get a staff, Tom could come back up. So, sorry, Tom. And I appreciate your patience, but, my question is, did you guys, especially with these two properties that have high prairie dog populations or whatever, did you discuss taking them from agriculture and transferring them to conservation? My understanding is with that size of acreage, we would still be within our agricultural goals. Or did you decide, or did you talk about putting them into conservation in the short term and then turning them back to agriculture? Did you have any of that discussion?
No, not in those terms. I think we recognize that if we were to lose the agricultural productivity of those lands, that would be in conflict with the local agriculture priority that council has given us, and therefore, would necessitate that exact discussion of, do you want to let those lands go out of ag production, or do you want to do something about the prairie dogs on it?
So, and then my last question is how, it doesn't seem like we know a lot about the soil. Do we have any soil specialists in open space?
We have staff working on soil health initiatives, yes.
Right, but do we
With
have
limited-
soil specialists?
We do not have a technical
And so I
soil
guess my
scientist.
question is how, if we don't have that knowledge, how does removing one single species give guarantee that we're going to solve the problem of finding topsoil? Or how is that supposed to happen?
Well, I'm not sure it's related. We could potentially be more effective in reclaiming some of these lands in the absence of prairie dogs, but we're really undertaking these initiatives to learn how to scale them up and use them across the system. For example, we're looking at cover cropping and composting, and how can we use that system-wide on agricultural properties?
Which is great.
But they didn't remove prairie dogs to do that.
No, I know that.
And so on the Bennett property, you did not remove the prairie dogs for the key lining work?
We did not. We raised the key line plow in between when we came to a burrow.
And it seems like that's been a fairly successful, at least start to that project.
We were able to establish cover crops, annual cover crops there. This year, we will move into more perennial seedings to see if we can have the same kind of success.
Okay, very interesting to see how that goes.
Okay, I guess I do have one other question in terms of moving forward. And I don't know who to answer this. Passive relocation, how does that, which I understand, well, first define it, but I thought it is encouraging dogs to move back, which I presume it means by disturbing something. How does that jive with agricultural folks, based on what a person said, if this is accurate, not disturbing land around burrows? How do those two things jive?
So you can use the word or the phrase passive relocation to mean a number of things.
Okay.
And we use it as something that we're going to actually do on a property. We're talking about a technique called reverse dispersal translocation. And essentially what that is trying to get the prairie dogs to move out of one area into another area. Excuse me. And the way that that's typically done is by putting in one-way doors, essentially, so they can come out of the burrow but not go back in, and then continue to close up the burrow so that they can't use it. That works wonderfully in situations where you have adjacent prairie dog areas with open burrows that they can move into. They will eventually give up and move into an empty burrow elsewhere. And then you can reclaim that portion of the colony they've been moved out of. It does not work well in colonies with really high densities, or if you're trying to move them out of an entire colony into a place without burrows. So it's very useful in certain circumstances and not elsewhere. Now, there's lots of other things that you could do that would sort of passively move them out of an area. Irrigation may be one of those things. But the Urban Wildlife Protection Ordinance prohibits destruction of an active burrow. So doing something like plowing an active burrow, filling in an active burrow is not allowed based on the ordinance.
But irrigating around an active burrow is?
Is allowed.
That seemed to contradict what one of the testifiers said, but okay. All right, where do we want to go from here?
I would like to see us adopt number 3 of the open OSBT motions.
Can you guys put that back up?
Sorry, did I see that in my, did you get that?
I just think it's easier when we're looking at it.
Okay.
Here we go. If we were going to go there, I think what I would do would be to broaden that, or maybe to make, if we were going to do more, I think it would be to address ag conflicts in general and in a more expedited fashion. And maybe lethal control is part of it, or maybe there's plenty of other non-lethal things that we could do more of. But I guess I think what I feel, well, I think there's two things. One is I definitely think we need to make sure that we are not endangering more acres or preventing the endangerment of topsoil, I'll put it that way, by whatever means that may be happening. And that we need to look at tools to stop and start to reverse that. I know we're looking at experimentally how to reverse it, but meanwhile, we need to stop that. And again, I don't necessarily care how that's happening, but we need to change our management to counteract that. I think that's an important thing that we need to do, prioritize. I guess the spirit of that is what I would like to send back. I know there's a prairie dog element to that, so I guess having multiple tools to look at that, I guess I'm amenable. I don't know, reluctantly, but amenable to that conversation.
So let me make a suggestion then on the language. If you look at the last sentence of number 3, it says appropriate outreach to evaluate whether, where, and how to use lethal control. What would you think about inserting after lethal control and other methods to address these problems? In other words, that gets to, I think, your point, Zan, which is, I think you wanted to broaden it to other methods. There may not be any, but I think you were saying you didn't want to necessarily limit yourself to lethal control, if I understood you correctly.
Yeah, and I get the sense that neither did open space, so it may be that, but they didn't want that, they wanted that to be on the table, but.
Well, I'm not suggesting taking it off the table, I'm just suggesting lethal control and other methods.
Other thoughts? Mary,
So,
Sam, Aaron?
based on what you just said, Suzanne, and also based on Lisa's point about soils, the open space, the OSBT motion says prairie dog levels on numerous open space mountain parks, irrigated agricultural properties have created conflict between the city prairie dog and agricultural policies. So maybe we say soil loss on numerous open space and mountain parks, irrigated agricultural properties have created a conflict in achieving charter purposes, open space charter purposes, specifically wildlife preservation and agricultural policy. Or the
And I would say ecological health, I mean.
Or ecological health.
So,
okay,
yeah, do you mind? So, thanks for that, Mary. Because what I see is that we have two areas of conflict that are critical from a timing perspective, and one of them is the one that Zan was just talking about, which was is the soil health. I think when you lose inches of topsoil in our kind of high plains, semi-arid ecosystem that is very hard to get back. It takes an extremely long time to get healthy soil back, and it's hard to do it with mitigation as well. So I feel like that's a fairly critical, time-sensitive environmental ecological problem. And so I think including that in this conversation is really important with language like you were saying, something like that. And the other is the conflict with historic agriculture, which is an important part of the culture of this region and part of our resilience as a community and as a society. And so it's the loss of local agriculture and of the history of the agriculture in the area and of the farming families who've been at it, or the ranching families who've been at this for many decades. And I do not fully know all the details here, but my understanding is that that's more critical from a timing perspective in a couple of areas, right? Where, and the OSBT motion number 2 gets to that, where there's a couple of areas where the levels of prairie dogs are over 35%, and you really need to get it back down in order for those to be viable. So to me, those are the kind of the critical time-sensitive things that if we wait 5 years, we have a real problem. I mean, barring a big plague epidemic, but having a bunch of prairie dogs die to save us from this issue. Anyway, there's something very odd about that. So anyway, so I wonder if we can get in that if we can, it would be much preferable to not use lethal control methods. So if we could resolve those critical issues in the time frame necessary, it's late, I'm losing my point here, but if we could use non-lethal control methods, then we should. But to start the process that OSMP is suggesting to resolve those critical time-constrained issues.
And I like Bob's language, where you add to it, in addition to lethal control. I like, when we're ready to move on from just this part, I would like to bring up something else.
Sam.
So we have spent 20 years becoming experts at doing non-lethal control, and we are having a conflict. There is no question. However, the assertion that in the motion that it is infeasible to address these problems only by non-lethal methods in a timely fashion, I don't know that that's true.
Yeah.
Okay. The other pieces I want to add here are about land health and soil health. And what I mean by land is that the grasslands have their full range of both flora and fauna on them, and that to the extent that we have cattle and agricultural uses grazing there, that they are not creating negative impacts. It sounds like we've gotten good at that over time, but it also means that I don't think it's an excuse to be killing prairie dogs unless it is the last possible method that will do it. So I am all for putting this whole thing in the context of soil health and land health, because that's really what it's about. And it's about healthy land being available to people for agricultural uses, while at the same time preserving the wildlife, the raptors, the prairie dogs, and all the other pieces of those grassland components. So I really would like to pull some of the lethal language out of here. If lethal is going to be considered, I would like it to be extraordinary, that it's last, and that if we're going to do it, that there be a beneficial use, that it's not done just to kill prairie dogs so that ag uses can continue. It's done in the context of preserving the entire health of the ecosystem as well as the agricultural use, and that if we're going to do this, we need to do it the most environmentally sensitive way possible, which would mean trapping the dogs and sending them up to do something positive with their death, right? Something that's ecologically useful, like feeding black-footed ferrets, which we hope to recover at some point. So I very much want to, I will say, water this language down, because I think it puts too much focus on lethal control, because that line, it is infeasible to address these problems only by non-lethal means in a timely fashion. I don't know that that's true. I mean, we got 500 acres we need to work on the soil health on. And that 500 acres, you know, we're working on 100 of them right now, 120 with the keylining project and composting project. And there are other tools in the toolbox that we're learning about, like biochar and like some of the other ways to restore soil health. It is also not clear to me, and this is another reason why I want to put it in this bigger land health context, that prairie dogs are bad for soil health. I mean, it is amazing to me how diverse the materials we were sent, many of them from referee journals, that contradicted each other about the impacts on soil health, as well as about the impacts on water retention and the impacts on permeability. I mean, I spent a couple hours looking through published academic publications on this, and I will tell you it's very location dependent, as near as I can tell. And so again, rushing off to...
Well, can I also say maybe density dependent? I think it's not that they're bad at all. It's the numbers. It's the things are out of whack.
And mobility.
That I think is the issue.
And the ability to travel.
But anyhow, I just want to add that to your thing.
We
is
also
that-
have the fragmented nature of these
It's not a
lands as
natural
well.
process.
So I
I have a
think
question to ask Sam.
Okay, well, I interrupted him.
That's okay, go ahead.
Sam, you mentioned last option or last choice, you know, compared to others. It seems to me there maybe also needs to be an economic factor there, because I not to be ridiculous about it, but for any amount of money, presumably there's always a solution. In other words, there needs to be no economic overlay or a boundary to that. I don't know what the number is. So we wouldn't spend any amount of money, or stated differently, we wouldn't spend an unlimited amount of money to avoid lethal control. And so it seems to me there's got to be an economic factor there too. Again, I don't think we need to put a number in here on X dollars per dog, but I do think we need to recognize that it's not the last choice without regards to economics.
Well, and then you mentioned time, but I guess to me those are the two variables. There's a time factor. There's I guess a money factor you're adding in that I think is their point.
I get what their point is.
Well, no, I meant that
That's
we
okay.
want reflected in whatever we're saying.
Well, I mean, they've got timely fashion right in here, but then there's an assertion I don't know is true or not. It's an assertion. But I think putting it in the soil health and land health, ecological health context, then sets the tone and the length of the process that needs to be followed. In other words, I think trying to get this done by the next leasing season will be pretty quick. I mean, unless I don't understand the public process that they're contemplating, I think this is going to be a longer process. And I think if we put your soil concerns in and the ecological concerns of the land, I think it's going to need to take into account a lot more than just a single species type of measurement that's using lethal control. I think it's going to need to be broader. So anyway, I would like to craft this so that it includes all of those things.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Cindy.
So I just wanted to say that I don't think I know more than the people in the audience in terms of those who work the land and those from whom we've heard. I think the Open Space and Mountain Parks Board of Trustees has turned this thing inside out, and that they do not come to putting this in front of us easily at all. And I appreciate the work that they have done, and the Environmental Advisory Board said, according to the letter or email they mailed us to, that the trustees nailed it, you know, in terms of having the expertise, having looked at this with staff to get this as close as they could to doing what is feasible that we need to do now in an expedited manner. And I have walked on some of the lands that have been denuded. I have seen the dust storms of the topsoil blowing away on our ag lands that are leased ag lands right now, and seen the prairie dog holes, and there's no way I can say there wasn't a cause and effect there. You know, so I think that we need to move forward on this with as expeditiously as we can, because delay here will cause us more loss. And we've seen it. I mean, we've seen it in terms of being on the land, and also the people have sent us photos, videos of dust storms happening. And I think we need to move on it. I would hope that we would, to fulfill our necessary parts as stewards of this magnificent property we have. It is difficult, and no one wants to move forward with lethal control, but if it's our only option, I think we need to do that.
Can I ask a question of us, which is, in terms of process, you guys aren't going to like this, but there's the long term and then there's the short term. And it seems to me we could direct staff in the short term to come up with a plan for the this summer and into the next year. We can have it run through OSBT and run it through us if we want, but that's different than coming up with a long-term plan that goes through a long process.
That we make up.
I guess what I'm saying is I feel like the Prairie Dog Working Group is that long-term process. I guess if I was gonna, this is supposed to be a question, is do we want to direct staff to come up with something in the short term, run it through, but not do a long process in the near term? I guess that's my question.
How do you think this community is going to react? I mean, honestly, they're saying they want to have a public process, correct?
I should have said for a temporary fix, not for the long-term.
But I think Sam is absolutely right. This thing isn't going to get implemented, have a suitable public process in the time frame I think that Tom laid out. And I think, to me, what's ironic, and in my notes I have long-term and short-term, to me what's ironic is we have two properties that seem to have some problems, or the lessees say there's some problems. And we have an active Prairie Dog Working Group who have come up with very good recommendations. They have come to consensus in the past. And we've invested $170,000 at least, or something in that order. And so what I don't understand is why don't we deal with these two properties, relocate the dogs? We need to relook at our prairie dog conservation areas, and we need to look at things in the long term. I think we should have a timeline that, we come back and we have this discussion, but it needs to be a public process. And
maybe we should hear from staff on this one. Mary and Mirabai.
So
What, or whichever order you guys want to go.
I'll go along with that and say that some people have actually spoken to the lessees, and what they're even just asking for is a check for the loss of forage from the prairie dogs. So instead of spending the money to kill these animals, you could take that money, pay them for the loss of their hay for the short term, just so that we can then look at the long term. But why wouldn't you do that option instead of killing them if you're going to spend that money? So just to add on to that.
Cool. Mary?
I guess I would have to disagree with Sam about the term infeasible. We're talking about tens of thousands of prairie dogs, and the numbers were run out in one of the responses to our questions, where the total in the northern grasslands is 36,000 to 56,000 prairie dogs. We're talking in the irrigated lands, 15,000 to 23,000. To me, that sounds pretty infeasible. And so I guess I disagree with that. And so I would like to leave that option in the language. I think we have to. I really don't see a way around relocating 15,000 to 23,000 prairie dogs at $700 a year with a 30% reduction in budget and all of our other budget constraints. I just don't see it. And I also think that, we have some lessees here that we can ask what how what they think about Mirabai's proposal about getting paid for it, but my guess is, if we want to ask them, we can ask them to step up. They're here, they've been here all night.
Why don't we do that?
So if
It wasn't my proposal. Lindsay Sterling Crank went and spoke to some of them, and this is what they told her, so I'm just passing along the information.
So let's ask.
Okay, well, I guess we have,
Good morning.
good morning. This is what we do for fun. Yeah, please introduce yourselves.
I'm Bob Lover, lease Boulder Valley Ranch and some other properties.
Bobby Lover.
You're Bobby Lover.
To answer your question, Lindsay Crank come out to the house today and mentioned something about it, but I didn't answer it. That was the first time or she had mentioned it before, but I haven't responded to anything about that.
But I guess, do you care to now? Sir, would
Lindsay,
you
can
care?
you come up and?
Oh, actually,
No, let's just.
the point is, what would you think of it now? Would you care to speak to that idea now?
Well, I don't see that's where, like, I feel like you're bribing me to, to not take care of the land. To me, the land's more important. And doing what we do is more important. Irrigating it, taking care of it, and we're just beating our heads against a wall right now. The biggest change out there has been the last 2 years. Especially this last year was incredible how these prairie dogs, I've never seen anything like it, how they've just exploded and moved. And one instance is a hayfield behind the house where we've always had a little problem. They move in there, we flood them out. We cut the hay, they move in. We flood them out. This year, I couldn't keep enough water on it. They just kept moving in. Once the ditch went off, boom, they were there to stay. I bet there's 30 holes in that field right now, just what they did this winter. I mean, they're not stopped. We've got so many, they're out of room, and that's why they're doing this, and especially in our irrigated ground, because it's so much easier to dig. They can root that right up.
Well, and they're moving into hayfields, from hayfields that we used to hay 15 years ago, that the prairie dogs had taken over. We just keep, like the organic guy, we just keep moving backwards and backwards.
It's kind of a snowball deal, and that's why it's come to a head. And we can see what's happening to us. We're getting, it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And for us in ag, and we want to continue in ag, and I've leased for a long time. We've had a great relationship with Open Space. We've got along great with them. We want to continue, but I have to look at the long term as far as ag goes. I got a lot of equipment, a lot of payments. I got to go somewhere else. And if I do that, it's got to be done in a timely manner. And what I mean by that is it'd be impossible right now for me to pack up and leave. Planting or whatever we're doing should have already been in place or wherever we're going. And so ag is something that you look at not just for tomorrow, but 6 months from now. That's the way you have to look at it.
What about 20 years from now? Because if you haven't noticed, he's got a little bit more gray on his than mine. I'm the next generation. Do you want another generation to come in here and do ag? Or do you want it to leave?
Do you have questions?
Yeah. Okay. So you mentioned the hay that would have been mowed 15 years ago in the fields that you used to hay that were, I assume, leased land?
Yes.
And that's near where your private hay is, right?
All of our ground's leased.
Okay. So there was a big die-off in 2005 and 6 and 7. Did you notice that? Was that because you talked about being pushed and pushed on your lease property, right?
Not at our place, we didn't see it.
It was only in some areas. It seemed like our irrigated ground has been gaining more and more prairie dogs every year. And as they've done that, we've basically went from haying them to pasturing them, okay, to get some good out of them. And then they keep moving. Pretty soon, that's not hardly good for pasture. And so they move some more. And so, because it's a big area, right? But they just keep encroaching and encroaching and encroaching. And now we're getting down to where, you know, I had to buy a lot of hay last year to keep this operation going. And it's...
And
if it
sell
keeps-
cattle.
Yeah,
What's that?
And sell cattle. We had to get rid of some cattle too. But where, you see what I'm saying? What do I do? What do I, you know?
Yeah, you've probably got the biggest problem of anybody as far as the number of, you know, you got 575 acres at the Boulder Valley Ranch site, and 279 of them have prairie dogs. So I mean, you are kind of the face of this problem, yeah.
And like Tom was referring to as the emergent, or, you know, crisis, I mean, we feel it is a crisis. I mean, you got to see all they've already had babies.
Oh, yeah, I have some.
And they're going to be more and more, and they're moving. I mean, they're moving right now. And are they going to move more into my hayfield?
Thank you. Do you have other?
Well, just one question. How long have you all worked that land at Boulder Valley Ranch?
I've been out there since 1989, out there. I've had other open space properties before that, Kolb's and Biddles and, I don't know.
I came in 96, so I'm not sure what you had before that. But Bob has had Boulder Valley Ranch, Lauren Ellison, Ditzel, Belgrove, so, and he now has IBM.
Which Belgrove's, we don't lease anymore. We gave up that lease because it's overran with prairie dogs.
Oh, yeah, it's 82%.
So, can I ask?
Yep.
So my understanding is your lease is up this year. Is that correct?
Yeah, they did a 2-year lease. And
Yeah. And so are you going to renew it?
I guess that depends on what happens. You know, if there's
But this process would not go fast, so that's the question.
Oh, I know, I've been waiting a long, long time.
Yeah. Right, but, so that's the question. So, I mean, I just don't see a public process, so we can discuss how they state it happening in less than a year or 8 months, something like that.
We'll resign if there's some hope of it happening soon. You know, if we're talking, we're going to move 700 prairie dogs off that place every year, they're going to reproduce faster than you're moving off. So there's no hope for us.
So
why should people in agriculture stick around if there's no hope?
So I have a question about, would language to remove or destroy the burrows and discourage colonization, would that help at all?
Excuse me, repeat that?
Would language to remove, to destroy the burrows that are there, would, you know, just to move, you know, go over the burrows? I don't know if they're, I don't think you want to do that when they're live, but to discourage colonization, would that help you at all?
I think we do that when we're irrigating.
Okay.
You know, we chase them out, and as soon as the holes dry up, they come back. We waste a lot of water doing that.
Right.
It takes a lot more water to do that. The trouble is, a lot of that ground is not what you picture is just flat and easy to irrigate. A lot of it runs pretty fast down the hill. And so you get a lot of ponding at the end of the field when you're doing stuff like that. And you're also covering a narrow strip. So the prairie dogs, they'll move out of these holes because they're wet and just...
So that's my question. So once they've moved out of those prairie dog holes and they're not in there, would you going over and flattening those burrows, would that help discourage them from coming back to those boroughs?
Mark Fitch, he talked earlier, he's a vet, and he's a private landowner next to city property. And they poisoned and killed, got rid of every prairie dog on the place, flattened the mounds out, filled them in, and prairie dogs just moved right back in. They went right back to the same holes and rebuilt them mounds.
And
up.
they know where them holes are at.
Yeah.
They're amazing little surveyors, believe me.
You know, that's why so many species depend on them.
Okay, any other questions?
Can I clarify something with them?
Sure.
So, from what you just said, the prairie dogs came right back after they killed them. So then the assumption would be that we kill them one year, and then every year we're just going to have to continue lethal control then if that's...
They came back because the neighbor didn't control their prairie dogs, which is City of Boulder.
So do we not have any lands that then, sorry, I don't have your land memorized or a map. If we just did it on your property, do we not have any lands that abut yours that then the same issue would happen?
There's some pretty good buffers, at least on ours, from where the irrigated ground is, clear up to where, like the dry land, the grass is, where there is a lot of prairie dogs too. I think it would be, well, it'd be something that would have to be a management thing as far as reestablishing the grass and getting, you know, good irrigation, getting the height of the grass back, which is also a deterrent to them. But I think we have a big enough buffer zone there that it's possible.
In any efforts we would take as far as lethal control, we would make sure that we're barriering and preventing recolonization as much as possible.
Thanks.
Okay, is that good? Thank you, that was very helpful.
Thank you.
Can you talk to us about process?
Yeah, so staff has had, a few days, a week or so to really get together and talk about what, if you guys wanted us to go forward in some form or fashion, what type of process and timeline might we be thinking of. In order to do an expedited but yet public process, we feel like that process is going to take us from June through April. So we would be able to come back to council in April because we feel like we would want to visit with our board prior to coming to council. And so that would be late Q1 of going to our board. And the reason, and looking at like trying to do a justified, good public process and having, engagement that's appropriate. Some of the folks that are going to be having to lead that process are also some of the folks that this summer need to get out into the field season because they're the ones who are going to be implementing the Prairie Dog Working Group recommendations. So if we took them off of that and put them right onto a public process, then we're delaying or needing to defer further recommendations are in the Prairie Dog Working Group. Plus, we have planning staff and public engagement staff that would need to be part of this, who right now are going full guns on the master plan and some other current processes that are already in place that can't be rolled back. So in looking at that, we would come back to you in April with some answers of whether, if, when, based on having the board recommendation at that time. Because really, in working with Val and getting some of her input too, that would put us in position that if we felt that there is a whether and a when and a how, and the board council was supportive of that, we would be able to begin some sort of implementation in the about August timeframe of next year. So it would allow us to do some use of it still in 2020.
Sam, then Lisa.
So this is a question maybe for Tom. Wouldn't we have to change the wildlife protection ordinance in order to kill prairie dogs on our land?
I don't know.
I think Val does have some input.
Yeah, I was talking to that, Tom. Sorry, Tom.
Oh. I don't know if it's worth putting a slide up, or I'll just speak to that. So within the umbrella of the urban wildlife protection ordinance, there are allowances for lethal control. It requires that, to abbreviate the 6-step decision-making process, we've explored all the other options first, which it sounds like we would be doing. It also requires that you have developed the deterrence to deter recolonization. So that would also have to be a part of it, that if there's just like removal of any sort, you have a plan in place to prevent them from coming back. So with those, working within that structure of the Wildlife Protection Ordinance, that wouldn't have to change in order for lethal control to be used.
Can you also speak to, I've heard two different messages about what agriculturalists can do now on their land. It sounds like you can irrigate. You're not supposed to disturb the burrows. That I got a mixed message on. Can you, as an agriculturalist, on your lease, disturb burrows?
No. So we have an ordinance that says you cannot damage, disturb, or destruct prairie dog burrows. We do, in various mitigation circumstances like passive relocation, work under the special use permit to allow for burrow disturbance destruction for passive relocation, so to remove prairie dogs from an area.
Well, I just might add that maybe something to throw into the mix somewhere, it's maybe not to change that, but to soften some of the interpretation of those rules. Like the report that we got from Mr. Skokin about not allowing his sheep to graze with a sheepdog because there could be some conflicts. That seemed like a fairly extreme interpretation of that. So I just wonder if there's the ability to have a little bit more flexibility with our ag tenants.
And maybe in the near term. Lisa?
So I had a question for Dan. And when you laid out this time frame so that it wouldn't come back till April of 2020, probably not implemented until August of 2020, do you have staff and do you envision moving forward with the expedited prairie dog working group recommendations?
Yeah, this is a time frame where we feel like we can start developing the process this summer without our staff, like with more of our planning staff and our community relations person, going back to the board perhaps and saying this is the process we think we're going to go. Then we can begin implementing the process in the fall, and that implementation of the process would go through March, at which we would go back to the board. So, and that would allow us time to then still be able to pursue the implementation of the recommendations as put forward.
It would also give you some time, wouldn't it, to see how those recommendations were?
We might have a little bit more information in regards to some specific recommendations and report back on our season to date. We could probably give you some more information on what we've been able to do.
That would be good.
Yeah.
Is there any way to, if we said to proceed with the process that takes as long as you're done, is there any way to provide a little more flexibility, as Aaron was saying, in the near term for lessees? Because it seems like we're at a bit of a
Crisis.
Okay, we're going to use that word for some of them. And I guess, what about, we're going to address a couple properties, but I don't think that's addressing all of the folks that feel like they're in crisis yet. Anyhow, what can we do in the short term, even if we can't do a whole process is going to take us till next, that's, what is that?
A year.
16 months?
The Prairie Dog Working Group has given us suggestions, and we've talked with, and these suggestions can be implemented, I think, this season. So I don't know if it's in the budget, but beginning on those barrier fences, continuing with the relocation, maybe upping the ante and trying to do more relocations this summer, because there are, you look at the properties that are under lease right now, the 13,000 acres, and there are 2 of them that are in trouble. It is true. And so I think the most important thing we could do for those 2 properties that are in trouble, for the health of the land, the health of the soil, is to relocate as many prairie dogs as possible and to do whatever fencing protection we can do to help. Now, I know these are highly occupied, so how many dogs an acre roughly? 30?
30.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's 8,000 dogs on the Boulder Valley Ranch property, and it's a little more on the Axelson Johnson property. So, you know, I know we're not going to relocate them all between now and then, but if we really want to focus our attention, those would be the places I would focus the attention, because those are the places we can have the most positive impact, and those are the places the land is in the worst shape and the soil's in the worst shape. So I think, to your point, what can we do in the near term? We can, I mean, Dan told us that they have changed the budget, right, for is that the request for next cycle? Yeah, we could do something sooner. We could do an adjustment to base. We could make it clear that this is a priority. These particular lands are a priority, and we want to move forward, because if we're not making progress with them, then the pressure is just going to build and build and build to rush the process and make a decision that may not be well considered and may not consider all of the soil and land components I think it needs to. So anyway, I would be open to hearing more about what we can do this season for those people.
And just one caution, the properties that we're planning to relocate this season are not necessarily focused in those areas, and that's based on feasibility. The colonies are of a sufficient size and an interconnected nature on those properties that are so heavily occupied that doing relocations where you actually do relocate the entire colony and then have any hope of keeping them out isn't feasible on those. So if we did focus on those, it would be in a very different context where we would have no expectation that we could remove entire colonies or keep them out into the future.
I get it. You know, it's 10 years worth of removals on either of those lands. So I wasn't expecting that, even if we said go forth and hire some people, but you could look at what could be done there, I'm sure. And I would, even what you're planning on relocating is fine, but I guess making those an area of focus. We just heard from them how bad it is. We've heard from everybody up here that it's a crisis and so on. Well, if it's a crisis, unless we're going to get through this process to be able to go do something very extreme that I don't think the community is going to be really happy with, we need to think about how to deal with those lands.
Right, and can I just ask Dan one more question? So you have X amount of staff, and maybe I didn't ask my question well enough, but so there's going to be staff who are focused on the process, right? And are those the same staff that would be implementing and helping to implement the prairie dog recommendation, or are those different individuals?
What we would plan is for the first couple of months is that we would have our community relations staff and our planning staff sort of develop and say, this is what this process is going to look like. So then when we can bring our field season people back in, then they can go implement the process. So our first couple of months, we would have a different set of staff that actually would set up the process, that would say, this is how it would work, this is, do we need a consultant? If so, when we would bring that in, here's the public engagement portion that we would look at. Would it involve an open house? How many of them? And so we would create a process, and that would be a different type of staff than, let's say, Andy and Heather. And then after that's developed, then we would have to bring them back in, because they're the subject matter expert, to help be part of the process that we developed. And then they would come back then later, after the bulk of the field season, to then begin implementing that process.
It seems like the Prairie Dog Working Group, they gave a great set of recommendations. It seems unanimous by all the boards that people want that, and staff want those recommendations to go forward. And so I don't know where you are. I guess I do. You're just ready to implement those, and you've got to do some planning beforehand.
Right, and the other thing of well, what might be a parameter is that we have certain capacities.
Right.
And so with this public process that we would look at is whether, when, if, and how, under current capacities, under projected capacities, would this extra tool be used? Because that probably would have to be part of our findings, is just because we have another tool, it doesn't mean our capacity ability has changed.
No, I get that.
Okay, Cindy?
So I just wanted to also bring up to the council that I think the Prairie Dog, I have two things. The Prairie Dog Working Group made its recommendations, and the Open Space Board and staff have moved on with them. So it doesn't seem to me that we keep going back, or am I missing something here? That's one thing. The other thing is, we haven't even talked about the effects of that letter from the woman who lives on J Road, who's done everything possible to try and rid herself of, and then her neighbors who've joined in. She keeps getting invaded from open space lands. So we haven't even talked about the kinds of harm that is done to people who live next to these properties that we're not managing adequately. So I just need to
Can I say something about that, please? We have this non-lethal control, and our policy of non-lethal control has basically outsourced the lethal control. There was a letter to the editor last week that said that they were killing 5 to 6 prairie dogs a day. That's a couple thousand a year. And since then, we heard the Lovers came up here, their neighbors were poisoning and trying to rid their places. We got lots of emails from people that are adjacent to our open space lands that are killing prairie dogs. So it's not them killing the prairie dogs, we're killing the prairie dogs because of our policy of not doing it. So we are killing prairie dogs through that policy, and we're killing them in probably less humane ways than we would wish to do so. So I just want to open our eyes to that fact that we are doing it. We are responsible because of this policy. We are killing prairie dogs, period. And we have to own it, and we have to open our eyes to it, and we have to address it.
Okay, so in terms of, sorry.
No,
I wanted to pause and let that sink in. It's 1:15, and we have to end this meeting at some point. I guess
we could just go on till next Sunday.
we could just keep going. So the problem with doing a process that takes 16 months before anything happens is it doesn't address the near term. And I guess what I feel like is we need to do something in the near term as well. And maybe what we do in the near term is a temporary thing. It is a series of actions that have time constraints, as opposed to the thing we're going to do forever, which we need a long process for. I don't know. The Prairie Dog Working Group did have some ideas of things we can do, but I guess I feel like we have to move faster than 16 months. So I don't know. I don't want to punt stuff back to you, but we're gonna, because we need to end this meeting. If we said, what can we do that doesn't end up with us having another meeting again? But ask for some guidance from you about what could happen in the short term to give some relief to the crisis areas while we continue to do these longer term recommendations. I guess I don't see any way forward. It doesn't involve you guys coming up with some other things that we can do in the near term.
But that's, to me, Suzanne, when I read this, number 3, that's what they're asking to do. And including that as part of it, not saying that they're necessarily going to have to do it, but give it to staff to look at where, when, how.
Right, but that's a 16-month process. That's what they just said.
Is that, I thought it was sooner.
No, the problem is that's 16 months. Sure.
I'm just putting this out there because I know we have an amazing community, and I know per the stats that someone read that killing prairie dogs on our land is not favorable. Public lands is not favorable, whether or not we're doing it the way Mary's saying it or not. But I guess my question is, when you're coming back with recommendations for immediate relief, is it possible to put a call out to the community? Because I know I would get out there. I don't have a lot of time, but I would make an effort to get out there. And I know that there's tons in our community and surrounding communities that would like to assist staff and a lot of experience as well. and trained volunteers that would help you guys. And so hopefully that would relieve some of the financial burden that the city is facing. So is that possible to, when you come back with some recommendations, to incorporate that? I mean, I'm happy to put you in touch with the leaders of those groups. I'll do whatever you need, but I would like to provide the relief on these 2 pieces of land that have high occupancy. And I think there's a lot of people willing to help.
So as far as an expedited sort of set of recommendations, is that what I'm
Yep, that's kind of what I'm asking
Because-
for.
Expedited squared.
Because our capacity doesn't change, right? I mean, I've explained a little bit about that. And we've.
Okay, but then we're just going to lose some lessees. So that's what we're just trying to figure out, is there a way around this conundrum?
No. I say,
well, okay, you
you've
said
gotta
no,
have
I
a
guess.
public process.
Right, so we've given our best idea of tripling our current capacity in order to begin to implement the recommendations. We've analyzed where we feel like we can make a difference on those recommendations. And they don't involve a couple of these high-impact areas through relocation. We don't think relocation is going to solve the issue there. So I don't know if we, looking at that even further to look at other type of relief, if we're going to be able to sort of come with a different analysis of that. I mean, the extent of the problem based on capacity and feasibility, I'm not so sure what we can come back to you with, even in 2 months, as far as what would be an expedited way to address those issues on those particular properties.
So there was the idea that came up earlier that we did not hear an answer from the lessees, which was to compensate them for some of their losses because they are the most impacted. And as far as doing something quick, I don't think taking steps that are going to get us to local control next year is necessarily going to get us there. So if we're looking at short term and trying to do things which make up for the loss so that we don't lose the lessees, then we still have to go through this process. We'll figure out where the money comes from and see if they're interested in that. But that would be a short-term move and measure that would impact materially.
I did hear them respond, though.
What did
They said,
The quote was, "I feel like you'd be bribing us to not take care of the land."
that was the answer. They want to take care of the land, Sam.
So, Mary, I don't think we'll be killing prairie dogs this summer using
well-
lethal control. Now, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But for them, we're not bribing them to not take care of the land. We're saying it's taking us a bit to get around to being able to take the steps, which can hopefully take this problem way down. And in the meantime, here is compensation for your damages. So if we were talking about going into the future as a long-term thing, paying them for the hay that they don't get off the land or the forage they don't get, I would feel that that would be bribing them not to take care of the land. But Zan's casting about for a short-term fix, and I'm just putting it on the table, so.
Call in the county.
Well, and staff has not spent much time at all looking at how much of a difference lethal control will make in our toolkit. And that's important for us to say, because if we come back to you, let's say even you want to accept the timeframe of April, we may come back to you with a message that may be disappointing to you. So we don't know. Just like we have now analyzed where we think relocation can make a difference with the money we have available, obviously that's a little disappointing. And I'm not so sure the news that we deliver on adding a different tool in our toolkit, I just want to just put that out there, that this may not be a panacea. We haven't gone through the process, but that result could be is perhaps, yes, we could make some incremental differences, or, well, maybe it will be a bigger difference than we think, or maybe we'll come back to you and say, you know, it's maybe not worth it. So all of those possibilities are open. We haven't gone through the process yet. We haven't analyzed it yet.
So we'll just hope for plague? I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, okay, so we need to end this meeting.
What's the wording for Number 3.
Well, I hope somebody was paying attention. We're not going to be able to
I'm
come.
trying to write some.
Oh, you are?
Okay, good.
Okay.
So, motion number 3. I'll just read it out loud and I'll show you what the changes are. Prairie dog levels on numerous open space and mountain parks, irrigated or agricultural properties have
You're getting, yes.
have created a conflict between the city prairie dogs and agricultural policies and prevent OSMP from fully meeting charter purposes. This is the first insert. And has caused degradation of soil. New sentence. It may be infeasible to address these problems only by non-lethal means in a timely or economical fashion. Accordingly, we instruct city staff to commence an expedited OSMP-led process with appropriate outreach to evaluate whether, where, and how to use lethal control and other methods to address these problems.
So that's a start. The part that I had started on here is similar. Council directs OSMP to undertake a public process that looks at agricultural uses on the northern grasslands, including factors affecting the ecological condition of the land, soil health, because I didn't want to presume, I mean, some soil health is degraded, others is not, and wildlife. So it could be something simple like that you would add into your motion that talks about what the outcomes we're looking for ultimately are, agricultural uses here as well.
Let's do this. Let's send our language both to Tom.
Yep.
Blend them. Okay. I also, while we're talking, at the beginning of motion 2, I think we found a solution on that. And the second paragraph on motion 2, where it says the city's first and highest priority, I would just insert the following words: unless otherwise agreed by OSBT or city council, comma, the city's first and highest priority.
Didn't we want the Parks Board?
Well, I don't know that we could put that in there too, but this is an exception to a priority. So in other words, Parks Board would make the request. It presumes that there's something other than highest priority of moving stuff off of open space land. So it's triggered only by somebody, Parks Board, somebody making a request. And then, so it's an exception to the rule, which is, the exception is granted by either OSBT or City Council. Are you guys okay with that? If OSBT agrees it, then we're done. If they don't agree it, we now have a conflict between somebody, probably Parks, and OSBT, and then we have to decide.
But it will be a city entity.
It's either OSBT or us.
That's what it says. But those are the requests we're receiving.
The relocation.
It's a relocation.
Okay.
So developers can't request?
Well, I don't think this talks about developers.
They're the third priority.
Oh,
But,
okay.
yeah.
But they're still in there.
They're down below.
Down below. But we haven't changed that priority.
Okay.
Let's send these
Where are we
to
at? All right. Is Tom in the receiving mode?
I haven't sent it to him yet. I'm just finishing off the.
Okay, their fourth, well, you guys are both sending, the fourth one just had to do with increasing resources, right?
Yeah,
We
I'd
need
like
to look at that.
So I would move that we would do that.
Right. I guess I'll just say also that, this may be controversial. We'll be talking about adjustments to base here. If there's something, and
I don't actually know how this would get implemented, other than an adjustment to base, which would mean that OSMP would have to find some dollars in their reserves, or your acquisition budget, or something like that.
we could make an adjustment to base from the general fund if we chose, yeah.
You could do that if we can find the dollars in the general fund.
I did read Joel Wagner's report. The sales tax is up 8.9%, and the something else is up a whole bunch. So I don't know where, through February. So I don't know, but we're just going to hit the high season here where all these people are going to be coming into town. So I would hope that we would.
Is that the first 2 months of the year are an anomaly, and that we can't base what we think the rest of the year is going to bring in on sales and use tax based on January and February.
Can we?
So if you do want us to find these dollars, I don't even know how much it is. I can ask the budget office to come up with something, but I don't think that we should count on the fact that we are going to get 8.9% across the year. We're not.
Sure.
I think that's fine. I think, can, in the interest of time, can we say, can you think about that and advise us? But we are asking additional things of open space that are above and beyond what they would recommend. So I kind of feel like we should look at other funding options, and you can let us know what they are.
Right, but open space has to be able to figure out what it is that extra that they're going to do, because they've already figured out the 3 times what they did last year. That's already in your budget,
right?
Isn't it?
Proposed for 2020.
Yeah, for 2020, right? Okay, so if the council wants them to do something different this summer, they need to figure out what that is and how much it's going to cost, and then they can work with me and Katie, and we can figure out where the money's going to come from. But we cannot promise until we know how much it is, where it can come from.
Not on that one.
You good with that?
Well,
I guess
we could still say we want it funded, right?
What we can say is, we'd like to have that discussion. When's adjustment to base coming up?
You passed it on first reading tonight. And second reading is in 2 weeks. After you have the conversation about the Alpine Balsam and hospital deconstruction.
So much fun.
Okay. I think we'll have to continue this conversation then.
Right, and we can have another adjustment to base in June. We can do a small one there.
Okay. Can we leave that there for now then? Okay, you sent them to Tom?
Yep, 1 second.
Tom's doing that.
It's really only the tweet on the second one and the third one that have the issues.
Okay. I guess, then let's, while you're doing that, you're doing it right now? Okay. I was going to say, we could
I can do my 5 minutes.
thank everybody for what is a really tough, hard issue, and here it is. Okay.
So the one thing I would like to see if we, well, I guess it sure has caused some degradation of soil, because I think there is some degradation, but I don't think it's everywhere.
You could even say just soil degradation.
I would prefer to say.
I don't
Degradation
think
of soil.
say it's attributed to.
No, I'm just talking about the phrasing.
Well, hey, we don't have to, we can say, and with other variables has led to
Yeah.
a degradation of soil. You don't have to blame it all on the dogs, but it's part of a complex problem that is leading to soil health problems.
So I thought you were going to have an or other measures in there. By non-lethal means or other measures in a timely or economical
It did, but it got wiped out by his addition of yours.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were supposed to go together.
Well, I think you can,
Yeah, I think that,
yeah, or other measures, and then we go on to talk about the goals and then the measures, potential measures.
You could take out,
Get rid of commence.
recommend.
Well, you've got other measures right there.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we were both doing the same thing.
I think.
Well, then if you're going to do that, I think you should put lethal control down in the list.
Yeah, it needs to be in there.
Yeah.
So if you take it out from above and put it in the list.
Why don't you, wait a minute here.
It almost parses.
No, put lethal control after other measures.
No, but wait, where's the expedited price process?
You need to put that back in.
Yeah, I think you need that whole sentence to go in. The one that we instruct city staff to commence an expedited process.
Well, you've got council direct, so it's been.
Oh, it's up there.
Public process, if you want to add expedited.
Expedited.
We also don't have the whether, where, and how language. I don't know if that's important. Is that important?
It is, I think it is.
Yeah, I don't think we need to make a motion. This is just directing staff. I think
We should take a vote.
Without a motion?
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Is it a motion?
Are we adding in prairie dog working groups into this at all, or is that already approved?
I think we'll let staff work that out.
I don't think they're in this process. They're busy doing their other stuff.
Yeah, the motion number one adopts what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah. Motion number one, I think we all are doing.
I was just trying to.
I don't know, but do we have to make a motion?
I don't know, ask Tom.
Tom, do we have to make a motion?
I would consider this direction of staff.
That's what I say. So even though, so we're just, okay, we're amending and we're directing.
Clarifying what your direction of staff is.
So just to be clear, where I think we talked earlier in the evening, yesterday, about motion number one, which was us directing the staff to implement working group phase 2, which is not on this piece of paper right now. That's.
Right, we did 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Yep. I just want to make sure that we're all.
Right, everybody's, and, okay.
2 and 3.
So I just want to make clear, this is no commitment to being supportive of all the things we might get back from this process, just that we're doing a process. Yeah.
Okay. So this is direction, so we don't need to vote on it? Or we do?
Well,
No.
I think it's stupid not to vote on it, so everybody is on record where they are.
So we can vote on it?
I think we should. So then
But then you have to have a public hearing.
Yep.
Let me ask this question, is anybody opposed to this?
I am.
You can also vote to suspend your rules and not have a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Is everybody okay with that?
I mean, just given the hour,
Yeah, only because,
we need to get home.
okay. All those in favor of suspending our rules? 1, 2. All those opposed? Okay.
It requires 6.
Okay. All right. All those in favor, do we have to, we have,
4 motions.
Somebody
If-
should make the motion.
okay. Go ahead.
All those in favor of supporting the,
Make the motion, right?
Okay, we have a motion to accept,
the open space,
well, no, we first have to, we have a motion that we accept Phase 2 recommendations of the Prairie Dog Working Group. That's the first motion. As staff recommendations on the, yeah, the Phase 2 recommendations,
agreed to them. But we agreed to them.
right?
Okay. Just one by one? We're going to
Yep.
vote.
Why not? Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Motion 2 was
It's one change.
the reprioritization of relocation.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? 1, 2, okay, all those opposed? Okay, so Mirabai and Lisa are opposing. Okay, motion 3, which is on
The one that was just wordsmithed. So moved.
Second.
okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. Okay, motion 4 is to increase resources.
So moved.
Well, wait,
What?
that motion seems to me like one that when we bring back the amount, that you'll pass it in an adjustment to base, as opposed to just blankly stating they're going to increase resources when we don't even know how much it is and what it's going to be used for.
I thought Open Space had articulated that.
No. They're
did.
going to make a proposal for the 2020 budget to increase those dollars, and that will come to you in October. But what I think you're saying here is that you want to increase resources this year, and in order to do that, we do need an adjustment to base and to figure out where the money's going to come from. So we'll figure that out in the next couple of weeks and bring that back to you in some fashion, and that will be the motion ultimately that you'll pass to do that.
Great.
All right, thank you all. This was not an easy topic.
Well, and thanks to everyone from the community who came
Yes.
out.
Whichever.
And the
on
boards.
this and sticking with us all through the evening. I know this is something people care a lot about, so thank you.
So I just have the short thing about drainage.
If everybody can listen to Sam real quick, go ahead.
So I just thought you guys might want to hear, there was some really important work done at the last Urban Drainage and Flood Control District. We changed our name. So it's interesting that a name change of a district like that would be controversial, but the vote was 9-8. I was on the 8 side along with Matt Jones. Opposing the change. So it ended up changed to the Mile High Flood District, and Matt and I wanted it to be the Mile High Stream and Flood District. So it was really all about whether we put in that ecological component or if it was just flood control. So anyway, just so when you see that name, know that that's the board.
It's the new one.
That's the new one for our region.
Wow.
That's it.
Oh, we have to.
Adjourn.
Okay, I'm not even going to ask for process debrief. We're adjourned.
Yell at CAC.
Well.
Live from Paris, en France 24.